Hey everyone, welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. My name is George and it's great to have you here. Today we're kicking off a really exciting project, one that's perfect for any developer looking to showcase their work in the best possible way. We're going to build a stunning personal portfolio website that not only looks great but also functions flawlessly across all devices. Whether you're here to attract potential clients, enhance your portfolio, or just level up your web development skills, this project is going to be perfect for you. We're going to use some of the most powerful tools in modern web development, next.js, Tailwind CSS, and Framer Motion to make everything look smooth and professional. So if you're ready to start building your own impressive portfolio, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any future videos. And as always, feel free to leave a comment below with any questions or feedback. Before we dive into the code, let's take a moment to talk about why creating a portfolio website is such a valuable project for any developer. Creating a personal portfolio website is one of the most rewarding projects for any developer. It is not just a showcase of your work, it is a platform where you can express your creativity, demonstrate your skills, and make a lasting impression on potential clients or employers. In today's video, we're going to start an exciting journey to build this stunning and interactive portfolio website using React, Next.js, Framer Motion, and Tailwind CSS. Whether you're an experienced developer or just starting out, this project is perfect for showing your work and skills in a visually appealing way. This project is packed with cool features and animations that will make your site stand out. We'll cover everything from setting up your development environment to building the entire website. By the end of this video, you will have a comprehensive understanding of how to build a modern, responsive portfolio website from scratch. Let's dive in and take a closer look at what we will be building today. Let's start with the loader. A good user experience begins the moment someone visits your site, and our loader ensures just that. The loader is the first thing visitors see, providing a visually appealing transition while the site content is being prepared. This component uses a simple yet effective animation. When the site loads, a full screen overlay with a gradient background appears, centering a spinning image to indicate loading. As soon as the content is ready, the loader smoothly transitions out of view, sliding up and disappearing, thanks to the animations powered by Framer Motion. Now let's dive into different sections of the project. First, we have a hero section. This section is designed to make a great first impression. When visitors arrive on your site, they are greeted with a friendly and welcoming message. The center of this section is an eye-catching hero image that gives you a personal touch to your site. We have integrated smooth animations using Framer Motion, making the entry visually appealing and engaging. For instance, the hero image gently floats into view while we are moving the mouse, and the greeting text animates with a subtle fade-in effect. This creates a dynamic and professional feel right from the start. You will also find social media icons at the bottom of this section. These icons not only provide quick links to your social profiles, but also animate on hover, encouraging visitors to connect with you on various platforms. The hero section sets the tone for the rest of the site, combining a modern design with interactive elements. Next, we have the fixed navigation bar on the left. This sticky navbar is a critical component of our site's usability. It allows users to easily navigate through different sections of the site without having to scroll endlessly. The navbar is always within reach, making it simple to jump from one section to another. At the top left corner of the page, you can see the logo of the website. It represents the name of the web developer. The icons in the navbar are carefully designed to change color based on the current section. This provides a clear visual cue of where the user is on the site, enhancing the navigation experience. Each icon represents a different section, making it easy for users to find what they are looking for. At the bottom of the navbar, you can find the copyright sign and some dates that will automatically update in the future. We have also added a dark mode toggle allowing visitors to switch between light and dark themes seamlessly. Dark mode is increasingly popular and can reduce eye strain for users who browse in low light conditions. This feature not only allows users to toggle between light and dark themes manually, but also automatically adapts to the system theme settings of the user's device. By leveraging local storage, the site remembers the user's theme preference for future visits. If the user hasn't set a preference, this site defaults to the system theme, ensuring a seamless and personalized experience right from the start. This enhances both usability and accessibility, making the site comfortable to use in any lighting condition. Moving on, we have the About section. This is where you introduce yourself and let your visitors know who you are. A brief bio gives a personal touch, making your site more relatable and engaging. It is a great way to share your background, your journey, and what drives you as a developer or designer. We have also included a download link for your CV. This makes it easy for potential employers or clients to get detailed information about your professional experience and skills. This section also highlights key achievements such as GitHub repos, successful projects, satisfied clients, and awards. Each of these achievements is represented with a unique icon and subtle animation. The count smoothly animates as it comes into view. Next up is Experience and Education section. In this section, we have created a timeline that outlines your journey from the basics to mastery. This timeline is designed to be both informative and engaging, providing a clear visual representation of your growth over the years. Each milestone on the timeline includes a brief description of your education and professional experience. For instance, the early stages might cover your high school education and initial interest in web development. As the timeline progresses, it details your further education, such as a degree in web development or design, and significant work experiences like internships and full time positions. The timeline is animated, making it interactive and easy to follow as users scroll through. Each entry on the timeline slides into view as you scroll, adding a dynamic element that keeps the viewer engaged. The smooth transitions and animations enhance the storytelling aspect of this section. Next, we have the Skills section. This section is designed to highlight all the tools and technologies you're proficient in. Each skill is represented by a stylish icon that's easy to recognize. These icons animate when they come into view, adding a dynamic touch to the section. We also have the Reviews section. Here we feature testimonials from satisfied clients. Positive reviews are a powerful tool for building trust with the new visitors. They provide social proof that you deliver quality work and that previous clients have been happy with your services. The reviews are displayed in a carousel format with smooth and engaging transitions. When you click the arrow, the current review animates by rotating and scaling down, adding a nice and cool dynamic effect. Simultaneously, the next review slides in from the right with a delay, ensuring a smooth transition. Users can manually navigate through the reviews using the arrows provided. Clicking the right arrow triggers the next review to slide in, while clicking the left arrow brings back the previous review with similar animations, maintaining an interactive experience throughout. Each review includes a client photo, name, their comment, and a star rating. The star ratings are visually represented by star icons. The project section is where we display our portfolio of work. This is one of the most important sections of your website as it shows what you can do. Each project is displayed in a card format with a thumbnail image and a brief description. Visitors can filter projects based on the technologies used. For example, if a visitor is interested in seeing your React projects, they can simply click on the React filter, and the project will update accordingly. As I said, each project card includes an image and a brief description. Clicking on a project reveals more details with a smooth animation. This section is designed to impress potential clients or employers by showing your best work. Next up, we outline different pricing plans. This section details the various packages you offer from basic to premium. Each plan is displayed in a card format with the plan name, pricing, a list of features, and a recommended usage scenario. The pricing cards have a hover effect, making them interactive and visually appealing. Each plan is clearly outlined, making it easy for visitors to understand what's included in each package. This helps potential clients understand your service offerings and choose the package that best fits their needs. Whether they are looking for a simple website or a comprehensive solution with advanced features, they can find a plan that suits their requirements. Next, we have the contact section. This includes a form where visitors can reach out to you directly. The form is simple, clean, and easy to use. It includes fields for the visitor's name, email, subject, and message, ensuring you get all the necessary information to respond effectively. The form is styled, making it look modern and professional. Next to the form, we have this nice and cool animated GIF. Finally, we have the questions and answers section. This interactive section addresses common inquiries potential clients might have. Each question is displayed in an accordion style format, making it easy for visitors to find answers quickly. When a user clicks on a question, it expands to reveal the answer. The animation includes a rotating arrow icon that points down when the question is collapsed and rotates to point up when the question is expanded. The question itself transitions smoothly with the text color changing and the background highlighting on hover. When expanded, the answer slides down into view with a spring animation, ensuring a fluid and engaging user experience. This section is designed to provide clear and concise information, helping to address any concerns or curiosities visitors might have. Alright, one of the key features of this portfolio website is its responsiveness. It is designed to look great on any device, whether it is a desktop, tablet, or mobile phone. Let me show how it adapts to different screen sizes. I have prepared here some of the mostly used screen sizes and devices. As you can see, the layout adjusts seamlessly as we switch between different device views. The Navbar remains accessible, the content scales appropriately, and the animations remain smooth and engaging. We have used responsive design principles and Tailwind CSS utilities to ensure that every section, from the hero section to the questions and answers section, adapts beautifully to any screen size. This means your portfolio will provide a consistent and pleasant user experience no matter how your visitors access it. Having a responsive design is crucial in today's multi-device world, and it's something that will set your portfolio apart from others. Alright, so that was a quick tour of the portfolio website we'll be building today. This project is packed with features that will help you create a professional and engaging online presence. We'll go through each section step by step, explaining the code and the logic behind it, so you can understand how everything works. By the end of this video, you will have a beautiful, functional portfolio website that you can customize and use for your own projects. So stick around as we dive into the code and start building this amazing site from scratch. So let's get started. Before we start the installation process, let's take a few minutes to talk about the technologies we'll be using: React, next.js, Framer Motion, and Tailwind CSS. Understanding these technologies will help you grasp why we chose them and how they work together to create a powerful and efficient portfolio website. If you're already familiar with these technologies, feel free to jump ahead, but if you want to make the most out of this journey, stick with me for the next few minutes. It's going to be worth it. Let's start with React. React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, particularly single-page applications, where you need a fast and interactive user experience. Developed and maintained by Facebook, React allows developers to create large web applications that can change data without reloading the page. React is used to build complex user interfaces using components. Components are independent, reusable pieces of code that manage their own state. React's virtual DOM improves performance by updating only the parts of the page that change, rather than re-rendering the entire page. This makes React particularly powerful for building dynamic and high-performance web applications. The official React documentation is an excellent resource for learning React. It provides detailed guides, tutorials, and API references. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced developer, the documentation covers everything you need to know. You can access it at react.dev. The guides are comprehensive and often include examples and explanations that make it easier to understand complex concepts. Next.js is a React framework that provides a powerful set of tools for building server-side rendered applications. Developed by Vercel, it simplifies the process of creating React applications with features like server-side rendering, static site generation, and API routes. Next.js combines the best practices of both client-side and server-side rendering, offering a seamless developer experience. One of the standout features of Next.js is its file-based routing system. Instead of configuring routes manually, you simply create files and directories that match your desired URLs. This makes routing straightforward and intuitive. The Next.js documentation is comprehensive and user-friendly, offering in-depth explanations and examples. It is designed to help you get up and running quickly while also providing detailed information for more advanced use cases. You can find it at nextjs.org. The documentation includes a wide range of topics, from basic setup to advanced features like API routes and custom server configurations. Next up, we have Framer Motion. Framer Motion is a popular animation library for React. It provides a simple and declarative way to create animations and interactions, making it easy to add dynamic elements to your application. Developed by Framer, it is built with ease of use and performance in mind, offering a powerful yet flexible API for animating your React components. Framer Motion is used to create smooth, complex animations and interactions, whether you're animating the appearance of a component, adding scroll-based animations, or creating drag-and-drop functionality. Framer Motion makes it straightforward with its powerful yet intuitive API. It supports a variety of animation types, including keyframes, spring animations, and gestures, allowing it to create highly interactive user experiences. The Framer Motion documentation is well organized and includes plenty of examples and tutorials to help you get started. It covers everything from basic animations to advanced techniques, making it a valuable resource for both beginners and experienced developers. You can explore it at framer.com/motion. The examples provided in the documentation are particularly helpful for understanding how to implement various types of animations. Finally, we have Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS is a utility-first CSS framework that provides low-level utility classes to build custom designs without leaving your HTML. Instead of having predefined components, it gives you the building blocks to create your own. Tailwind CSS is used to create highly customizable and responsive designs quickly. Its utility classes allow for rapid development, and you can easily customize your styles with Tailwind's configuration file. By using utility classes directly in your HTML, you can avoid the need for writing custom CSS, which can significantly speed up your development process. Tailwind also supports responsive design out of the box. You can use its utility classes to apply styles conditionally based on the screen size, ensuring your application looks great on any device. The Tailwind CSS documentation is extensive and includes detailed guides, examples, and a searchable class reference. It is designed to be both beginner-friendly and comprehensive, making it easy to get started and find the information you need as you progress. You can access it at tailwindcss.com. The documentation is regularly updated and includes best practices and tips to help you get the most out of the Tailwind CSS. Now that we have an understanding of the technologies we'll be using, let's move on to setting up our development environment. This involves installing Node.js, creating a new Next.js project, and configuring Tailwind CSS and Framer Motion. First, make sure you have Node.js installed on your system. Node.js is a powerful JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 engine, which allows you to run JavaScript on the server side. It comes bundled with npm Node Package Manager, which is the package manager we'll use to install and manage the various dependencies required for our project. npm provides access to a vast library of packages that simplify the development process, making it easier to add functionality and streamline workflows. Having Node.js and npm set up on your system is essential for efficiently managing the tools and libraries we'll be using throughout this project. Alright, so I have created a new folder on the desktop called Personal Portfolio. Let's go ahead and open it in VS Code. Next, we'll create a new next.js project using the standard installation process. Open your terminal and navigate to the directory where you want to create your project. In order to open terminal in VS Code, you can either press Ctrl plus backtick, or you can go to View and then choose Terminal. Once you open a terminal, make sure that you're in the right directory. In my case, it is the folder Personal Portfolio. Run the following command to create a new Next.js application. We need npx create next app at latest. You will be prompted to answer a few questions. The first one is, what is your project named? Enter the name of your project, for example, Personal Portfolio. Then we have, would you like to use TypeScript with this project? Select no, because we are not going to use TypeScript. Then we have, would you like to use ESLint with this project? Select yes to include ESLint for code linting. Then we have, would you like to use Tailwind CSS with this project? Select yes to include Tailwind CSS for styling. Next up is, would you like to use src directory? Select yes to place your application code inside the src directory. Next we have, would you like to use experimental app router? The app router in Next.js is a new experimental feature that simplifies the routing process within your application. It allows you to organize your pages and components within an app directory, providing a more intuitive and structured way to manage your application's routes. We are not going to use app router in this project, but since we see here that it is recommended, let's install it anyway. Then we have here, would you like to customize the default import alias? Import alias in Next.js allows you to create shortcuts for importing modules, making your import statements cleaner and more readable. Instead of using relative paths like dots and slashes, you can define an alias to shorten this path. For example, you could set up an alias like @components Navbar, which simplifies and clarifies the import statements throughout your code base. This is particularly useful in larger projects where deep directory structures are common, so I'm going to include it as well. Alright, so once the project is successfully installed, you will see a new folder with an application name. First, I'm going to run the project to the browser, and then I will come back to the setup folders and files and go through them. So we need to navigate to our application folder. We need cd, Personal Portfolio. And now let's run the development server to see everything in action in the browser. We need npm run dev. As you can see, a local URL is generated. You can either copy this address and paste it in the browser tab, or you can press Alt key and then click the URL. So as you can see, our application is up and running. You can see the default Next.js welcome page. This page includes a header with the Next.js logo, links to the Next.js documentation, learn examples, and deploy resources. This default page serves as a starting point and confirmation that your Next.js application is set up correctly. From here, you can start customizing the content and structure to build your portfolio website. Now let's take a closer look at the structure of our project and the key files and directories. First, we have next directory. The next directory is created automatically when you build or run your Next.js application. It contains the build output, including static assets, pages, and server files. This directory is crucial for the internal workings of Next.js, but is typically not modified directly by developers. Next, we have node modules. The node modules directory contains all the dependencies and modules installed via npm. This includes all the libraries and tools that your project depends on. You generally don't need to modify anything in this directory, it is managed by npm. The public directory is where you can store static files that will be served directly to the client. Any files you place here can be accessed in your application using the / prefix. Next, we have the src app directory that will contain the main application code. Let's explore the key files here. We have the fav icon for our website. The globals.css file is a crucial part of your Next.js project as it contains the global styles that are applied across your entire application. In our case, we have here Tailwind's directives and also other global styles. Next up is layout.js. This file defines the layout component that wraps around all pages in your application. It is useful for setting up a consistent layout. Next, we have page.js. This file defines the main entry point for your application. It serves as the home page by default. Besides that, we have some other files as well. The next.config.mjs file is the configuration file for our Next.js application. Here you can customize various settings such as environment variables, webpack configuration, and more. This file is essential for configuring advanced features of Next.js. The jsconfig.json file is used for configuring JavaScript settings for your project. It allows you to set up path aliases, enabling cleaner import statements. This file is particularly useful if you're not using TypeScript but still want to benefit from similar configuration capabilities. The package.json file lists all the dependencies and scripts for your project. It includes metadata about your project, such as its name, version, and main entry point. Key sections in this file include dependencies, list the libraries and frameworks your project depends on, dev dependencies, which lists the tools and libraries needed for development, and scripts, which defines commands that can be run using npm, such as dev, build, and start. Next, we have the Tailwind config.js file. It's the configuration file for Tailwind CSS. Here you can customize the default settings of Tailwind, such as adding new colors, configuring responsive breakpoints, and extending the default theme. This file is essential for tailoring Tailwind CSS to fit the needs of your project. Alright, so with the project structure understood, now we can proceed and install Framer Motion. We need to run the following command to install Framer Motion. First, we need to navigate to the app folder with cd personal portfolio, and then we have to run npm install Framer Motion. Alright, so the Framer Motion is successfully installed. Now that we have our Next.js application set up and running, it's time to start customizing it by modifying some of the default files and organizing our project structure to better suit our needs. We're going to remove some unnecessary assets, add new ones, and create a clean foundation for our portfolio website. Let's dive right into it. First, let's start with the public folder. By default, this folder contains some icons and images that we won't be using. We want to remove any clutter that is not needed for our portfolio website. Next, we will add our own images and assets to the public folder. I have several folders on my computer that I'm going to copy into the public folder of our app. These folders include projects, which will contain all the images for our project section, reviews for images of clients or users giving testimonials. Also, we have skills for images representing the different skills we want to showcase. I'll go ahead and copy these folders and paste them into the public directory to have all our necessary assets organized from the start. Next, let's move to our global style sheet, globals.css. This file is located in the src app directory and currently includes a lot of default styles that we won't need. We want to keep our styling simple and maintainable. I'm going to remove everything except the Tailwind directives. We only need to keep these 3 lines here. This will ensure that we're using Tailwind CSS for all our styling needs, giving us a clean slate to start designing our components. Now let's update the layout settings in the layout.js file to better match our branding and style preferences. I'm going to change the font from Inter to Outfit. This will give our site a unique and consistent look. Next, I'm going to modify the metadata to reflect our project details. So as the title, I'm going to insert here Nick Brown. As for the description, it's going to be portfolio website. It will help personalize the site, ensuring that our name and a brief description appear in the browser tab and search engine results. Now let's simplify the page.js file, which serves as the entry point for our application. I'm going to delete all the existing contents, then replace it with a simple div element containing the text home. This gives us a blank starting point to build our home page from scratch. All right, so to keep our project well organized, we'll create a new folder to store all our data and assets. Inside the src directory, I'm going to create a new folder named assets. Then inside the assets folder, create a new file named next.js. This file will hold all the data we use throughout the site, such as arrays of project details, client reviews, skill lists, and so on. By centralizing all our data here, we make it easy to manage and maintain as our portfolio grows. Next, let's set up our components folder, where we will store all the reusable components that make up our application. So inside the src directory, I'm going to create a new folder named components. This folder will contain all the main components for our portfolio website, such as Navbar, Hero, About, Projects, and more. Inside the components folder, let's create another folder called Sub. This subfolder will store all the smaller reusable subcomponents that are part of the main components. Keeping them in a separate folder helps maintain a clear and organized file structure. All right. So by cleaning up and organizing our project, we are setting up a solid foundation for building a well-structured, maintainable, and scalable portfolio website. The Hero section is one of the most crucial parts of your website. It is the first thing visitors see, and it sets the tone for the rest of the site. It usually includes a powerful headline that captures attention, a brief description that tells visitors what you're all about, and a clear call to action, like a button that leads to your portfolio or contact page. In this video, we'll design a hero section that is not only visually stunning, but also highly functional. We will use Tailwind CSS to style our components and ensure this section is fully responsive across all devices. Then we will add interactive animations with framer motion to make the hero section dynamic and engaging, giving your website that modern and professional look. By the end of this video, you will have a cool hero section that grabs attention and invites visitors to explore more. Alright, let's get started by building our hero section. The first thing that we need to do is to create a new file where our hero component will live. So head over to the components folder and create here a new file. It's going to be hero.jsx. Then inside this file, I'm going to create new functional component, and for that I'm going to use shortcut RAFCE. So here we have new functional components, hero. I'm going to get rid of this import statement. We don't need it. The next step is to bring the hero component into our main page. So let's switch over to page.js file, and here I'm going to import hero component. So we need here import, then hero, from, and I'm going to insert here @, followed by components, and then we need hero. Now we have to insert here the component hero instead of this hard-coded text. So we need here component hero. All right, so if we check the page, then we will get here hero instead of home. Now, before we start building our hero component, there is an important step we need to take. We need to add use client at the top of our hero.jsx file as well as in page.js. So I'm going to add here use client. And then I'm going to do the same in page.js file. So let's add here use client. So what exactly is use client and why do we need it? Well, Next.js 13 introduced the concept of server and client components. By default, components in Next.js are treated as server components, which means they are rendered on the server side to improve performance and SEO. However, some components, like our hero section, require client-side features such as interactivity, state management, and hooks like useState or useEffect. When we add the use client at the top of our component file, we are explicitly telling Next.js that this component should be rendered on the client side. This is crucial for components that need to handle client-side behavior, like animations or user interactions, which can't be managed on the server side. Now let's start adding content to our hero section. First, we will add some basic structure by creating a grid layout to center our content. So as you can see, we have here div element with the text hero. I'm going to get rid of this text. And then I'm going to add some classes to the div element. We need class name. Then I'm going to add here age screen, which means that we assign to the div element height equal to 100 viewport height. Next, I'm going to add here grid. And then in order to center the content of the element, I'm going to add here place items center. So now if we get back here, hero, and then check the browser, you will see that the element is placed in the center of the page. All right, so after that, I'm going to insert here new div elements. Then again, we need div elements. And once again, div elements. Now, we have to insert here an image component, which is a part of Next.js. So I'm going to insert here image. And then we have to import image from next/image. So the image component is a powerful built-in feature of Next.js that helps you optimize images for performance. It automatically provides image optimization, lazy loading, and responsive design by default, making your website faster and more efficient. Next, I'm going to add some attributes to the image component. So the first attribute is going to be src, and we have to pass here /person.png. So this attribute defines the source of the image. In our case, we are using person.png from the public directory. I mean this image here, this little guy. Next, we need an alt attribute, and I'm sure you already know what alt attribute does. This attribute is used to describe the content of the image. I'm going to insert here person image, and also it is used for SEO because search engines use this text to understand what the image is about. After that, I'm going to add here width. It's going to be 400, and also we need height. Again, 400. So these attributes define the dimensions of the image in pixels. By specifying the width and height, Next.js can automatically calculate the correct aspect ratio and size of the image, ensuring it displays correctly on different devices. Here we've set both to 400, meaning the image will be 400 pixels wide and 400 pixels tall. Next, we have to add here priority, and it's going to be equal to true. So the priority attribute is a special feature in next.js that allows you to prioritize certain images to load faster. It is particularly useful for images that are above default, meaning those visible on the initial screen without scrolling. By setting priority to true, we are telling next.js that this image is important and should be loaded as soon as possible for optimal user experience. Now, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here our person image. Okay, next I'm going to add here a span element with the text hi. Then after this closing development, I'm going to insert here h1 heading, and it's going to be my name is Nick Brown. Then we need an ampersand. After h1 heading elements, I'm going to insert paragraph with the text I like animations. And also I'm going to add here one of the emojis. For that, we have to press Windows key plus dots. So here we have the emojis, and I'm going to select this one here. Okay, after paragraph, I'm going to open development. And inside the development, I'm going to create link. Actually, this link will be for icon, but right now I'm going to insert here just some text like icon. We'll take care of the icons a bit later. After link elements, after this closing development, let's create another link with the text talk to me. Okay, so I think that's it about the structure, the content of the hero component. Let's go to the browser. So we have here all the elements. Now I'm going to style those elements using Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and add some classes to the elements. I'm going to leave these developments empty, without classes. Then add some classes to this development here. So we need flex layout. So I'm going to add here flex. Then I'm going to change the direction of the flex layout. So the direction is going to be column. Therefore, we need here flex col. Then I'm going to center the content using item center. And also we need justify center. Then I'm going to create some gap between the flex items using gap y. And I'm going to select 3. Next, I'm going to set font to light. And also, I'm going to make the text capitalized. Okay, let's check the browser. Let's move on and customize other elements as well. I'm going to add some classes to these developments. The wrapper of the image. So let's add here class. We need, again, flex layout. So I'm going to add here flex, followed by item center. And also we need justify center. Next, we have to customize the image. So let's add here class name. I'm going to set height to auto. As for the width, I'm going to use here an arbitrary value, and I'm going to set it to 150 pixels. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the image became smaller. Next, I'm going to customize the span element. This greeting text here. So here we have the span. Let's add here class. I'm going to change the position of the span element. It's going to be absolute. Then I'm going to increase the size of the text using text 3XL. In this case, the font size is going to be 30 pixels. Then I'm going to add here fonts semi-bold. And also let's make the text white. Okay, so as you can see, this span element is customized and it looks good. Next, we have to customize the h1 heading element. So let's go ahead and add some classes to the h1 heading element. We need here class name. The first one is going to be text center. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's use again text 3XL. Again, it is equal to 30 pixels. Next, I'm going to make the font bold. Also, let's add here some letter spacing. In case of letter spacing, we have to use class name called tracking wider. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be text gray, 500. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the heading looks pretty nice. Next, let's customize the paragraph. I'm going to increase the font size. For that, let's use text LG. In case of text LG, we have font size equal to 18 pixels. Then I'm going to add here tracking wider, which is letter spacing equal to 0.05 em. And then we will have here color of the text. It's going to be text gray, 700. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the paragraph looks good. The next element to customize is icon. Actually, right now we don't have any icons here. So I'm going to omit this element. Let's move on to the button, talk to me. So I'm going to customize a element. Let's add here class name. We need margin top equal to 7. It means that we have margin top equal to 28 pixels. Then I'm going to add here display block. Also, we need width to be max, and it means that width is equal to max content. Next, I'm going to make the button rounded using rounded LG. So in this case, we have border radius equal to 8 pixels. Next, I'm going to change the background of the button. Let's use BG red 400. Also, let's create some padding inside the button. We need padding horizontally, px equal to 3. In this case, we have padding equal to 12 pixels on both sides, the left and right sides. And also, I'm going to add here py, the vertical padding, and it's going to be equal to 1. In this case, we have padding equal to 4 pixels. Okay, so after that, I'm going to change the font. Let's make it light. Then make the font capitalized. Also, we need some letter spacing using tracking wider. Let's check the results. I'm going to place it in the center, and for that, we can use MX Auto. So right now it will be centered. Next, I'm going to change the text. So let's change the color of the text. It's going to be white. Also, we need hover. On hover, I'm going to change the background. So we need here BG red 500. And also we need some smooth effect. Smooth hover effect. Therefore, I'm going to add here transition colors. Okay, so here we have the button with nice hover effect. And actually, with the styling, we are done. We have here just one element without any styles. It is icon, which is the text right now. We will replace this text with icons soon. So we successfully created the content of the hero section. And now we have to take care of the icons. Right now, we have here a placeholder text that says icon, but we want to replace this with actual icons representing different social media platforms. To achieve this, we will use a library called remix icons. I'm going to search for remix icons. So this is the website where you can find different icons. You can search for any icon. So the remix icons is a set of open source neutral style icons that are commonly used in modern web design. These icons are versatile, well designed, and easy to implement in any project. The website offers a vast collection of icons that you can explore and choose from based on your project needs. You can search for icons by name or browse through categories like social media, business, and more. The best part is that they are built with SVG, making them lightweight and perfect for performance-focused applications. So to add remix icons to our project, we will need to install them. I'm going to open a new terminal and then install Remix icons. For that, we need to run the following command: npm install remix icon react. Alright, so this command installed the remix icons package in our project, and it allows us to use these icons as React components. Now that we have installed remix icons, let's move on to the next step. We need to insert the data related to these icons into the index.js file located in our assets folder. This file will act as a centralized place to store all our static data, including the icons we want to use. So here is what we're going to do with the file. I have here prepared index.js with all the data. I'm going to copy the entire data and I'm going to paste it in our index.js file. So here, first, we are importing various icons from the Remix icons package that we just installed. For example, we are importing the Instagram, Facebook, Dribble, YouTube, and GitHub icons specifically for the hero section. Each icon is imported as a React component, which means they are ready to be directly used within our JSX. We then create an array called hero icons, which contains these imported icons. This array will hold the icons that we want to display in the hero section as clickable links to our social media profiles. Using an array makes it easier to manage and dynamically render these icons in the future if needed. Next, let's discuss the other data we have in the index.js file, but we'll keep our focus primarily on the data relevant to the hero section. Apart from the hero icons array, the file contains multiple other exports related to different sections of our portfolio website, such as the About Me, skills data, project information, experience data, and more. However, the most crucial part for the hero section is the hero icons array that we just defined. We will go through and use other data as we proceed building other sections of the project. So after setting up the icons in the index.js file, the next step is to import this array into our hero component. To do this, I'm going to open hero.jsx file and include the following import statement at the top. So we need here import hero icons from @/assets. So this import statement brings the hero icons array into the hero.jsx file, allowing us to use it within the hero component. Now let's modify the code in the hero component to replace the hard-coded icon text with our actual social media icons. Inside the return statement, locate the section where we currently have the placeholder text icon. We will replace it with a map function that iterates over the hero icons array and renders each icon as a clickable link. So I'm going to open here curly braces and then insert hero icons, followed by the map function. Then we need a callback function with two parameters, icon and I. So the map function is a common method in JavaScript that allows us to loop over an array and perform a specific action for each item. In this case, we are looping through the hero icons array, which contains all of our imported social media icons. So I'm going to place this link element inside the parentheses. Then I'm going to add here key attribute with the value I. So here, for each icon, we create an anchor tag, the link tag, that acts as a clickable link. The key attribute is assigned the index I of each icon, which helps React efficiently manage and render the list. Now, instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to insert here icon. And now all the icons should be rendered on the page. Let's close this tab. So here we go. We have here 5 different icons. And as you can see, we have to style them. So I'm going to add classes to the wrapper div element. Let's create margin at the top side. It's going to be equal to 8. So in this case, margin top is equal to 32 pixels. Then we need flexbox, followed by justify content center. Then I'm going to create some gap horizontally using gap x with the value 10. So in this case, we have column gap equal to 40 pixels. Then we need to change the size of the text using text 3XL. And also let's change the color of the icons. I'm going to use yellow 600. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the icons look nice. Now I'm going to customize the link elements themselves. So I'm going to add here a class name. I'm going to create a hover effect. So we need here hover. On hover, I'm going to change the background. So we need background to red 400. Then I'm going to change text on hover. I mean the color. So on hover, we need text white. And also for smoother effect, let's use transition colors. Let's check the icons. So as you can see, once we hover over the icons, the background and the color of the icons are changing. I'm going to add here border radius in order to make those boxes rounded. Actually, let's add here rounded LG. So in this case, we will have border radius equal to 8 pixels. Now let's go to the browser and check the result. So now, as you can see, we have nice and cool hover effect. All right, so that's it about the icons. Now we have to move on to our next part of the video, in which we're going to add some really cool mouse moving animations to our hero section using Framer motion. If you have followed along so far, you know that animations can really bring a website to life and make it feel more dynamic and engaging for users. Now we're going to create an effect that reacts to the mouse's movement, adding a bit of fun and interactivity to our hero section. First of all, I'm going to create two variables, x and y, using the useMotionValue hook from the Framer motion. Now you might wonder, why are we doing this? The reason is that x and y are going to represent the horizontal and vertical coordinates of our mouse as it moves across the screen. By using the useMotionValue hook, we turn these coordinates into special values that are optimized specifically for animations. So whenever our mouse moves, the x and y values will update dynamically and very smoothly. So as I said, we're going to create two variables. The first one is going to be x, and it should be equal to useMotionValue. As you see, this hook is automatically imported from Framer motion. If you don't see here useMotionValue hook, then you have to import it manually, because otherwise you will get an error. Then I'm going to make the default value of x variable 0, and we need the same thing for variable y. It should be equal to 0 as well. All right, so you may wonder, why do we use useMotionValue instead of regular state management in React? Well, useMotionValue is different from the typical React state because it provides a more efficient way to handle frequent updates, like the kind you need for real-time animations. Instead of triggering a full re-render of the component whenever the mouse moves, useMotionValue allows Framer motion to directly update the values on the DOM element. This makes our animation super smooth and responsive without the lag that can sometimes happen with frequent React state updates. By setting the initial values of x and y to 0, we establish a starting point for our mouse movement. As the user moves their mouse across the screen, we will dynamically update these values, and Framer motion will handle the rest, smoothly animating our elements in response to the changes. The next thing that we have to do is to create a new function, handleMouseMove. The purpose of the handleMouseMove function is to track the position of the user's mouse as it moves across the screen. We need this function because for our animation to respond to the mouse movements, we have to know exactly where the mouse is at any given moment. This is where handle mouse move comes in. So, as I said, we have to create a new function, and it's going to be handle mouse move. We need here an event object, then an arrow function. So this function takes an event parameter e, which represents the mouse event that occurs whenever the user moves their mouse. When this event is triggered, it should provide information about the mouse's position on the screen, specifically the client X and client Y values. Next, we have to destructure the client X and client Y properties from the event object. So I'm going to use here destructuring. Then we need here client X, also client Y from event. So the client X and client Y values represent the current position of the mouse cursor relative to the viewport. Client X is the horizontal coordinate, distance from the left edge of the browser window, and client Y is the vertical coordinate, distance from the top edge. By using destructuring, we make our code cleaner and more readable, directly accessing the X and Y values of the mouse pointer from the event. Now we have to update the X and Y variables using set method. So here I'm going to add x.set with client X. So here we use the set method from the useMotionValue hook to update the xMotion value with the current horizontal mouse position. This means that whenever the mouse moves, the X value is dynamically updated to reflect the new horizontal position of the cursor. Using the set method with useMotionValue instead of useState provides a significant advantage in our example. The key benefit is performance. The set method updates the motion values directly without causing a re-render of the component. This is crucial for smooth, high-performance animations, especially when tracking rapid mouse movements or other frequent changes. With useState, each update would trigger a re-render, potentially leading to junky or laggy animations. By using set, we achieve fluid, responsive animations that feel natural and engaging for the user without sacrificing performance. In the same way, I'm going to update the Y variable. So let's duplicate this line of code and change X into Y. We need here client Y. All right, so now I'm going to run to the console those values in order to see better what I'm talking about. So I'm going to insert here client X, client Y, and also I'm going to add here X and Y. Then in order to execute this function, we have to add onMouseMove event handler to the main development of the hero component. So I'm going to add here onMouseMove, and we have to call handle mouseMove function. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to inspect the page and switch to the console tab. Let's refresh the page. So as you can see, we're getting here client X, client Y, and X and Y values. So these are client X and client Y values. Actually, I'm going to zoom in. And also we have here two motion values. I mean X and Y. If we drop down it, we'll get here current property, which includes the value 81, the same that we have here. And if we drop down the second motion value, we will get here current with the same value here. I mean the value of client Y property. All right. So that's the way how client X, client Y, and also our special values, I mean motion values, work. Let's go back to the VS Code. So by using the handle mouse move function, we ensure that our animation is always aware of the mouse's exact location. This function captures the mouse's position in real time and updates the X and Y motion values accordingly. These values are then used to create interactive animations that respond directly to users' mouse movements. The next thing that I'm going to do is to set up some state variables to manage the animations. So I'm going to create state variable, and it's going to be a window offset. Then we need an updater function, set window offset. It should be equal to uStateHook. As you can see, the uStateHook is imported automatically from React. Again, if you don't see here uState, then you have to import it manually from React. Otherwise, you will get an error. Now, I'm going to insert here an object with two properties. The first one is going to be inner width equal to 0, and then we need inner height equal to 0 as well. So we create here a state variable named window offset and its corresponding state updater function set window offset. The window offset state is initialized with an object containing two properties, inner width and inner height, both set to 0. The window offset state variable is used to store the current dimensions of the browser window, specifically the inner width and inner height. These values represent the width and height of the viewport in pixels, excluding any scroll bars. So we need the state variable for the following reasons. The first one is tracking window size. The dimensions of the browser window are required to calculate the appropriate values for certain animations. For example, in a mouse movement animation, you might want to map the mouse's position within the window to a rotation or transformation effect. Knowing the size of the window allows you to correctly compute these mappings. The second reason is dynamic updates. By using a state variable, the component can dynamically respond to changes in the window size. If the window is resized, the state can be updated accordingly, allowing the animations or transformations to adapt to the new window dimensions. Next, I'm going to create another state variable, and it's going to be mouse move. And again, we need an updater function, set mouse move. Then we need uStateHook, and we have to insert here by default Boolean value false. So the mouse move state variable is used to track whether the mouse is currently moving or has recently moved over a specific area of the page, like a component or an element. This state is crucial for controlling animations or effects that should only occur when the mouse is actively moving over a particular area. Many animations or interactive effects need to be triggered only when the user is interacting with a component by moving their mouse over it. By tracking mouse movement with this state, we can decide when to start or stop animations or transitions. We initialize the mouse move state variable to false because when the component first loads, there is not any mouse movement over the area of interest, so it's logical to initialize mouse move to false. This indicates that no mouse movement is currently detected. The next thing that we have to do is to create a function called handle mouse enter. This function is important for initializing certain values when the mouse first enters the hero section of our page. It helps set up the animations by capturing the window's size and activating the mouse move tracking. So as I said, we have to create here new function, and it's going to be handle mouse enter. We need here an arrow function. So when the mouse enters the hero section, we want to capture the current size of the window. This is because our animations are designed to respond dynamically based on the mouse's position relative to the dimensions of the window. To achieve that, we need to know the window's width and height at the moment when the mouse first enters the area. Additionally, we want to trigger the animation effects only when the mouse is actively moving over the section. So this function will handle both tasks. I'm going to update window offset state variable using set window offset function. And we have to insert here an object with two properties, inner width, which is going to be equal to window dot inner width, And then we need inner height equal to window dot inner height. So here we use set window offset to set an object with two properties, inner width and inner height. These properties are assigned the current width and height of the window using window.innerWidth and window.innerHeight. This is crucial because it provides the dimensions of the window that will be used for calculating the animations. When the user moves their mouse, we will refer to these values to determine how far they are from the edges and adjust the animations accordingly. Next, we have to update the mouse move state variable and make it true. In order to do that, I'm going to use set mouse move function, and we have to make it true. So this line of code is setting the mouse move state to true, which is a flag indicating that the mouse has entered the hero section and we are ready to track its movements. Without setting this flag, the animations wouldn't know when to activate or stop, and we might end up with animations playing at inappropriate times. Now I'm going to execute this function once the mouse enters the hero section. For that, we have to attach onMouseEnterEventHandler to the development in the JSX. So I'm going to add here onMouseEnter, and we have to call handle mouse enter function. Then, in order to check how inner width and inner height properties work, let's run them to the console. I'm going to add here console.log, and let's insert here inner width and inner height. I'm going to post this console.log because we'll get many values in the console. Let's go to the browser and refresh the page. Now I'm going to expand the tab. So here we have the inner width and inner height of the window. As you can see, once we enter the hero section, we're getting here inner width and inner height of the windows. The first value is inner width. As for the second value, it's inner height. If we decrease the height, then we will get here different value as the inner height. All right, so that's the way how inner width and inner height are calculated and work. After that, I'm going to create dynamic transformations based on the mouse position. In order to do that, I'm going to use useTransform hook from FramerMotion. First, we have to extract inner width and inner height from the window offset state using destructuring. We need these values because they represent the current width and height of the browser window, which we will use to calculate the rotation angles of our hero component based on the mouse's X and Y positions. So, as I said, we need to destructure inner width and inner height. We need here inner width, inner height, and we have to destructure them from window offset state variable. Next, we have to define a variable using useTransform. I'm going to call this variable rotate y. It's going to be equal to useTransform. And again, we need useTransform imported from FramerMotion. If you don't see here useTransform, then import it manually. So inside here, I'm going to insert some values and then I will explain everything. So we need here X, then we need 0 followed by inner width. After that, we need square brackets minus 30 and then 30. So the useTransform hook takes in the motion value X and maps its range from 0 to inner width to an output range of minus 30 to 30. This means that as the mouse moves from the left side to the right side of the window, the rotation on the y-axis will smoothly change from minus 30 degrees to 30 degrees. This creates a tilting effect that responds to the horizontal mouse movement. Similarly, we define rotate X. I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need rotate X. Then I'm going to insert here Y. Then we need 0 inner height instead of inner width. As for the range, it's going to be 10 and -50. This time, we take the motion value y and map its range from 0 to inner height to an output range of 10 to -50. This allows us to control the rotation on the x-axis as the mouse moves vertically across the window. As the mouse moves from the top to the bottom, the rotation on the x-axis will smoothly transition from 10 degrees to -50 degrees, adding another layer of interactivity to our animation. Now we need to enhance our component with animations, and for that we will use motion.div from Framer Motion. The motion div is an animated version of the standard div element, which allows us to add animations and transitions directly to our HTML elements using Framer Motion's powerful API. By using motion div, we can easily control how elements enter, leave, and behave on the page, making our user interface more interactive and visually appealing. So first we need to import it from Framer Motion. I'm going to add here motion. Then we have to update our JSX. So I'm going to add to this development motion. Next, we need to add the style attribute to the motion div. This attribute allows us to dynamically apply styles to our component. In our case, we're using it to control the rotation of the hero component in response to the mouse movement. So I'm going to add here style. Here we have to set rotate X and rotate Y styles based on the current state of the mouse move variable. The mouse move state indicates whether the mouse has entered the component, which is essential for triggering the rotation effects. We have to use a ternary operator to determine whether the rotations should be applied. So I'm going to insert here rotate X. Then we need mouse move, state variable, then it should be followed by a ternary operator. So if the condition is true, then we will have here rotate X, and if it is false, then we have 0. Next, we need the same thing for rotate Y. I'm going to insert here mouse move. Then we need ternary operator, rotate Y, and then 0. And finally, I'm going to add here transition. Point 1 second. All right. So actually, I think that we have here some issue. Could not find name rotate X. Did you mean rotate? Well, we might have typo. Yes, we are missing here E for both variables. Now we no longer have here the warnings. So if mouse move is true, which means the mouse is currently moving within the component area, the values of rotate X and rotate Y are applied. These values are dynamically calculated using the useTransform hook based on the mouse's position within the window. However, if mouse move is false, meaning the mouse is not currently moving within the component, both rotate X and rotate Y are set to 0, ensuring that no rotation is applied. By using these ternary operators, we make the behavior of the rotations conditional, providing a smooth and controlled animation experience. The transition property is also added with a duration of 0.1 second to ensure that any changes to the rotation happen smoothly. This setup ensures that as the mouse enters and moves across the component will react with a subtle, engaging, tilting animation, adding a dynamic layer to our user interface. So finally, we can test this animation. So as you can see, once we move the mouse, then we have here this nice and cool animation. Okay, so now we are going to take our animations to the next level by adding spring animations to our project. Spring animations are a powerful feature in Framer Motion that mimic the natural bouncy movement you might see in real-world physics. To implement this, we start by using the useSpring hook from the Framer Motion. So we need to import useSpring from Framer Motion. This hook allows us to create values that behave like a spring, providing a natural transition effect whenever the value changes. Next, we have to create two variables, xSpring and ySpring. So let's create variable xSpring. It should be equal to useSpring hook. Then I'm going to insert here x, followed by an object with two properties. The first one is stiffness. I'm going to set it to 100, and also we will have here damping. It's going to be equal to 10. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need ySpring. Then we need here y. As for the stiffness and damping, I mean the values, they will be the same. Okay, let's break. Actually, we don't need here capital Y. We need just Y. Okay, let's go ahead and break down what each piece of this code does. The useSpring function takes two parameters. The first is the motion value we want to animate, and the second one is an object that defines the configuration for our spring animation. In this case, we are passing x and y as the motion values to useSpring. This represents the mouse's x and y positions, which we have already set up using useMotionValue. By wrapping them in useSpring, we are telling Framer Motion that instead of directly jumping to the new values of x and y whenever they change, we want the changes to animate with a spring-like motion. Now let's talk about the configuration object. I mean, this object here with two properties, stiffness and damping. The stiffness property determines how stiff the spring is. A higher value for stiffness means the spring is tighter, causing the animation to move faster towards its target. In our case, setting stiffness to 100 creates a moderately stiff spring, providing a responsive and snappy animation without being too quick and sharp. The damping property controls how much friction is applied to the spring's motion. It affects how the spring slows down and eventually comes to rest. A lower damping value would make the spring move back and forth longer before stopping, while a higher value would make it come to rest more quickly. By setting the damping to 10, we strike a balance where the animation is smooth and fluid but not too bouncy. Now we have to update the x and y values in the useTransform hook. So here, instead of x, we need xSpring, and then we need ySpring. Actually, we don't need here capital Y. We have here a typo. We need y lowercase and then lowercase y here as well. Okay, so now we can test how the spring animation works. As you can see, now we have this nice and cool bouncing effect. Once we stop moving the cursor, we have slight bounce of the element. Now, if we change the values of stiffness and damping, you will see clearly how they work. Let's set stiffness to 500. Now, as you can see, we have here this fast movement. If we make damping, let's say 100, then the movement will be slower. Okay, so hopefully you understand how those two properties work. Let's get back here 100 and then 10. Alright, so that's it. To recap our mouse animations, we've created a dynamic effect that responds to the movement of the mouse, making the elements on our screen appear to shift and rotate smoothly, adding a sense of depth and interactivity to the page. This animation gives our hero section a more engaging and lively feel, enhancing the user experience. Now we need to move on to the next animation. we'll focus on creating a hover effect where the greeting text appears smoothly when the button is hovered over, adding another layer of interactivity to our design. Now we need to create a new state variable that will help us manage the hover effect for our button. We'll define this state variable as button hover and initialize it with a default value of false using the useState hook. So, as I said, we need to create new state variable. It's going to be button hover. Then we need an updater function set button hover equal to useState. And as I said, we have to set button hover state variable to false. So by setting button hover to false initially, we are indicating that the button is not being hovered over at the start. This state will be crucial for controlling the appearance of our greeting text animation when a user interacts with the button. Next, we will transform our regular span element into a motion span element from Framer Motion. This change will allow us to add animations to our greeting text that appear when we hover over the button. So as I said, we have here span element, and we have to transform it into motion span. This enables us to use the initial, animate, and transition props to define how the element should behave when certain conditions are met. So we need here initial prop, which should be equal to scale 0. This means that when the component is first rendered, the scale of the span element will be set to 0, effectively making it invisible or minimized in size. Next, we have to define the animate prop. So we need here animate, and it should be equal to an object. The first property is going to be opacity. It should be equal to conditional statement. We need button hover, followed by the ternary operator. If button hover is true, then we need 0. If it is false, then we need 1. Next, we need scale with, again, conditional statements. We need button hover, followed by the ternary operator, and then we need 2, 0. And finally, I'm going to add here y property with, again, conditional statement, button hover, followed by the ternary operator, and the values will be -40 and 0. All right, so here we use a ternary operator to dynamically change the animation properties based on the value of button hover. If button hover is true, which means the button is being hovered over, the opacity is set to 0, making the text invisible. The scale is set to 2, making the text twice as large, and y is set to -40, moving the text upwards. When button hover is false, the text returns to its default state with full opacity, a normal scale, and its original position. Then we have to specify the transition prop to control how the animation should progress. So I'm going to add here another property. It's going to be transition. We need here opacity equal to delay, and the value will be 0.4. So this line adds a delay of 0.4 seconds to the opacity change. This means that when the button is hovered, the change in opacity will occur after a slight delay, creating a smoother and more natural animation effect. Finally, we have to add the on-mouse enter and on-mouse leave event handler to the button element. So let's find here button, which is the link element. I'm going to add here on mouse enter, and we have to pass here a callback function where we have to update button hover state variable. So we need to set button hover, we have to make it true, and once mouse leaves the elements, then we need to make the button hover state variable equal to false. So we need here false. Okay, so again, these handlers will trigger the hover state changes. When the mouse enters the button, set button hover is called, setting the button hover state to true and starting the hover animation. When the mouse leaves the button, then set button hover is called, resetting the state back to false and reversing the animation. Let's go to the browser and test the animation. So here we go. So once we hover over the button, the greeting text will appear with nice and cool animation. Alright, so let's take a moment to recap what we have done so far. We have successfully created and customized our hero section, adding engaging animations and interactive effects that make our portfolio website more dynamic and appealing. Now we need to ensure that our hero section is fully responsive across all devices, adapting gracefully to different screen sizes. To achieve this, we will use Tailwind CSS, which typically follows a mobile-first approach by default. However, I want to change this to a desktop-first approach, which will make more sense for the design we are aiming to create. And actually, I always work with a desktop-first approach. To switch a desktop-first approach, we will modify the configuration file of Tailwind CSS. We are going to redefine our breakpoints. Here is how we will set it up. I'm going to add screens section here. In the screen section of our Tailwind configuration file, we will define our breakpoints using the max width strategy. This means that the styles will be applied up to a maximum screen width rather than starting from a minimum width, which is the default behavior. So let's go ahead and define the breakpoints. We need here XL, then max, and it's going to be 1400 pixels. This ensures that any styles defined under the XL breakpoint will be applied to screens with a width of 14 pixels or less. Similarly, we need LG. We need here max, and the value is going to be 1150 pixels. So this applies styles to screens up to 1150 pixels wide. Next we have empty. Max width is going to be 767 pixels. Actually, we need here curly braces. And finally, I'm going to add here SM with the max width of 639 pixels. So this applies styles to screens up to 639 pixels. By using this approach, we are essentially telling Tailwind CSS to prioritize styles for larger screens and adjust downwards as the screen size decreases. This method allows us to focus on optimizing the desktop design first and then make adjustments for smaller devices, ensuring that our design looks great on every screen size. Now let's change the styles of the elements. We have to find H1 heading elements, and I'm going to add here class SM text to XL. So for smaller screen sizes, the size of the text will be smaller. Then I'm going to find icons and the wrapper development. I'm going to add here SM text to XL. Okay, let's go ahead and test the results. I'm going to switch to responsive mode. So here I have different screen sizes, which are mostly used nowadays. I'm going to test the project on various desktop screens. As you can see, it looks good. Next we have tablets. It looks pretty nice. And finally we have here mobile screen sizes. So as you can see, the hero section looks great on every screen size and device. In today's part, we are diving into the next major piece of our portfolio, the About section. This section is all about showcasing who you are as a developer and what you bring to the table. It is a key area where we will present your personal and professional journey, highlight your skills, achievements, and give visitors a sense of what you're passionate about. We will include a concise and compelling biography that introduces you in a way that feels authentic and approachable. We will add some visual elements to keep it interesting, like icons and animations that reflect your personality and style. This is where we will also detail your professional experience, educational background, and any notable projects or achievements you want to highlight. The Download CV button is an essential feature of our About section, providing visitors with a quick and easy way to access your professional resume. This button offers a direct link to your CV, allowing potential employers, clients, or collaborators to learn more about your skills, experience, and accomplishments in a structured format. So by the end of this video, you will have a fully functional and eye-catching About section that draws in your audience and keeps them engaged. So let's get started. Now that we have set the stage, let's dive right into building the About section. To start, we will create a new component. I'm going to call it about.jsx. I'm creating this component in the components folder. Now, once we created the about.jsx file, we have to create a new functional component inside it. I'm going to do that again with RAFCE shortcut. So, as you can see, a new functional component is created. Now we will need to import it into the page.js file and nest it properly, ensuring that it becomes a part of our overall page structure. So let's go ahead and open page.js file. Then I'm going to import about component. Let's change the name of the component. We need about. And then we have to nest it here. Let's change the name. We need about. All right. So before we continue, we also need to add use client at the top of our about.jsx components. I'm going to get rid of this line of code and insert here use client. As you remember from the previous parts, this is important because next.js by default uses server-side rendering, but since this section will have client-side interactions like state changes and dynamic effects, we must specify that it should run on the client side. By adding use client, we guarantee that all JavaScript needed for dynamic behavior executes smoothly in the browser, ensuring our about section functions perfectly for our visitors. Alright, so now we're ready to start to create the content of this component. Right now we just have here a single div element with the text about. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create a heading for the about section. In order to do that, I'm going to create a subcomponent in the subfolder. As you remember, we created subfolder in the components folder. So here I'm going to create new file and it's going to be heading.jsx. Then again, I'm going to create a new functional component. So we need RAFCE. Next, we have to go back to the about.jsx file and import heading from subcomponents. And we have to select here heading. Then inside here, I'm going to nest heading component. Now, if I go to the browser, you'll find here heading. After that, I'm going to add some content here. After heading, I'm going to create developments. And then inside the development, I'm going to insert an image component. As you remember from the previous part, it is a part of next.js. I'm going to import image from next image. So the image component is a powerful built-in feature of next.js that helps you optimize images for performance. It automatically provides image optimization, lazy loading, and responsive design by default, making your website faster and more efficient. Next, I'm going to add some attributes to the image component. The first one is going to be src. I'm going to specify here the path of the image. In this case, we need and then about me.png. So this attribute defines the source of the image. In our case, we're using about me.png from the public directory. I mean this image here. Then I'm going to add here alt attribute. Let's insert here image, actually about image. And also we need width and height. The width is going to be 400. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 400 as well. So these attributes define the dimensions of the image in pixels. By specifying the width and height, next.js can automatically calculate the correct aspect ratio and size of the image, ensuring it displays correctly on different devices. Let's go to the browser. So we have here the image. All right. After that, after image components, I'm going to open development, in which I'm going to create span. Right now, I'm going to insert here arrow left, but then we will replace this text with an actual icon. After span element, we need paragraph. Right now, let's insert here about text. We will replace this text as well. Now, we're going to create a button using a link tag to allow users to download the CV directly. We will use the anchor tag, which is typically used for creating links, but in this case, it will act as a button for downloading our file. So let's create link tag. We will start by adding the href attribute, which will point to the location of the file. So we need here slash, then nick cv.pdf. Here we set href attribute to specify that our file, nick.cv.pdf, is located in the public directory. I mean this file here. After that, I'm going to add here another attribute. It's going to be download, and I'm going to make it equal to an empty string. So this attribute is key because it instructs the browser to download the file instead of opening it in a new tab or navigating away. By setting download to an empty string, we ensure that when the user clicks on the link, it will trigger a download of nick.cv.pdf file. This approach is efficient and user-friendly, providing a seamless way for visitors to grab your CV directly from the website with just one click. After that, I'm going to insert here span element with the text download CV, and then we need again span elements. Right now, I'm going to insert here download icon, and then we'll replace this text with an actual icon. If we go to the browser and click here, then we will be able to download the CV. All right. After that, I'm going to take care of the achievements. Right after here, I'm going to open development. And for now, I'm going to insert here the text achievements. Now, I'm going to create a new subcomponent like we did it in case of heading. I'm going to create this component here in subfolder. Let's call it achievements.jsx. Then again, we need to create a new functional component using RAFCE. Then we have to go back to the about.jsx file, and we have to import this component. Let's change the name. We need achievements. And then instead of this text here, I'm going to insert achievements. Now if we go to the browser, we'll get here text achievements, which comes from this subcomponent. All right, so now I'm going to add some content to the achievements component. Let's go to this file here. Instead of this text, I'm going to add here span element. And let's insert here text icon. We will replace it. Then I'm going to add here h1 heading element, in which we'll have span with some number, let's say 348. And also we need span with the text GitHub repos. So here we have icon and the span elements, number, and GitHub repos. All right, so now it's time to start styling of our elements. I'm going to go back to the about.jsx file and let's find the first div element. I'm going to add here some classes. The first one is going to be min age screen. It means that we have here minimum height equal to 100 viewport height. It means 100% of the height of the viewport. Next, I'm going to create some padding using px equal to 96. So we have here padding on the left and right sides equal to 384 pixels. Then I'm going to add here flex. Also, we have to change the direction of the flex layout. Let's make it column. Then we need to center the content using items center. And also we need justify center. So as you can see, the layout is changed. Now I'm going to customize the heading. Actually, we have here the text heading. So I'm going to change it and make it about me. Also, we don't need here the div elements. I'm going to change it and make it h1. And then let's add here some classes. The first one is going to be text 3XL. So we set font size to 30 pixels. Also, we need different text size for smaller screen sizes. We need SM breakpoint, and I'm going to make text equal to 2XL. Then let's change the font, make it bold. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use text gray 600. Then I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom equal to 14. In this case, we have margin bottom equal to 56 pixels. Then we need self-start in order to place the heading on the left side. All right, let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here heading, which is customized and looks pretty nice. Actually, we will use this subcomponent not only for the about section, but also for other sections as well. Therefore, instead of using here this hard-coded text, I mean about me, I'm going to make the content of heading dynamic. So let's go back to the VS Code. Then I'm going to go to the about.jsx file. And here I'm going to add prop text, which will be equal to about me. Then I'm going to go to the heading.jsx file. I'm going to extract prop text. And then instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to insert here text. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here the same result. So once we create other sections and nest the heading component, we will just change the value of prop text and it will be automatically updated on the page. Otherwise, we would have created heading component for each section individually. All right, let's go back to the VS Code. So let's go to the about.jsx file. After heading, we have div elements, and I'm going to add to this div element some classes. We need width full. It means that width will be equal to 100%. Then we need display flex. And I'm going to place items in the center. As for the justify content, it's going to be between. And also I'm going to add here class name for medium screen sizes. We need MD. And in case of empty breakpoints, we need justify to be center. All right, so as you can see, the layout is slightly changed. Next, we have image. I'm going to add some styles to the image. Let's add here class name. We need width equal to 300 pixels. Therefore, I'm going to use here an arbitrary value. Then I'm going to define the width for smaller breakpoint. I mean, we need to use LG. And in case of LG breakpoint, the width is going to be equal to 200 pixels. As for the empty breakpoints, I'm going to hide the image at all. Okay, so as you can see, the image is slightly customized. Now we have to update the content of that development. We have here span, paragraph, also button for downloading CV. I'm going to update the content from index.js file. As you remember, this file includes some data which we will be using throughout the project. Now let's take a closer look at the content of our index.js file, specifically the part related to the about section. Here we have defined all the dynamic data that we'll be using in our about component to replace the hard-coded values and make the section more dynamic and easy to maintain. First, we have the import statements at the top. Here we are importing several icons from the Remix icon library. Specifically, we have GitHub fill icon, which represents GitHub repositories. Next, we have projector to line icon to signify successful projects. Then we have group line icon for satisfied clients and award fill icon for awards and recognition. Next, we have the about data array. This array contains objects, each representing a key metric or highlight of my career as a developer. For example, we have items like GitHub repos with an amount of 348, successful projects with an amount of 227, satisfied clients with an amount of 176, and awards and recognition with an amount of 107. Each object also includes an icon, like the GitHub fill icon for GitHub repositories or projector to line icon for successful projects. As I have already mentioned, these icons are imported from the Remix icon library and are used to visually represent each data point in a stylish way. Next, we have individual exports for the icons we will use in the About section. We have the download icon, which represents the download button, and also we have here the arrow left icon. These icons are also imported from Remix icon library, ensuring a consistent and professional look across our project. We also have here about text variable, which contains the main text for the about section. By defining all this data in index.js file, we centralize our content management, making it easier to update or modify the information in one place rather than searching through multiple components. All right, now let's go back to the about.js file. I'm going to import the data from the index.js file. So we need here import about data, then about text. Also, we need download icon and then arrow left icon. We have to import this data from @/assets. All right. After that, I'm going to style the wrapper developments. I mean this development here. Let's add here class name. I'm going to set max width to 800 pixels. Then we need border radius. So I'm going to add here rounded. XL. Also, let's change the background. We need here PG, think 100. Then I'm going to create some padding using P5. In this case, padding will be equal to 20 pixels. And also, let's set text to justify. So here we have the customized element. Now, after that, we have to take care of the span element. Right now, we have here a hard-coded text arrow left. Instead of that, I'm going to nest here icon arrow left. I mean arrow left icon. If we check the browser, then we will get here the actual icon. Let's go ahead and customize this icon. I'm going to add some classes to the span elements. First of all, I'm going to make the position absolute. And then we need position relative for the parent element. So we need here relative. Then after position absolute. We need left position to be -5. So we need here minus left 5. In this case, we have left position equal to -20 pixels. Also, we need top 20. In this case, we have top position with the value 80 pixels. Then I'm going to increase the scale of the elements. And in this case, the scale will be 2.5. Then we need to change the color of the text. Let's use text think 100. Then I'm going to make this icon hidden on medium screen sizes. So we need empty breakpoint with the value hidden. Okay, so as you can see, the icon is customized and it looks pretty nice. Next, we have a paragraph which should include the text about the developer. Right now, we have here just the text about text. So let's go ahead and get rid of this text from here. And instead of that, I'm going to insert here about text. If we check the browser, then we will get here the text from the data of our project. Now let's go ahead and customize the paragraph. Let's add here class name. So we need text to be LG. Then we need font to be light. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be text gray 700. And also we need here first letter followed by padding left. I mean PL equal to 3. So this class allows us to create an indentation. We add padding to the left side for the first letter of the paragraph. If we check the browser, then you will see here little indentation. Okay, I'm going to add a couple of more class names to the paragraph. Next will be LG text equal to 16 pixels. For smaller screen sizes, we use smaller font size. Now we need here SM breakpoint, and I'm going to make text equal to 14 pixels. All right, so actually that's it about the paragraph. It looks good. Now we have to take care of the button, which is used for downloading CV. I'm going to add to the A elements some classes. Let's add here class name. The first one is going to be width max. So in this case, the width is equal to max content. Then I'm going to use flexbox. We need items to be center. Then we need some gap horizontally, gap X with the value 2. In this case, we will have column gap equal to 8 pixels. Then I'm going to add here margin at the top side, and it's going to be equal to 6. So in this case, we have margin top 24 pixels. Also, I'm going to make the button rounded. We need rounded full. After that, I'm going to add some border. We need border gray with the value 300. Next, I'm going to change the background. Let's use PG red 400. And also create some space inside the button using padding. I'm going to add here PX3 and PY2. All right, let's check the browser. So as you can see, the button looks nice. I'm going to add some more class names to the A element. So let's take care of the font. The font will be light. Then I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's make it white. And then create some hover effect. On hover, I'm going to change the background. It's going to be red 500. And also for smoother effect, we need transition colors. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the button looks pretty nice, and we have here this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, so now I'm going to update the content of the second span element. Right now we have here a hard-coded text download icon. We have to change it with an actual icon. So here, instead of this text, I'm going to insert download icon. If we check the browser, we will get here a download icon, and then I'm going to add here class name. Let's change the font size. We need here text XL. So the font size will be equal to 20 pixels. All right, let's move on to the achievements part. As you remember, we created a subcomponent achievements.jsx, which includes a single div element with some other elements. I mean, the span elements. Also, we have here h1 heading element. So I'm going to style those elements and then update the content using the data from index.js file. So right now we have here just one item, but if we check the finished version, you will see that we have here 4 different items, and we will take care of that in a minute. Before that, let's go back to the VS Code. Then we need about.jsx file, and I'm going to customize this wrapper div element. So let's add your class name. We need margin top to be equal to 20. It means that we have here margin top equal to 80 pixels. Then I'm going to set width to full, I mean 100%. Also, I'm going to use flexbox. We need flex, then flex wrap. Next, I'm going to place items in the center using item center. As for the justify content property, it's going to be space between. Therefore, we need here justify between. Next, I'm going to create gap on both sides. I mean horizontally and vertically. We need gap x equal to 7, and then gap y. Actually, we need y equal to 10. All right, so as you can see, the layout is slightly changed. Next, I'm going to go to the achievements.jsx file, and here I'm going to customize those elements. Let's start with the div elements. Add here class name. So we need here flex, then items should be placed at end, and we need gap x equal to 3. Next, I'm going to customize the first span element, which right now includes this text here. We'll change this text with an actual icon. So let's add to the span element class name. The first one is going to be text for XL. So in this case, we have text, I mean the font size equal to 36 pixels. Then we need text gray 300. And I'm going to change the font size for relatively smaller screen size. I'm going to add here LG breakpoint. And on that screen size, we need text to be equal to 2XL. All right, so that's it about the icon. Next, I'm going to customize the H1 heading element, which includes 2 span elements. So let's add to the H1 class name. We need here display flex. Then I'm going to change the flex direction. It's going to be column. Also, we need some gap vertically, gap y2. Okay, so as you can see, now the number and GitHub repos are placed on top of each other vertically in a column. Next, I'm going to customize the first span element. So let's add here a class name. We need text to be equal to 2XL. Then I'm going to define the LG breakpoint, and the text is going to be equal to XL. Then I'm going to change the font. It's going to be light. Also, let's change the color of the text. We need text yellow 500. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the number looks pretty nice. Next, we have to customize the second span element. So I'm going to add here some classes. We need text SM. Then I'm going to use some letter spacing using tracking white. And also change the color of the text. We need text gray equal to 500. Okay, so as you can see, all the elements look pretty nice. Now we're going to make the achievement section functional by dynamically generating each achievement from our data. To do this, we will utilize the about data array that we defined earlier in our index.js file. I mean, this array here. This array contains all the data we need for our achievement section, including the titles, amounts, and icons. Instead of hard-coding these values directly in our achievements component, we're going to loop through this about data array and pass each item as props to the achievements component. So let's go to the about.jsx file, and right after here, I'm going to open curly braces. Then we need about data followed by the map function. Then we need here a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be item, and then we need I, which is index number. So as you know, the map function is a built-in JavaScript method that allows us to iterate over an array and perform a function on each element. Here we use map to iterate over each item in our about data array. For each item, we will render an achievements component. Inside the map function, we will add an achievements component and pass it some props like key, title, and amount. So I'm going to grab this component from here and add it here. I'm going to get rid of this slash from here, and I'm going to add here closing achievement tag. Then, as I said, we have to add here some props. The first one is going to be key, which should be equal to I. Then we will have here title, and it should be equal to item dot title. Then we need amount, which will be equal to title dot amount. And finally, as the content of this component, I'm going to add here item dot icon. So as you can see, we got here an error because we need here item, not title. Now everything's correct. So here the key prop is required by React to uniquely identify each component in a list. It helps React keep track of which items have changed, been added, or been removed, which optimizes rendering and performance. The title, amount, and icon props will be directly pulled from each item in the about data array. So if we check the browser, then you will find that we have here 4 items. Right now we have here the same numbers and also the same titles, but we'll fix that soon. So by using this code, we are achieving 2 things. First, we are keeping our code clean and dry, which stands for don't repeat yourself. Instead of writing out each achievements component manually, we are using map to handle it dynamically for us. This not only makes our code shorter, but also much easier to maintain. If we ever want to add or remove an achievement, we just need to modify the about data array, and the changes will automatically reflect in our UI. Second, this approach allows us to separate concerns and makes our components reusable. The achievements component is now highly reusable because it takes props and can render any achievement item to pass to it. Now we have to modify our achievements component to make it work with the dynamic data we're passing from the about.jsx file. So currently our achievements component is hard-coded with static content, so we need to adjust it to receive props and display dynamic values. The first thing that we will do is change the function signature of the achievements component. Right now this component does not accept any props, so we need to modify it so that it accepts 3 props. We need here title, amount, and children. So these props are passed from the about.jsx file when we use the map function to dynamically create each achievements component. By destructuring title, amount, and children directly in the function signature, we make it clear that these are the expected inputs for this component. This makes our code more readable and easier to maintain because we can see right at the top what data this component depends on. Next, we have to modify the JSX inside the achievements component and use these props. So let's start with the children prop. We need here children instead of icon. The children prop is a special prop in React that represents the content passed between the opening and closing tags of a component. In our case, we're using the children prop to pass the icon for each achievement. So you may wonder, why are we using the children prop instead of just passing an icon prop? The reason is that using children provides more flexibility. Since the children prop can accept any type of React node, like text, elements, components, and so on, it allows us to keep the achievements component more generic and reusable. We are not restricting the content to just an icon. Theoretically, it could be anything, an image, a complex JS structure, or even another component. This makes the achievements component more versatile and capable of handling a variety of content without needing to change its internal structure. Now let's move on to the title and amount props. These are straightforward. Instead of this number here, we need amount. And then instead of this text here, I'm going to insert title. Okay, let's go to the browser. So now, as you can see, we have here different numbers and also different titles. All right, so now it's time to bring some life into our achievements by using Framer Motion to add smooth animations. As you remember, Framer Motion is a powerful animation library for React that allows us to create fluid and interactive animations with ease. In this step, we will add animations to the numbers in our achievements, making them count up dynamically when they appear in a view. First, we will import the necessary tools from Framer Motion. We need the motion component and the use motion value hook. So let's start by adding them at the top of our achievements component. I'm going to get rid of this line of code. So we need here import motion and also use motion value from Framer Motion. By importing motion, we are extending the capabilities of our JS6 elements to support animations. The motion component allows us to animate any element we want. As for the use motion value, it is a hook provided by Framer Motion that creates a special kind of variable optimized for animations. Next, we have to create a new variable called number using use motion value. So I'm going to create here variable. Let's call it number. And I'm going to use here use motion value with the value 0. So this line of code initializes number to 0. Use motion value provides a reactive value that is specifically designed for animations. Unlike a regular state variable, it doesn't trigger re-renders every time it changes. Instead, it is optimized to update smoothly and efficiently, which is perfect for animating values like numbers. Now we have to create the count function that will handle the counting animation. So I'm going to create new function with the name count. I'm going to insert here a parameter amount. So the count function takes an amount parameter which represents the final number we want to count up to. Then inside the function, I'm going to create variable I, which will be equal to 0. So here we declare a variable and initialize it to 0. This variable will be incremented as we count up. Next, we have to define another function, update count, which will be responsible for actually performing the count. So we need here new function, and it's going to be update count. Next, I'm going to create here variable timeout. I'm going to declare it without any value. So within update count function, we have a timeout variable that will be used to store a reference to the timeout function, allowing us to clear it later. The core of the counting logic will be within an if statement. So I'm going to create an if statement in which we have to check if I is less than or equal to amounts. If it is true, we have to update the number variable and increment it by 1. So we need here number followed by the set method. And inside here, I'm going to insert I++. So we use here the number.set method to update the number variable with the current value of I and then increment it by 1. The number.set method is a function provided by useMotionValue, which allows us to set the animated value smoothly without causing re-renders. Now, to create a loop, we have to use setTimeout function. We need here timeout equal to setTimeout function. Instead of this callback function, I'm going to insert here update count. And then instead of timeout, we need 0. So this line schedules the next call of update count to execute immediately with a 0 millisecond delay. This effectively creates a loop that continues to update number until I exceeds the amount. Next, we need to create an else statement where we have to define the case when the I variable exceeds the amount. So here we need else statement in which we have to clear timeout. And I'm going to insert here the variable timeout. Actually, let's make timeout camel case. All right, so once I is greater than amount, the else block executes, calling clear timeout function. This stops the loop, ensuring the counting animation ends once it reaches the desired value. Finally, we have to call the update count function, and we have to do that here. Okay, so let's quickly recap the count function we've just implemented. The count function is designed to animate our number value smoothly from 0 up to the target amount. It begins by initializing I to 0, and the setTimeout function is used to call update count repeatedly with a delay of 0 milliseconds between each call. Inside update count, the value of I is incremented and then set to the number using number.set function, making the displayed value increase dynamically. If I is still less than or equal to the target amount, setTimeout triggers another call to update count. Once I exceeds the target, the clear timeout function is used to stop any further calls, effectively ending the animation. This combination of setTimeout and clear timeout allows us to control the counting animation precisely, making it both smooth and responsive as the element comes into view. Now let's update the JSX, where we display the number by replacing the static span with a motion span. So here, instead of span element, we need motion span. By converting our span into a motion span, we are telling Framer Motion that this element will have animations associated with it. Now, here I'm going to add attribute called while in view. It should be equal to a callback function where we have to call count function with the argument amount. So while in view is the key property here. This property takes a function that triggers when the element comes into view. In our case, we're using it to call the count function with the amount parameter, which starts the counting animation whenever the span enters the viewport. Okay, we also need here viewport. I'm going to pass here an object with once property, and it should be equal to true. This setting ensures that the animation only runs once, the first time the element enters the viewport. This prevents the counting animation from repeating each time the user scrolls past the element, which can be both distracting and unnecessary. By setting it to once true, we make sure the animation is triggered only once, enhancing the user experience. Finally, we have to insert here number instead of amount. It dynamically displays the current value of number, which is smoothly updated by our count function. This way, as the number increases, the displayed value updates in real time, creating a visually appealing counting effect. Now, let's go to the browser. So, as you can see, we have the counting animation. If we reload the page and then scroll down, once the numbers come into view, they will start counting. All right, so actually that's it about the about section. Everything looks pretty nice, and also we have here this nice and cool animation. To summarize, what we've done here is use framer motion to animate the numbers in our achievements dynamically by utilizing use motion value to handle the animated values and the motion span component to display them. We've created a smooth counting animation that enhances the interactivity and visual appeal of our About section. In this part of the project, we're going to focus on building the experience and education section, which is one of the most visually engaging parts of the portfolio. The highlight of this section is a sleek and interactive timeline where we will showcase our professional journey and academic background in a clear, organized, and dynamic way. By the end of this section, we will have a clean, modern timeline that not only presents your background, but also creates a sense of flow and movement through subtle, smooth animations. So let's dive in and bring this timeline to life. The first thing that we have to do is to create a new component in the components folder. I'm going to call it experience.jsx. Then we have to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. So as you can see, a new functional component is created. Let's get rid of import statement. Next, I'm going to go to the page.js file, and we have to import here newly created component. Let's duplicate this line of code and change the name of the component. We need here experience, and then we have to nest here the component. So let's insert experience. Then if we go to the browser, we will see here the content of the newly created component. All right. After that, I'm going to add here use client like we did it for the previous components. So we have already used use client several times, and I explained what it actually does. But anyway, I'm going to remind you, use client is important because next.js by default uses server-side rendering. But since this section will have client-side interactions, like state changes and dynamic effects, we must specify that it should run on the client side. By adding use client, we guarantee that all JavaScript needed for dynamic behavior executes smoothly in the browser, ensuring our experience section functions perfectly for our visitors. Next, I'm going to get rid of this text from here, and we have to insert here heading, which we have created in the previous part. We need to insert here text attribute, and I'm going to specify the name of the heading. It's going to be experience and education. Then we have to import this component. I'm in the subcomponent. We have here heading subcomponent in this subfolder. Let's import it. We need subfolder, and then we need heading. Now, if we go to the browser, you'll see here the heading, which is already styled, and we have the dynamic content. We no longer need here hard-coded titles of the section. All right, next I'm going to use an image component. We have already used this component in the previous parts. As you remember, the image component is a powerful built-in feature of Next.js that helps you optimize images for performance. So I'm going to insert here image component. Then I'm going to import image from next image. As you know, we have to add to the image component a couple of different attributes. The first one is going to be source attribute. We have to specify here the path of the file. In this case, we need here /education.png. I mean this image here. Besides that, we need to add here alt attribute, and it's going to be experience image. Also, we need width and height. The width is going to be 400. As for the height, I'm going to make it 400 as well. So as you remember, the width and height attributes define the dimensions of the image in pixels. By specifying the width and height, next.js can automatically calculate the correct aspect ratio and size of the image, ensuring it displays correctly on different devices. Now, if we go to the browser, we will find here the image that we have defined in our JSX. After that, I'm going to create a couple of different elements. We need div element. Then inside the div element, we need another div. Then again, another div element. And inside the div element, I'm going to open h1 heading element. It's going to be foundation and basics. This is a hard-coded heading. We'll change the content of the elements dynamically later. Next, we need paragraph. And inside the paragraph, we will have two span elements. Let's open the first one and insert here education. Then I'm going to duplicate this line of code and leave here education. Then after paragraph, I'm going to open div elements, in which I'm going to insert span with the content experience. Then after span elements, we need UL, which will include li elements with the text experience. Then after this closing div tag, I'm going to open span element with the text icon. Then after that, we need another div elements, and I'm going to insert here the date, I mean the year, let's say 2020. And finally, I'm going to open here div tag with the text timeline. All right, so actually it's the content of the section. We created all the elements. And now as a guest, we have to customize those elements. I'm going to add some classes. I mean Tailwind CSS classes to the elements. So let's start with the first development, which is the wrapper of the entire content. I'm going to add here a class name. We need padding at the top and bottom. So therefore we have to use py with the value 20. It means that we will have padding top equal to 80 pixels and also padding bottom with the same value. Then I'm going to create padding on the left and right sides as well. Let's use px with value 96. In this case, we will have padding equal to 384 pixels on the left and 384 pixels on the right side. All right, so that's it about the first development for now. Next, we have heading, and actually we don't touch heading because it is already customized. Then I'm going to customize the image elements. We have to change the position. Let's use class name. Then add here position, actually not position, but absolute. Then we need relative position for the parent element, which is div. So we need here relative. After that, we have to define top position for the image. So the top position will have a negative value. Therefore, we need minus top, then 4, which is equal to 16 pixels. I mean, we have here top position with a negative value, minus 16 pixels. Next, we have right position, and it's going to be equal to 96, which is 384 pixels. Besides that, I'm going to decrease slightly the opacity. Let's set opacity to 70. And finally, I'm going to add here breakpoint LG. For relatively smaller screen sizes, I'm going to hide the image at all. So we need here hidden. Okay, so that's it about the image. As you can see, it changed its position. Now it is placed on the right side inside the section. Next, we have development, and I'm going to add to it some classes. So first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be full, I mean equal to 100%. And we need height with the same value, full. Also, I'm going to add here some temporary background color in order to see clearly how this development looks like. I'm going to add here BG red 500. Then let's go to the browser. So here we have the div element. I'm going to add some more classes to this element. So we need flexbox. I'm going to change the direction of the flex layout. In this case, we need flex column. I mean, we have to align the flex items vertically in a column. Then we need items, center, and also justify center. We are centering the flex items inside the flex container. Then I'm going to create some gap. We need gap y, and it should be equal to 10. Then I'm going to define gap for smaller screen size, I mean for LG breakpoint. And on the breakpoint, gap y should be 20. And finally, I'm going to add here padding at the top and bottom. So we need padding y equal to 10, which is 40 pixels. All right, so that's the way how our div element looks. We can get rid of this temporary background color. Now I'm going to customize the next div elements, and let's start with width. I'm going to use here an arbitrary value. We need 600 pixels. Then I'm going to define the width on XL, I mean on smaller screen size, or relatively small screen size. So width is going to be equal to 480 pixels. And then we need SM breakpoint. On the breakpoint, I'm going to set width to full. I mean 100%. Like the previous element, I'm going to add here some temporary background color. We need BG red 500. Let's look at the results. So here we have the div element. I'm going to create some padding on the left and right side. So we need here px equal to 12. In this case, we have padding left and padding right equal to 48 pixels. Then I'm going to add here SM breakpoint, and padding x will be 0. And then we need position relative, because we have to move the elements to the left side with 300 pixels. We need here an arbitrary value. Okay, so actually, I think that we have to move these elements to the left side. So we need here minus left position. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize the next div elements. So let's add here class name. First of all, I'm going to use flexbox. We need flex, and then again, I'm going to change the direction of the flex layout. Let's use flex column. Next, I'm going to create some gap. I mean some space. Next, I'm going to create some gap on the vertical axis. So we need here gap y. We need gap y because we have changed the direction of the flex layout. So we need gap y3. Then I'm going to make the element rounded, empty. Also, let's create border. And the border is going to be red, 300. Then I'm going to change the background. It's going to be white. Also create some padding. It should be equal to 4. So we will have padding equal to 16 pixels on all 4 sides. Also, I'm going to create some layer spacing using tracking white class. And then finally, I'm going to define the size of the font for smaller screen sizes. We need SM breakpoint and then text equal to SM. I'm going to get rid of this background color from this element. We no longer need it. Okay, so as you can see, the div element looks nice. After that, I'm going to customize the h1 heading element. So let's add to the h1 class. First of all, we need text equal to XL, I mean 28 pixels. Then we need SM breakpoint, and text is going to be equal to LG. Then we need font light. And also I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use text gray 700. Okay, so the heading looks good. Next we have paragraph, which includes 2 span elements. So I'm going to add some classes to the paragraph. Actually, I'm going to add only one class here, text gray 800. And then I'm going to customize the span elements. So for the first span element, we need block, I mean display block, and then font light. As for the second span element, I'm going to add here, again, block. Then we need padding on the left side. It's going to be equal to 2, which is 8 pixels. And then I'm going to add here font, which is going to be extra light. Okay, so the span elements are customized. Next we have div elements, which is placed right after paragraph. And this development includes span elements, and then we have list. So I'm going to add to the div class. I'm going to change color of the text. It's going to be text gray, 800. Then we have here span elements. Let's add to the span class name. And I'm going to add here font light. Then we have UL. I'm going to add here padding on the left side. It's going to be equal to 2, I mean 8 pixels. After that, I'm going to customize li element, I mean the list item. So let's add to it class name. I'm going to create some space at the top and bottom using margin y. It's going to be equal to 1. And then we will have font extra light. So that's it about the list. Next we have icon. Right now we have here hard-coded text, and we will change this text with an actual icon later. So I'm going to add to the span class name. We will have here position absolute, and then we need position relative for the div element, which is the parent element of the icon. So we need here relative. Then I'm going to define the top position. It's going to be 20. Also, we need left. Actually, we need here top 20. Then we need left position with the value full, I mean 100%. And also, I'm going to change the color of the icon. Let's use text red, 300. Okay, so that's the way how our icon looks right now. Next, we have development, which includes the year, I mean the date. So let's add to the development class name. We need again position absolute with top position equal to 20, I mean 80 pixels. Then we will have left position full, I mean 100%. Actually, let's define width. It should be equal to 14. Width 14 means that we have here width equal to 56 pixels. After that, I'm going to add here border. Then the color of the border is going to be gray, 300. Also, I'm going to make the element fully rounded. We need rounded full. Let's look at the results. So here we have the dates. Actually, I'm going to transform this element into circle. Therefore, I'm going to add here aspect square. So in this case, the width and height will be equal. As you see, we have here width equal to 14. And once we set aspect ratio to 1/1, it means that the height and the width will be equal. So if we save and check the results, you will find here that we have the perfect circle. The next thing that we have to do is to place this text in the center of the circle. For that, we can use a couple of different ways. In this case, I'm going to use grid. Then place items, center. So as you can see, the text is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to add here text red, 400. And also I'm going to make font light. All right, so I think that's it about the dates. It looks pretty nice. And finally, we have to customize the last elements. Right now, I have here hard-coded text timeline, and actually it will be the vertical line which we have in this section. I mean this line here. So I'm going to get rid of this text and add to the developments and classes. First one is going to be position absolute. Then we will have width equal to 1, I mean 4 pixels. The height is going to be full, I mean 100%. Then we need rounded full. And also we have to change the background color. It's going to be gray. 300. Let's check the results. Okay, so as you can see, we have here the vertical line. So that's it about the styling for now. Next, we have to make the timeline functional. Also, we have to add other parts of the timeline dynamically. Right now, we have here just one element. As you already know, we store the data of our projects in the index.js file. I'm going to open this file. So like the previous parts, we're going to grab the data for this section from the index.js file. Before that, I'm going to describe a little bit what do we have here. We start with an array called experience data, which contains several objects. Each object represents a specific year or stage in our career, starting from year 1. For each year, we have a title that summarizes the focus or milestone for the period, such as Foundation and Basics or Advanced Learning and Early Experience. This title gives a snapshot of what that stage was about. Next, we have two key properties within each object, education and experience. The education property highlights the educational achievements or learning focus during that year, like earning a high school diploma, enrolling in an associate's degree program. The experience property is an array that lists the skills, projects, roles, or activities undertaken during the period. It captures the practical side of your journey, things like personal projects, freelance work, internships, full-time positions, and so on. This approach gives a clear, step-by-step view of how your career has evolved, highlighting both your educational background and hands-on experience. Let's go ahead and import this data from the index.js file. I'm going to go back to the experience.js file, and we have to import experience data array from assets. Actually, we need here slash. Besides that, I'm going to import arrow left icon, which we have already used in the about section. I mean, this element here. So let's go ahead and import arrow left icon. Then I'm going to change this hard-coded text. I'm going to insert here arrow left icon. And if we go to the browser, you'll find here the arrow. Now we have to display the content of our timeline dynamically. For that, we need to modify the JSX and replace the hard-coded elements with the data coming from our experience data array. As you already know, this array is stored in the index.js file and contains all the information about our education and experience. First, we have to use the map method to loop through the experience data array. So right after here, I'm going to open curly braces, and then I'm going to use experience data followed by the map function. Then we need here a callback function with two parameters, data and I, which is the index number. So here, map method allows us to iterate over an array and render its elements dynamically. We want to use this method to create a timeline entry for each object in the experience data array. To do this, we should wrap the content of our timeline item within a new map call. We will modify the div that contains the individual experience block and nest it inside the map method. This code snippet will iterate over each item in the experience data array. We pass in two parameters, data, which represents each object in the array, and I, which serves as the unique index for each element. So I'm going to grab this entire div element, and I'm going to pass it here. Then we need key, which will be equal to ID, and then we need $, curly braces, and I'm going to insert here I. So inside this map function, we use the values of each data object to populate the timeline dynamically. We use the key prop on the outer div to uniquely identify each block using key ID followed by the I index. It helps React efficiently render the list items. This key is important for performance optimization. So let's go to the browser. As you can see, now we have here 5 different blocks in our timeline, and now we have to change the content of each block dynamically. Next, we have to go to the H1 heading element, where we previously hard-coded the title foundation and basics. We have to replace this with data.title, allowing the title to be dynamically set based on the value of each object in our experience data array. So we'll use these titles here. I'm going to get rid of foundation and basics. Then we need here data.title. Now if we go to the browser, you'll see that each block has different title. All right. After that, I'm going to modify the education section. In the p tag, where we have the span with the text education, we have to update the next line. Here we replace the hard-coded education with data.education. This line dynamically inserts the education information from each object in the array into the timeline. So let's go to the browser. As you can see, in each block, we have different education. Next, we have to move to the experience section, which is currently hard-coded to display just one experience item. We need to make this part dynamic as well. Inside the div element, we have span and then UL element. So we have to change the UL to iterate over the experience array within each data object. We do this by adding another map method inside the UL element. I'm going to open curly braces, and then we have to insert here data.experience. Then we need map method with a callback function, and we have to insert here 2 parameters. The first one is going to be exp, which is experience, and then we need j. So here exp refers to each individual experience item, and j serves as a unique index for each experience. Now we have to insert the li element inside the map function. So let's grab this line of code and insert it inside the parentheses. We need to add here key prop, which will be equal to j. And then as the contents of the li element, I'm going to insert here exp. So we use exp inside the li tag to dynamically display each experience, replacing the placeholder text. We also add the key prop to each list item to help React keep track of each element. So if we go to the browser and check experience part of each block, you'll find that we have here different contents for each experience item. Okay. Now we need to dynamically generate the dates for our timeline. Right now we have here hard-coded date 2020, and we have to make it dynamic. First, we have to create a variable called date to get the current year. So inside the function, I'm going to create a new variable. Let's call it date. It should be equal to new date object. And then I'm going to use one of the date methods called getFullYear. This line of code creates a new date object which contains all the information about the current date and time. By calling getFullYear method, we extract just the current year from this object. For example, if the current year is 2024, the date variable will hold that value. By using the current year dynamically, we make sure our timeline remains relevant and up to date without any manual adjustments in the future. To see clearly how this line of code works, I'm going to go to the browser and open console. So here I'm going to insert new date, followed by getFullYear. So as you can see, it returns the current year 2024. So that's the way how this method and new date object works. Next, we have to go back to the VS Code and we have to update the content of this element. So instead of this hard-coded 2020, we need curly braces. And I'm going to insert here date minus experience data dot length. Then we need plus I and plus 1. So this might look complex at a first glance, so let's break it down piece by piece. We are essentially creating a calculation that adjusts the year for each experience entry as we loop through the experience data array. So here date is the current year that we obtained from newDate.getFullYear method. Experience data.length gives us the total number of experience entries in our array. For example, if we have 5 entries, experience data.length will return 5. The I is the index from our map method, which starts at 0 for the first element. The I is the index from our map method, which starts at 0 for the first element, 1 for the second, and so on. This calculation is designed to adjust the year for each entry. Here is how it works. First, we subtract experience data.length from date. If the current year is 2024 and we have 5 items in experience data, this part calculates 2024 minus 5, which equals 2019. Then we add I to this result. As I increases with each iteration of the map method, the calculated year will increment. For the first entry, I is equal to 0. The result will be 2019 plus 0 plus 1, which gives us 2020. For the second entry, I is equal to 1. It becomes 2019 plus 1, resulting in 2021, and so on. The plus 1 at the end ensures that we start with the first entry representing 1 year after the initial calculation. Essentially, this addition helps align our timeline entries with the correct years in a sequential manner. So, in summary, by using this code, we ensure that the dates in our timeline automatically adjust based on the current year and the number of entries in our experience data array. This approach makes the timeline more dynamic and future-proof because no matter how many entries we add or what the current year is, the dates will always be calculated correctly. This is particularly useful if we want to update the project over time without manually changing each date. Now, if we go to the browser, you will find that we have correct years starting from 2020 all the way through 2024. All right, so everything works fine so far. Now we need to alternate the positions of our timeline blocks so that they appear on both the left and right sides of the vertical line. Currently, all blocks are aligned to the left. To create a more visually appealing layout, we will alternate the placement of these blocks by modifying the class name of the div element. So let's go through the modifications in detail and explain how this works. First, I'm going to write the code and then I will explain how it works. I'm going to find the div elements, this div element here, and I'm going to cut all the class names. Then I'm going to get rid of quotes and I'm going to insert here curly braces with template strings. So let's paste back class names. Then I'm going to get rid of this left position from here. Next, we need $sign followed by the curly braces. And here I'm going to insert the conditional statement. The condition is going to be I modulus 2 equal to 0. Then we need ternary operator. So if this condition is true, we need the following classes: minus left 300 pixels. Then we need XL minus left 240 pixels. And then we need LG breakpoint. In this case, we need minus left to be 0. If the condition is false, then we need the following classes. Left will be 300 pixels. Then we need XL. In this case, left position is going to be 240 pixels. I mean the same value. Actually, we need an arbitrary value here. And finally, we need LG, which will be left equal to 0. All right, so let's go to the browser. As you can see, now the blocks are placed on the left and right sides. So now we have the correct layout of our entries. We are making use of a conditional operator within the class name string. This conditional logic will determine whether a block is placed on the left or the right side of the timeline based on the index I. So let's go ahead and break these down step by step. First, let's talk about the condition. In this case, we're using a ternary operator to decide which classes to apply based on the index I. The expression I modulus 2 equals 0 is what makes this dynamic. The modulus operator returns the remainder of a division. When we do I modulus 2, we are checking if the index is an even number. If the index is even, I mean I modulus 2 is equal to 0, the block will be positioned on the left side. If the index is odd, I mean if the condition is false, the block will be positioned on the right side. This is what enables the alternating pattern between left and right sides. The rest of the class names, I mean the classes with Excel and LG breakpoints, they define the alignment for smaller screen sizes and for the responsiveness of the project. So the next thing that we have to do is to align the arrows and dates correctly. Let's go ahead and start with the arrows. We need to modify the class name of the left arrow icon to match the alternating layout of our timeline blocks. Just like we did before with the timeline blocks, this code will decide whether the arrow icon should point to the left or right based on the block's position. Let's go ahead and find the arrow icon. Then I'm going to grab those classes. We need again to open template literal, then paste back the classes. So before we add the conditional statement to the class name, we need to include the class minus translate y equal to 1/2. This class is important because it helps to vertically center the arrow icon within its containing block. The translate y class comes from Tailwind CSS, and what it does is move the element down by 50% of its own height. The translate utility in Tailwind allows us to adjust an element's position relative to itself rather than its parent. By using minus translate y 1/2, we are shifting the element upwards, effectively centering it along the y-axis. Now we need to update the class name in the following way. First of all, I'm going to get rid of left full class from here. Next, we need $, followed by the curly braces. And again, I'm going to insert here a condition, I modulus 2 equal to 0. If it is true, then we need the following classes, left full, then rotate with the value 180. And if this condition is false, then we need just right full. If we go to the browser, then you will see that arrows are aligned correctly. So just like with the timeline blocks, we use the modulus operator to check if the index I is even or odd. The ternary operator then decides which set of classes to apply based on the outcome of the check. When I modulus 2 equals 0 is true, meaning the index is even, we have left full and rotate 180. The first class positions the icon completely to the left of its containing element. In Tailwind CSS, left full moves the element to 100% of the parent's width, pushing it to the left edge. Then we have rotate 180. This rotates the arrow icon 180 degrees, effectively flipping it to point towards the right. This is necessary because the arrow needs to point towards the block when the block is on the left side of the timeline. Then if the condition is false, meaning the index is odd, we have right full. This class moves the icon to the far right of its containing element, placing it on the right edge. This is used when the timeline block is on the right side, so the arrow appears as if it's pointing towards the block. By including this dynamic class logic, we are able to alternate the position and rotation of the arrow based on whether the block is on the left side or on the right side. Alright, now we have to take care of the dates, and we have to do that in the same way. Right now, as you can see, the positions of the dates are messed up. Some of them are placed near the vertical line, some of them are placed on the right side, and so on. So we have to fix that problem, and we have to use the same technique. Let's go ahead and find the date, and in the same way, I'm going to grab the class names. Then I'm going to open again template literals, then place the classes back. Like the arrow icon, we have to add here minus translate while with the same value 1/2. So this class is crucial for vertically centering the date within its container. As we discussed in the previous case, this class shifts the element upwards by 50% of its own height, effectively centering it along the y-axis. In the case of our date element, this ensures it aligns perfectly within its block on the timeline, regardless of where the block is positioned. Next, we have to add here again $sign with curly braces. Then we need the same condition, I modulus 2 equal to 0. If this condition is true, then we need here left full, then minus translate x and the same value 1/2, and then we need LG breakpoint. Left position is going to be 1/2. If the condition is false, then we need, let's copy this class, so if the condition is false, then we need here right full, then translate x without the minus sign. As for the LG breakpoint, we need right position. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here a tiny issue. Those two dates are placed on the right side again. So let's go back to the VS Code. Actually, the classes are correct here. So we have to get rid of this class from here. Now let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the problem is fixed. The only issue that we have here is that those dates are placed behind the vertical line. We can fix that using the index property. Let's set the index to, let's say, 10. And also I'm going to change the background. Let's make it white. So now everything looks good. Okay, so let me explain how this code works. Again, this code uses a conditional check to determine whether the block should be positioned on the left or right side of the timeline. Let's break this down. For even index blocks, we use left full minus translate x and then left position with LG breakpoint. Left full positions the date element at the far left edge of its containing block. Then we have minus translate x. It shifts the date element to the left by 50% of its own width, ensuring that it's centered over the block's left edge. This adjustment prevents the date from overflowing beyond the left edge of the timeline. And then we have LG breakpoint with the left position 1/2. It comes into play on relatively smaller screens and places the date in the middle of the block, giving us more flexibility in the overall layout. For odd indexed blocks, we have right full, then translate x and again LG breakpoint with the right position 1/2. So right full positions the date element at the far right edge of its containing block, then translate x moves the date element to the right side by 50% of its width, ensuring that it is centered over the block's right edge. And then we have LG breakpoint with the right position. It is applied at the LG breakpoint to position the date in the middle of the block for smaller screens. Alright, now that we have completed the layout for our timeline section, it looks great. we have carefully placed all the elements, aligned everything perfectly, and made sure it adapts beautifully on both the left and right sides. Now we have to make this timeline come to life. It is time to make it truly interactive and dynamic by adding some smooth animations using Framer motion. Animations will give our timeline that extra level of polish, making it not only functional but also visually appealing. So let's dive into the fun part and add those motion effects to make our timeline stand out. The first thing that we have to do is to import motion from the Framer motion library. So we have to add here import statement. Then we have to insert here motion, and we have to import motion from Framer motion. As you remember, in Framer motion, motion is the magic ingredient that allows us to animate elements in our React components by simply replacing regular HTML elements like a div or a span with their motion counterparts. We gain access to all of Framer motion's powerful animation features. Essentially, it gives us full control to make our elements fade in, slide around, bounce, and more. Without motion, we wouldn't be able to implement the kind of dynamic animations we are aiming for in our timeline. Now that we have imported motion, the next step is to replace the div elements in our timeline blocks with a motion div. This is crucial because using motion div allows us to apply the animation properties to the div directly. So let's go ahead and add motion to this div element here. I'm going to select both opening and closing tags. Let's add motion. So now within the motion div, we need to define some attributes to set up our animation. First, we add here initial, and I'm going to insert here opacity equal to 0. Then we need x equal to I, modulus 2 equal 0. We are using here the same condition. So if the condition is true, we need here minus 80. And if it is false, then we need 80. So this line specifies the initial state of our elements before they come into view. We set opacity to 0 to make the blocks invisible initially. The X property is where things get interesting. We want the blocks to slide in from the sides, so we use a conditional check I modulus 2 equals 0. If it is true, then the value is minus 80, and if it is false, then we have 80. So what this does is that for even index blocks, the X position is set to minus 80, making them start from the left. For odd index blocks, it is set to 80, making them start from the right. This way the blocks will slide in from alternating directions, giving us a more dynamic timeline effect. Next we have to add the while in view attribute. So here I'm going to add while in view, and then we need here opacity equal to 1, and x will be 0. So this attribute tells our component what to do once it comes into the viewport. Here we set opacity to 1, which means that the element will fade into full visibility. We also set x to 0, which brings the element to its final resting place in the layout. Essentially, this is the end state of our animation, where the blocks smoothly slide into their proper position. So now we can already test the animation. I'm going to refresh the page. So as you can see, the blocks are sliding from the left and right sides. Now once we scroll up, they are sliding again, and we don't need that. We have to run the animation only once. So for that, I'm going to add here another attribute, and it is viewport. I'm going to insert here once and make it true. So this is a really handy property that makes sure the animation runs only when the element enters the viewport for the first time. It prevents the animation from replaying every time the user scrolls, which can sometimes feel repetitive or distracting. So now, if we scroll down, and then scroll up, the animation will no longer run. Okay, so finally, we have to add the transition attribute to control the animation's timing and also the behavior. I'm going to add here transition. Then we need duration. It's going to be 0.7. Also, I'm going to add here type, and it's going to be spring. As for the stiffness, I'm going to make it 50. So here we set duration to 0.7 seconds, which is how long the animation will take to complete. The type is set to spring, which gives the animation a smooth, natural movement as if it's on a spring. This makes the sliding effect look more organic and engaging. The stiffness value controls how tight the spring effect is. A lower stiffness value like 50 makes the animation softer and bouncer. So let's go to the browser, then reload the page and scroll down. So now, as you can see, we have here nice and cool effect. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Now finally, we have to animate the timeline. I mean the vertical line. Once we scroll down, it should appear with dynamic animations. First, we need to bring in the additional hooks from Framer Motion that we will be using. In this case, we need to add useScroll. We can track the scroll position of our timeline, and also we can add here useSpring. It will allow us to smooth out the scrolling animation, adding a more fluid motion to our timeline's vertical line. With these hooks in place, we will be able to create a scroll-linked animation that feels responsive and engaging. Next, we need to set up a reference to the container that we want to monitor for scroll events. We will use the useRef hook to achieve this. So I'm going to import useRef from React. Then I'm going to create new variable, and I'm going to call it container ref. It should be equal to useRef hook, and as the default value, I'm going to insert here null. So the container ref is essential because it gives us a way to identify the specific element that we want to track for scrolling. In this case, it is the container holding our timeline blocks. By assigning this reference to the container, we can use it with the useScroll hook to precisely monitor how far we have scrolled through the timeline. So we need to select this div element here, and we have to add here ref, which should be equal to container ref. Now we have to bring in the useScroll hook to track the scroll progress of our container. So I'm going to add here variable. I mean, we have the destructor variable scroll y progress. It should be equal to useScroll hook. And I'm going to insert here an object, which will have two properties, target property with the value container ref, and then we will have offset, in which we will have two values, start 95%, and then we need end twice. Okay, so let's break down this code. useScroll returns an object containing scroll y progress, which gives us a value between 0 and 1. It represents how far we have scrolled through the target element. We pass an object to useScroll with two properties, target and offset. The target is set to container ref, which means we are monitoring the scroll progress of the container element we referenced earlier. The offset property takes an array of two values. We have start 95% and end twice. This offset tells Framer Motion to start tracking the scroll when 95% of the container is visible, and to finish tracking when the bottom of the container reaches the end of the viewport. Essentially, this configuration ensures that our scroll-based animation will occur smoothly as the user scrolls through the timeline. Next, we need to link this scrolling effect to the vertical line. So to do that, we first replace the div element with the motion div. So let's go ahead and scroll down. We have here the div element, which we should transform into motion div. Then I'm going to add here a couple of different attributes. The first one is going to be initial. We need here scale y equal to 0. Then I'm going to add here style attribute. And I'm going to insert here scale y again. And as the value, I'm going to add here scroll y progress. So here is what's happening in this code snippet. By using motion div, we can animate the vertical line as it scrolls. We set the initial state to scale y 0, which makes the line completely collapsed vertically when the component first loads. Then in the style attribute, we use scale y to control the vertical scaling of the line. We set it to scroll y progress, which means that as the user scrolls, the vertical line will grow proportionally to the scroll position. This creates a neat visual effect where the line appears to grow along with the scrolling motion, enhancing the timeline's animation. So if we go to the browser, then reload the page and scroll down. Actually, we are not getting here any animations. So actually we're getting the animation, but it works in the wrong direction. So in order to fix that, we need to add here one class, and it is origin top. Let's go back and reload the page. Now, as you can see, the line is growing from top to bottom. So it means that everything works great. Now, to make this animation feel even smoother, we have to use Spring Hook. Let's go back to the VS Code. And here I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be scroll y. It should be equal to useSpringHook. Then we need here scroll y progress and an object in which we will have stiffness equal to 200 and then damping equal to 20. So what we are doing here is creating a new Spring animation using useSpring. We pass scroll y progress as the first argument to useSpring, which links it to the scroll progress. The second argument is an object where we define the properties of the spring, stiffness and damping. The first property determines how resistant the spring is to being stretched. A higher value would make the animation more rigid, while a lower value would make it more elastic. The second property, damping, controls how bouncy the spring is. Finally, we have to replace scroll y progress down below with scroll y. Now, let's go to the browser, reload the page. Now, as you can see, we have here this nice and cool animation with our timeline. Once we scroll down, the vertical line grows, and once we scroll up, it disappears. In this part, we're going to create a visually appealing grid that highlights our technical abilities and the tools we use daily. This section is all about showcasing what we are capable of and making a strong impression on potential employers or clients who view our portfolio. We will display each skill with its corresponding icon and label, providing a quick overview of our expertise in various technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and more. To give this section a bit of flair, We'll be using framer motion to animate the icons as they appear on the screen. The smooth animations will make the skills feel dynamic, drawing the viewer's attention and making the section look polished and engaging. These animations and effects are not just for aesthetics, they also add an extra layer of professionalism to our portfolio, showing off our attention to detail. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create new components in the components folder. Let's call the file skills.jsx. Then, as usual, we have to create a new functional component. Let's use RAFCE shortcut. So here we have the new functional component. I'm going to get rid of this import statement. Then I'm going to add here use client. We explained use client in the previous parts for several times, so I'm not going to go through it anymore. Then I'm going to go to page.js file, where we have to import our newly created skills component. And also we have to nest it here. Let's insert skills. All right, so if we go to the browser, we will find here text skills. Next, I'm going to create JSX for our newly created component. I'm going to get rid of text skills. And here I'm going to insert heading, which we have already used for several times. I'm going to specify text attribute. And here I'm going to insert skills. Let's close the components. Then we have to import heading from subfolder. We need here sub and then heading. As you remember, the heading component is placed in this sub folder. So let's save and go to the browser. As you can see, we have here skills, heading skills, which is already customized and styled. Okay, let's go ahead and add other elements to our component. The next element that we need here is div. Then inside the div element, we need again div, in which I'm going to insert image components. We talked about this component as well in the previous parts. So here we need to add some attributes. The first one is src attribute. Now, right now, I'm going to insert here one of the skills images. So let's insert here skills folder. And then I'm going to select, let's say, next.js.png. As you know, we have skills folder here in which we store all the images regarding skills. Next, we need here art attribute. I'm going to insert here skills image. Also, we need to insert here width and height. The width is going to be 100. As for the height, I'm going to insert here, again, 100. Finally, we need to import image component from next image. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the image of the next.js. The only thing that we have to do here is to create a paragraph. So let's insert here p tag, and I'm going to insert the name of the skill. The technology. In this case, we need next.js. Let's go to the browser. Okay, so here we have the paragraph, the image, the heading, everything is created. And now we have to style those elements. So let's go ahead and start with the first div element. I'm going to add here some classes. The first one is going to be minimum height, and I'm going to set it to screen. In this case, the height is going to be 100 viewport height. Next, we need flexbox. So we need here flex, followed by the flex call, because we're going to change the direction of the flex layout. And then in order to place the content in the center, we need items center and justify center. After that, I'm going to create some gap using gap y with the value 20. And also let's create padding horizontally using px with the value 96. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, The styles are applied to the content of this section. The image and the paragraph is placed in the center. And also we have padding on the left and right sides. Next, I'm going to customize the div elements, which is placed after heading. So let's add here class name. I'm going to define width, and it's going to be full. 100%. Then again, we need flexbox. Let's insert here flex. Then I'm going to insert here justify between in order to create some space between the flex items. Then I'm going to use flex wrap in order to place the images on different lines. Next, I'm going to create some gap using gap x with the value 8. And also let's create gap vertically using gap y. And the value is going to be 10. Next, we need LG breakpoint. For smaller screen sizes, we need gap y to be 6. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize the next div elements, which is the wrapper of the image and the paragraph. So let's add here class name. First of all, I'm going to use again flexbox. Let's insert here flex. Then we need items center. Then justify content center in order to place the flex content in the center of the flex container. Then I'm going to create some gap horizontally. We need gap x with the value 3. Then I'm going to make the element rounded. The value will be XL. In this case, the border radius will be equal to 12 pixels. Next, we have border. The color of the border is going to be yellow, 500. Also, I'm going to change the background. Let's use here a sync, 200. And finally, I'm going to create some space inside the elements using px, padding horizontally. It's going to be 5. And then we need py. In this case, it's going to be 2. Also, I'm going to define padding horizontally. For smaller screen sizes, we need LG breakpoint, and the padding x is going to be 2. Okay, so as you can see, the item, skill item, is customized. Next, I'm going to customize the image. We have to make it a bit smaller. So let's go ahead and add to the image component class name. We need here height auto. As for the width, it's going to be 40 pixels. Therefore, I'm going to use an arbitrary value. Let's check the results. So now the image became smaller and we have nice and cool skill item. All right, finally, I'm going to customize the paragraph. Let's add here class name. I'm going to change the size of the text. Let's set text to SM. And also change the color of the text. We need text gray, 600. So now that we have the structure and styling in place for our skill section, it's time to make it fully functional by displaying all the skills dynamically. For this, we are going to use the data that we've already prepared in our index.js file. So let's open this file here. This file will not only make our code cleaner and more organized, but will also allow us to easily add or modify skills in the future without touching the component code itself. So let's take a look at the skills data in our index.js file. Here is what we have set up. Each skill is represented as an object within an array called skills data. This array contains objects, and each object holds two key properties, name and icon. The name property is simply a string that describes the name of the skill, such as Figma, Photoshop, or React.js. It is what we will display as the label for each skill on our page. The icon property is a path to the image file that represents each skill. For example, skills figma.png and skills photoshop.png. These image paths will allow us to visually represent each skill using icons, making our skill section much more appealing and easy to comprehend at a glance. The icons give life to the section, offering a quick visual summary of our technical abilities. What's great about using this data-driven approach is that it makes our code modular and flexible. The skills data array is the single source of truth for all our skill items, so if we ever need to add a new skill, change an icon, or remove something, we can do it directly in the index.js file. This way we don't have to rewrite the component itself or modify its JSX structure. Everything is controlled by this data file. In the next step, we're going to take this skills data array and map over it to dynamically create each skill item in our skills component. This will allow us to display all the skills listed in our data in a neat and structured way. So let's jump into that. First of all, I'm going to import skills data from index.js file. We need import skills data from assets. Now that we have our skills data array set up, it's time to replace the hard-coded skill item in the JSX with a dynamic approach that displays all the skills from our data file. This will make our skill section more flexible and easier to manage in the future. So let's walk through this step by step. First, we're going to use the map method on the skills data array. As you already know, the map method allows us to loop through each item in skills data and create a skill block for each entry. This means that for every object in the array, we will generate a new JSX element. So right after here, I'm going to open curly braces, and then we need skills data dot map. Then we need a callback function with two parameters, item and I. So inside this map method, we provide an inline callback function with two parameters. The item parameter represents the current object in the array during each iteration, and I is the index of that object. We use this parameter to dynamically populate the skill block with data from each object. Next, we have to grab the development and insert it inside the map function. So I'm going to grab this development and paste it here. Also, we need to insert here key prop with the value I. So as you remember, the key prop is crucial when rendering a list of elements in React. It helps React identify which items have changed, been added, or been removed, allowing it to efficiently update the UI. In this case, we use the index I from the map method as the key. While using the index is not always ideal, it's fine for our use case since our list is static and does not involve complex dynamic changes. Now let's replace the hard-coded image with a dynamic one. Here is how we update the image component. Instead of using a static path, we use item.icon from our skills data array as the source value. So instead of that path, I'm going to insert item.icon. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, now we have here different images, but the text is the same for every item. We have next.js because it is a hard-coded text, so we will take care of that in a minute. Again, we used here item.icon. This dynamically loads the correct image for each skill based on the data provided in index.js file. Now we have to modify the skill name to use the dynamic data. So instead of this hard-coded text here, I'm going to open curly braces and then insert here item.name. Now if we check the results, you will find here different names of the technologies. So all the skill items are displayed correctly. All right. So now that we have all our skills displayed, it's time to add some life to our skill section with animations and interactivity using Framer Motion. Animations not only make the interface more engaging, but also add a touch of professionalism to our portfolio. So let's jump into it. First, we need to import motion from Framer Motion. Let's go ahead and add import statement. We need here motion from Framer Motion. As you remember, the motion component is a powerful feature of Framer Motion that lets us animate almost any HTML element. By wrapping our elements with motion, we gain access to a wide range of animation properties and features that can be controlled using JavaScript. Next, let's go ahead and create an object named variants. This object will define the different states of our animation and how the transition between those states will happen. We'll be using this object later to define how each skill item appears on the screen. So here I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be variants. It's going to be an object. I'm going to add here property called visible. It is a state. Then we need function with parameter I. And here I'm going to insert another object with 3 different properties. The first one is going to be opacity. I'm going to set it to 1. Then we need Y. It's going to be 0. And then I'm going to insert here transition, which itself will include an object. I'm going to insert here delay with the value 0.3 plus I multiplied by 0.07. And finally, I'm going to add here second state, which is hidden. I'm going to add here object with opacity 0, and then we need Y with the value 30. Okay, so let's go ahead and break this down in detail. We have 2 states here, visible and hidden. The visible state is a function that takes an index I as a parameter. This is important because we want each skill block to animate with a slight delay, creating a cascading effect. Inside the visible state, we are setting opacity to 1 and Y to 0, which means the element will be fully opaque and positioned at its natural vertical location. I mean that the element will be placed in its normal default position in the layout. Essentially, this is where the element would appear if there were no animations or transformations applied to it. The transition property inside the visible state is where we define the animation behavior. We use a delay that starts at 0.3 seconds and increments by 0.07 seconds for each skill item based on its index I. This delay creates a staggered animation, making each skill appear one after the other, adding a really nice effect. Next, we have hidden state. The hidden state is pretty straightforward. It sets the opacity to 0, making the element invisible, and moves it 30 pixels downwards along the y-axis. This is the starting state of each skill block before it animates into view. Now that we've defined our animation states in the variants object, we need to apply these to our skill blocks. To do this, we have to replace the div that wraps each skill item with motion div. This allows us to take full advantage of Framer motion's features. So I'm going to add here motion for both opening and closing tags. After that, we have to add several attributes to our motion div. The first one is going to be custom, and I'm going to make it I. This attribute is used to pass the index of each skill block to the variance object. Remember, in our variance definition, the visible state is a function that takes an index I and calculates the delay for the animation. By using custom with the value I, we are ensuring that each skill item animates with the correct delay, creating the staggered effect. Next, I'm going to insert here variance, and I'm going to make it equal to variance. This connects our motion component with the variance object we created earlier. This is how Framer Motion knows what the initial and while in view states should do, as well as how to handle the animation transitions. Next, I'm going to insert here initial, and the value is going to be hidden. This sets the initial state of the animation to hidden, which we defined in the variance object. This means each skill block will start with an opacity of 0 and be shifted down by 30 pixels before the animation begins. If we check the results in the browser, you will find here that all the skill items are hidden. Now, let's go back and add here another attribute, which is while in view. The value is going to be visible. This is where the magic happens. It specifies that when the skill block enters the viewport, it should transition to the visible state defined in the variance object. In other words, the element will animate into view as the user scrolls down to this section. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. So the skill items are displaying with some fade effect, but that's not what we need here. We might have a mistake. So let's go ahead and check the object variance. We have here visible states in which we have function, then opacity 1, y 0, transition with delay. So here everything seems to be correct. Then we have hidden, opacity, and y. So in the variance object, everything's correct. Let's go down and check the attributes. Actually, I have here a typo. We need custom st. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. So here we go. Now we have this cool effect. Everything works perfectly. All right. Now I'm going to add hover effect to the skill items. So I'm going to add here another attribute. It's going to be while hover, and it should be equal to scale 1.1. This attribute defines a hover effect for the skill blocks. When a user hovers over a skill, the element will scale up by 10%, adding a nice interactive touch. This effect is immediate and adds a subtle layer of interactivity that makes the UI more engaging. Besides that, I'm going to add one more attribute. It is viewport. The value is going to be an object with margin. We need here 50 pixels, and also we need once with the value true. So this attribute allows us to control when the while in view animation is triggered. By setting margin 50 pixels, we are saying that the animation should start even before the element fully enters the viewport, providing a smoother visual experience. The once with the value true ensures that the animation only occurs the first time the element comes into view, which can be useful for keeping the animation sequence clean and simple. Now let's go to the browser and test if everything works fine. So, as you can see, everything works perfectly. Now, if we scroll up and then scroll down, the animation will no longer run because we have a property called once with the value true. Let's reload again the page. So here we have this nice and cool animation. The review section is all about displaying user feedback in a dynamic and visually engaging way. Imagine visiting a website and being greeted by a series of positive testimonials that highlight the value of someone's work. That's exactly what we're going to create here. At the core of this section, we will build a carousel that smoothly transitions between different reviews, giving visitors a glimpse into what others think of our skills and services. Each review will be showcased with a profile image and the reviewer's name, their comments, and a star rating to add credibility. We will create a card-like layout where each review takes center stage in the carousel, while the previous and upcoming reviews are animated to scale down and rotate subtly, providing a sleek and professional look. This kind of animation adds a level of sophistication to our site and makes the reviews feel alive and interactive. Now, what makes this section really special are the animations we're going to implement. As you navigate through the reviews using the left and right arrows, you will see a smooth sliding effect where the current review transitions into view. We're going to control the animation direction as well, so that it feels responsive whether you're moving forward or backward through the reviews. We will use framer motion to handle all these animations, giving us a high level of control over the movement and the overall experience. So that's our plan for today. Let's dive right in and start building this awesome reviews section. As usual, the first thing that I'm going to do is to create new component in the components folder. It's going to be reviews.jsx. Then we have to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. So here we have the new functional component. I'm going to get rid of this line of code, and then we need use client. I have talked about use client for several times in the previous part, so I'm not going to go through it right now. Next, we have to go to the page.js file, and we have to import newly created reviews component here. Let's change the name of the component. We need reviews, and then we have to nest here reviews component. All right, if we go to the browser, then you'll find here text reviews. Let's go ahead and go back to the reviews component and create the content of the component. I'm going to get rid of this text from here. Then we need heading, which we have used for several times. I'm going to add here text attribute, and it's going to be reviews. Then we have to import this component. We need heading from sub, and then we have to select heading component. If we go to the browser, you'll find here the reviews heading on the page. Okay, after that, I'm going to add here some more content. Let's open div elements. Then inside the div element, we need another div, then again another div. And now I'm going to insert here an image component, which we have used for several times throughout this project. As you remember, we have to add here a couple of different attributes. The first one is source. Right now, I'm going to insert here one of the images from the reviews folder. So we need here reviews, and then I'm going to select, let's check reviews folder. As you can see, we have here 5 different images of our clients. So let's select one of them. Let's say client 1.png. Then I'm going to add here alt attribute. It's going to be reviews image. And then we need width and height. The width is going to be 130 pixels. As for the height, I'm going to make it 130 pixels as well. Actually, we don't need pixels, just the number. So we have an error here because we have to import image component from next image. Now, if we go to the browser, then we will actually the image, yes, here it is. So the image is displayed. Now we have to add other elements to our component. After image, I'm going to insert h1 heading elements. It's going to be the name of the client. Let's insert here Bob, then W, and then I'm going to add here lifestyle blogger. After that, I'm going to insert here paragraph, and actually I'm going to grab one of the paragraphs from our index.js file. I'm going to refer this file a bit later. Let's just grab this comment from here and add it inside the paragraph. Okay, after that we need div elements, in which I'm going to open span, and I'm going to insert here rating, let's say 4.5. Then after span element, I'm going to open div tag, and inside the div tag we need another span. And right now I'm going to insert here stars. We will replace this text with actual icons of the stars a bit later. After that, I'm going to insert here div elements, which will be the wrapper of the buttons. I mean the arrows, left and right arrows. Let's insert here button. Right now I'm going to insert here left, then duplicate this code and enter here right. Okay, so I think that's it about the content of our component. All the elements are created, and now we have to style those elements. Let's go ahead and start with the first one. The first development. Add here class name. So for the first development, we need vertical margin, MY20, and then the horizontal padding, PX 96. So as you can see, the space is created. Then I'm going to style this development here. We don't need any styles for the heading. So here I'm going to create flex layout. We need flex. Then we have to change the direction of the flex layout. We need flex column. And then I'm going to center the content of this element using items center, and then we need justify center. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the next developments. I'm going to add here width and height. The width is going to be 800 pixels. Let's use an arbitrary value. Then I'm going to define width for different breakpoints. For LG, we need width 600 pixels. Then for MD breakpoints, the width is going to be 95%. Then we have SM, and the width is going to be 280 pixels. After that, I'm going to define the height. Height is going to be 500 pixels. Then again, we need different breakpoints. LG, height is going to be 450 pixels. Then on MD breakpoint, we need height equal to 400 pixels. Next, we have SM, and the height is going to be 600 pixels. After that, I'm going to define the flex layout. We need flex, followed by items center, and again, we need justify center. All right, so that's it about this development. As you can see, the layout is slightly changed. Next, we have another development. So let's go ahead and add to this development different classes. The first one is going to be position absolute, and then we need position relative for the parent element. For this element here, let's add the relative. Then I'm going to add here inset 0. So when we use inset, it means that we use here 4 different positions. Top, right, bottom, and left positions, and we set all of them to 0. Next, I'm going to use again flexbox. We need flex. Then we have to change the direction of the flex layout. It's going to be column. Then we need items center, and again justify center. After that, I'm going to create gap vertically. So we need here gap Y7. And then I'm going to define gap for the smaller screen size. For the LG breakpoint, gap is going to be 4. Okay, let's go ahead and add some more styles to these developments. I'm going to define border. Then the color of the border is going to be yellow 500. Actually, we need here yellow. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's use Sync 50. And finally, we need padding on all 4 sides. It should be 14. And also, I'm going to define padding for smaller screen size. For LG breakpoint, padding is going to be 5. All right, so as you can see, the review is styled. We have here nice and cool border with different background. Actually, we need rounded corners for the review, so I'm going to add here rounded, let's say XL. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the image. So let's add here class name. Let's define width. It's going to be 130 pixels. Then we need the same height for the image, and actually I'm going to use aspect square. So when we use aspect square, it means that the element will have the same height, and if we change the width the height will be changed automatically. Next, I'm going to make the element rounded using rounded full. And then we need border. The color is going to be border yellow, 500. Also, I'm going to add here padding 4. And finally, we need object contain. The object contain class in Tailwind CSS ensures that the image is resized to fit within its container while maintaining its original aspect ratio. This means that the image will scale up or down as needed, but none of it will be cropped or distorted. It's particularly useful when you want to make sure the entire image is visible within a specific area, regardless of the container size. By applying object contain to an image, you're telling the browser to adjust the image dimensions so it stays fully contained within the bounds you've set. So let's go to the browser. As you can see, the image is customized. Next, we have to take care of the heading and the paragraph. So let's go ahead and add class name to h1 heading element. I'm going to add here text to XL. Then we need smaller breakpoints, MD, and the text is going to be XL. Next, we need text center to place the text in the center. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters using tracking wider. And finally, change the color of the text. I'm going to use, again, text yellow 500. Actually, 600. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the name of the client is customized. Next, we have the paragraph. The comments. Let's add here a class name. So first of all, I'm going to define the font size. We need text LG. Then for MD breakpoint, I'm going to set text to SM. Then we need text justify. Also, I'm going to change the font. Let's make it extra light. Next, we have tracking white in order to create some space between the letters. Then I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use text gray 600. And finally, I'm going to create some indentation using first letter and padding left 2. Okay, so as you can see, the comment of the client is customized, and we have here nice and cool little indentation. After that, we have the rating and the star icons. So let's go ahead and customize this wrapper development. I'm going to add here flex. Next, I'm going to change the direction of the flex layout. We need flex column. Then I'm going to set items to center. Also, we need justify center, and let's create little vertical gap using gap, actually not vertical, but horizontal, because we already changed the direction of the flex layout. So we need here gap Y with a value 2. Next, we have span element. So let's add to the span element a couple of classes. We need text LG. Then font is going to be light. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use again text yellow 600. And then I'm going to add some space on the right side using margin right with the value 3. So as you can see, the rating is customized. Next, we have stars and then the buttons. So I'm going to add some classes to this development here. We need flex, then items, center. Then I'm going to create horizontal gap using gap x2. Also, I'm going to change the size of the text. Let's use text 2XL. And then change the color of the text. Use again text yellow 500. Okay, so the stars are customized, and now we have to customize the buttons left and right. I'm going to add some classes to the development, which is the wrapper of the buttons. So we need flex layout, then horizontal gap using gap x4. Next, I'm going to change the size of the text. Let's use text 4XL. And then change the color. We need again yellow 500. And finally, let's create some space at the top side using margin top 5. All right, so that's it. All the elements are customized. And now that we have completed the structure and styling of the reviews component, it's time to make our code more dynamic by replacing some of the hard-coded data with the actual data from our index.js file. Let's go ahead and open it. By doing this, we will ensure that the component can easily accommodate changes or additions to the reviews without modifying the component itself each time. This approach not only makes our code cleaner and more efficient, but also allows for greater flexibility in managing our data. So here we have the data for our reviews section. The data includes an array of objects where each object represents a single review. Here is what we have. You can see image. Each review object contains an image property, which is a string representing the path to the reviewer's image. This is important for giving a personal and visual element to each review. Next, we have name. The name property stores the reviewer's name and title, like Mark T, freelance graphic designer. Including names and titles adds authenticity and context to each review, showing that these comments come from real individuals. Next, we have comment. This property holds the actual text of the review. Each comment is a string that provides detailed feedback from the reviewer, showcasing their experience. This is the core content of the review, offering insight into the positive impact of the work. Next, we have stars, which is an array of numbers. The numbers are typically 1 or 0.5, representing full and half stars. This array will be used to dynamically generate the star icons when we render the reviews. For instance, this array here will represent a 4.5 star rating, which will convert into visual star icons within the component. Additionally, we have two arrays, star icons and arrow icons. Star icons contains the star icon. The first array contains the star icons, which we will use to visually represent the review ratings. It includes a full star and a half star imported from Remix Icon React. Next, we have arrow icons. This array contains the arrow icons that will be used for navigating through the reviews. These are also imported from Remix Icon React and will help us add interactive navigation functionality to the section. By structuring our data this way, we can easily loop through the reviews data array to display each review dynamically. This approach keeps our component clean, flexible, and scalable, allowing us to make changes to the review data in one place without touching the component itself. Now that we have covered what's inside the index.js file, we are ready to use this data in our reviews component. I'm going to place index.js file on the right side, like so, and I'm going to close this sidebar here. We have to replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic one to make our review section flexible and maintainable. First, we need to import the necessary data and icons from our assets. This includes the reviews data array, which contains all the information about each review, such as images, names, comments, and star ratings. So I'm going to import reviews data from assets. Additionally, we bring in star icons and arrow icons to dynamically display the stars and navigation buttons. So I'm going to add here star icons as well as arrow icons. Next, we have to modify our JSX. Let's use the map function to iterate over each review object in the reviews data array. So right after here, I'm going to open curly braces and then I'm going to insert reviews data.map. Then we need a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be review. As for the second one, it should be index. So the map method takes two parameters. The first is the current item in the array, and the second one is the index of that item. In our code, the first parameter represents each individual review object, allowing us to access properties like the reviewer's name, comments, image, and stars. The second parameter provides the current index of the array, which is useful for assigning unique keys to each review block, ensuring that React can efficiently identify and manage each element in the list. Next, we have to grab the entire development and paste it inside the map function. So I'm going to grab this development from here and paste it inside the map function. This is how we create a review block for each item in the data. For each block, we have to assign a key to ensure that React identifies each element uniquely. So I'm going to add here key prop, and I'm going to insert here I. So within this block, we will dynamically insert the data. Right now, the image has hard-coded path, and we have to change it. So instead of this hard-coded path, I'm going to insert review.image. So by using this code, we are pulling this path from here. Next, we have the reviewer's name and also the comment. So instead of this hard-coded name, I'm going to insert here review.name, and then we need review.comment. So this change is crucial because it allows any updates in the data file to reflect instantly in our UI without needing to manually adjust the code. Let's go to the browser. So now we have here the dynamic data instead of the hard-coded one. We have image, name, and also the comment pulled from this file here. Now let's move on to calculating and displaying star ratings. We will use the reduce method on review.stars to sum up the star values. This method helps us dynamically calculate the rating based on the stars array for each review. In general, the reduce method iterates through an array, processing each element with a callback function to produce a single accumulated result. So here, instead of this hard-coded rating, I'm going to open curly braces and then insert review.stars.reduce. Then we need a callback function in which I'm going to insert two parameters, sum and item. The reduce method itself takes two parameters, a callback function and an initial value. And as an initial value, I'm going to insert here 0. So inside the callback function, we have two parameters, sum and item. The first parameter, sum, is the accumulator that stores the ongoing total. And the second parameter, item, represents each element in the array. As the method loops through the array, it updates the accumulator using the logic provided in the callback function. In our case, the logic will be following. We need to insert return and then sum plus equals item. After that, we have to use toFixed method with the value 1. In general, the toFixed method is used to format a number to a fixed number of decimal places. It converts the number into a string, keeping only the specified number of digits after the decimal point. Now, if we save and then go to the browser, you'll find here the accumulated sum of the stars, I mean the ratings, and we have 5.0. Actually, this review is the last one in the array. I mean this one here. As you can see, we have here David H. And you can see here David H. 5.0. We have here an array which consists of 5 items. Each of them is 1. Therefore, the total sum of those numbers is 5.0. We see here the last item because we use position absolute for each review, and that's why we see the last item. If we comment this item out, then we will get here the fourth item in the array. As you can see, we have here Bob 4.5, and if we check the fourth item, you will see here Bob, and the sum of these numbers is 4.5. All right. Now we have to dynamically render the star icons, and for that we will use the map method once again. The map method is perfect for this task because it allows us to loop through each element in the stars array of each review and create a corresponding star icon. Let's break down how this works step by step. So I'm going to open inside the development curly braces, and then we need here review.stars.map. Then we need a callback function with 2 parameters. The first one is going to be star. As for the second one, it's going to be I. So here we are mapping over the stars array in each review object. Each star element represents a part of the rating, which can be a full star, represented by the value 1, or a half star represented by a different value like 0.5. The map method also provides an I parameter, which is the index of the current element in the array. We use this I later as a unique key for each span element. Next, we have to cut the span element from here and then insert it here. As you already know, we need here a key prop. So let's insert here key. And then we need I. After that, within the callback function, we have to use a conditional statement. So instead of this text here, I'm going to open curly braces. And then we need a conditional statement. The condition is going to be star equal to 1. If this condition is true, then we need star icons. And we have to select the first member. I mean, we need here index number 0. And if the condition is false, then we need star icons with the index number 1. So if we look at the star icons array, you will find here that we have two items, star fill icon and star half line icon. So if the star is equal to 1, then we choose the first icon, which is star fill icon, I mean the filled star. And if the condition is false, if star does not equal to 1, then we select the second half filled icon. All right, so let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here 5 icons, I mean 5 stars. Each of them is filled. Now, if we comment this array item and go to the browser, we will get here rating 4.5 and again 5 stars, but the last one is half filled. All right. So to sum it up, the map method loops through each star value. The ternary operator decides whether to display a full or half star, and the key attribute ensures that React can efficiently update the DOM when these elements change. This is how we dynamically generate the correct star icons for each review, making our rating system both flexible and interactive. Finally, we have to update the navigation buttons to use the arrow icons we imported earlier. Instead of using hard-coded text for these buttons, we will use the dynamic icons from arrow icons. So this will give the section a more polished and professional appearance, enhancing its overall look and feel. So first of all, I'm going to get back this array item. Then I'm going to get rid of this hard-coded text. And instead of left, I'm going to open curly braces and insert arrow icons. And then we need first item, so the index number 0. And the same thing we need for the right icon, I mean the bottom. We need arrow icons and the index number 1. If we go to the browser, then you will find here 2 arrows left and right. Alright, so the review section now pulls all its content directly from the data file, allowing for quick and easy updates. If we ever need to add, remove, or modify a review, all we have to do is to update the reviews data in the index.js file, and our component will automatically reflect those changes. This makes our code cleaner, more modular, and highly maintainable. Now that we have implemented the dynamic rendering of the reviews, all 5 reviews are actually being displayed in the component. However, as I already explained, because we've set the review containers to use position absolute, only one of them is currently visible. The others are all positioned directly behind the one that's currently in view, which is why we can't see them right now. Alright, now we're getting to the exciting part, making the carousel work for our review section. We'll break down this process step by step, ensuring that everything is clear and that we thoroughly test each part as we go along. The first part is setting up state and references. Let's start by managing which review is displayed. First, we use the useState hook to set up a state variable called index. So we need to create a new state variable. It's going to be index. Also, we need an updater function setIndex. And I'm going to set it to useState. And I'm going to insert here 0. As you can see, the useState hook is imported from React automatically. If you don't see here useState, then you have to import it manually, otherwise you will get errors. So we initialize index to 0, meaning the carousel will start by showing the first review in the array. Next we have to create another state variable, and it's going to be direction with its updater function setDirection. I'm going to set it to useState, and the default value is going to be false. So this variable helps us understand the navigation direction, whether the user is clicking the left or right button. This state is essential for triggering the appropriate animations based on the direction. So here in those two state variables, setIndex will be used to update which review is being displayed, while setDirection will manage the navigation direction. The Boolean direction will control whether we are navigating left or right. Next, we have to set up references. So I'm going to create a new variable, and I'm going to call it prevIndex, which should be equal to userref, and I'm going to set it to 0. Now we have to import userref from React. As you know, in React, userref is a hook that allows us to create a reference to a DOM element or a value that we want to persist across re-renders. Unlike state variables, changing a userref value does not trigger a re-render of the component. It simply provides a way to keep a mutable object tied to the life cycle of a component. When you call userref, it returns a JavaScript object with a single property called current. So here we are initializing a userref object and assigning it to the variable prevIndex. The initial value of prevIndex.current is set to 0. In other words, the current property of this reference is now holding the number 0. In our code, we need to keep track of the index of the previous review slide. This is essential for animating the slides correctly when navigating through the carousel. By knowing which slide was previously displayed, we can apply specific animations to move it off screen or scale it down as the new slide comes into view. We also have to create another userref called slides to hold references to each slide element. So we have to create a new variable. It's going to be slides. Then we need again userref, and I'm going to insert here an empty array. So here we are creating a reference object with an initial value of an empty array. This array will be used to store references to each slide element in the carousel. The slides reference object allows us to access all the slide elements directly in the DOM, making it easier to control animations and transitions with framer motion. During the rendering of the slides, we will push each slide element into the slides.current array. This way we will have a direct reference to all the slides. By storing these references, we can later manipulate each slide individually using functions like animate to control their movement or animations based on user interactions, like clicking the navigation buttons. Now, we have to add a reference to the development inside the map function. So I'm going to add here ref, which will be equal to callback function with a parameter element. And we have to return slides.current.push, and we have to insert here element. So this ensures that each review slide is correctly stored in the slides reference array as it is rendered. Now let's break down this line of code and explain how it works. As you know, in general, the ref attribute is used to assign a reference to the DOM element rendered by React. Here we are using an arrow function as the reference callback. This is an arrow function that takes an element as an argument. During the rendering of each review component inside the map function, this element refers to the corresponding DOM node of that review. Here, slides is a reference object created using userref, which initially contains an empty array. This line pushes the newly created element into that array. This effectively builds an array of all the review components as they are rendered. Storing these references is essential because it allows you to directly manipulate each slide later, for example, when using the animate function to handle slide transitions. So, if we run to the console, slides.current. And if we go to the browser, inspect the page, and switch to the console tab, we will get here an array which consists of 5 items. 5 review items. All right. So in summary, by including this line in the map function, this line here, we ensure that every review element is stored in the slides.current array. This makes it easier to apply animations to specific elements in the carousel when the user interacts with the navigation buttons. In summary, this code allows you to reference each slide directly and control their animations, enhancing the carousel's functionality and user experience. Next, let's go ahead and handle the animations triggered when the user clicks the arrow buttons. We will use Framer Motion's animate method to create smooth transitions for the slides. We will define 2 functions, right-click handler and left-click handler. So let's go ahead and start with the right-click handler. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this line of code from here. So we need here an arrow function. And then animate method. From Framer Motion, we have to import animate from Framer Motion. So the animate function in Framer Motion is a powerful tool for creating animations and transitions for DOM elements. It allows you to dynamically change the properties of an element, such as its position, scale, rotation, and opacity over a specified duration. The way it works is by taking in parameters that define the element to animate, the final state you want to achieve, and any additional options like delay, duration, and easing functions. Once it is called, animate smoothly transitions the element from its current state to the desired state using the specified animation properties. This function is particularly useful when you want to trigger animations in response to specific events, such as clicks or scrolls, giving your application a more interactive and engaging user experience. All right, so inside here, I'm going to insert slides.current. Then we need index. Next, we need an object in which I'm going to insert x property with the value 0. And then we need another object with the delay property. And I'm going to insert here 0.3. So this line targets the current slide using slides.current index. Here, slides.current is an array of slide elements that we populated using the ref attribute in the mapping. By specifying slides.current index, we select the slide that needs to move into view. Then we have x0. It sets the horizontal position of the slide to 0, meaning it will be centered on the screen. Framer Motion animates the element's transition to this new X position. The third parameter, delay 0.3, adds a delay of 0.3 seconds before the animation starts, creating a smooth transition effect. This slight delay makes the animation more dynamic and visually appealing. Next, we have to add here another animate function. So let's insert animate. The purpose of this function is to animate the previous review slide when navigating through the carousel. It adjusts the scale and rotation of the previous slide based on the current index. If the current slide is the first one, if the index number is 0, the scale remains at its original size and there is no rotation. Otherwise, it scales down the previous slide to create a zoom out effect, while adding a slight rotation depending on whether the slide index is even or odd. This gives a dynamic and visually appealing transition effect as the user moves through the reviews. So now I'm going to insert here slides.current. Then as the index, I'm going to insert prev index.current. Then we need objects in which we will have 2 properties. The first one will be scale. And here I'm going to insert a conditional statement, index equal to 0. If it is true, then we need 1. And if it is false, we need 0.4. Then I'm going to insert here second property, which is rotate. Again, we need here a conditional statement, index equal to 0. If it is true, then we need 0. And if it is false, then I'm going to insert here another conditional statement. We need index modulus 2 equal to 0. If it is true, then we need 10. And if it is false, then we need minus 10. So this code animates the previous slide out of view. It uses slides.current with index number prev_index.current to target the slide that was previously displayed. Next, we have a scale property with a conditional statement. It checks the current index. If it is 0, we keep the scale at 1, its original size. Otherwise, we scale it down to 0.4, making it smaller and adding depth to the animation. Next, we have a rotate property with again a conditional statement. This property adds rotation to the previous slide. If index is 0, there is no rotation. If index is an even number, it rotates 10 degrees. If it is odd, it rotates minus 10 degrees. This alternating rotation creates a dynamic feel to the carousel. Alright, next we have to define the left click handler function to handle the left arrow click. So I'm going to create new function, left click handler. We need here an arrow function. Then again, we need animate, in which I'm going to insert the following code. We need slides.current, then index. Next, we need scale, which should be 1. Then rotate 0. And finally, we need delay with the value 0.2. So this line animates the slide that's moving into view. It sets the scale to 1, returning the slide to its original size. The rotate 0 property resets the slide's rotation to 0 degrees, ensuring that the slide is upright and centered. The delay parameter adds a 0.2 second delay before starting the animation, providing a smooth transition. Next, we need, again, animate. With the following code, we need slides.current, then prev_index.current. Then I'm going to insert here x with the value 100%. So this line moves the previous slide out of view by setting its horizontal position to 100%. This means it will slide to the far right of the screen. Okay, so by using these handlers, we create dynamic movements for the carousel when navigating left or right. Now let's go ahead and replace the main carousel container with motion div to introduce animations to the entire section. We wrap the div holding the reviews in motion div and add several attributes to control the animation. So I'm going to add here motion, and actually we need here motion. Then we have to import motion from framer motion, so we need here motion. And as I said, I'm going to add here a couple of different attributes. The first one is initial. It should be equal to opacity 0, and then we need x minus 200. This attribute sets the starting state of the animation. Here we set opacity to 0 and x to minus 200, meaning the container will start off screen to the left with no opacity. Next, I'm going to insert another attribute, which is while in a view, and it should be equal to opacity 1, and then we need x0. This attribute defines the final state of the animation when the container enters the viewport. We set opacity 1 and x0, making the container fully visible and centered on the screen. The next attribute is going to be viewport, and I'm going to make it equal to once true. By setting once to true, we ensure that this animation plays only once when the element comes into view, preventing it from replaying when the user scrolls away and back. And finally, we need here transition. I'm going to insert here duration, and it's going to be 0.4. This controls the timing of the animation. Here, 0.4 specifies that the animation should last 0.4 seconds. Besides that, we need to ensure that the second div inside the map function is wrapped with a motion as well. So here, I'm going to wrap this div element with motion. This step is crucial because it allows us to animate each individual review as it enters or exits the viewport. By converting this div to motion div, we unlock the ability to control its animations using Framer Motion's powerful set of features. In this case, we have to use initial, and I'm going to insert here x with the value 100%. So this tells Framer Motion that each review card should start off the screen to the right, since we set the x value to 100%. When we later define the animate property or control animations using useEffect, we will move the review into the viewport. This initial attribute sets up the starting point for the animation, giving us smooth transitions and a dynamic user experience. Now, if we go to the browser, you will find that we no longer see here the reviews, and down below we have a scroll bar. So we need to get rid of this scroll bar, and for that we can simply add here overflow hidden. It is the container of the reviews. So if we check the results, then we will no longer have here the scroll bar. Now we need to use the useEffect hook to handle the slide animations when the index changes. I'm going to insert here useEffect. Then I'm going to check if it is imported. So as you can see, we have here useEffect. If you don't see here useEffect, then you have to import it manually, otherwise you will get errors. So I'm going to insert here the code, and then I'm going to explain everything. So we need here a callback function, and then we need a dependency array. So I'm going to insert here a conditional statement. We need direction. If it is true, then we need left click handler function. And if it is false, actually we need to call this function. If the condition is false, then we need right click handler. Besides that, I'm going to insert here prep index.current. And we have to update it to index. And finally, in the dependency array, I'm going to specify index. Okay, so now let's break down what we are doing here. The useEffect hook allows us to perform actions after the component has rendered. In our case, we want to trigger the animations every time the index changes, which is why we pass here index as the dependency array at the end. This tells useEffect to run its code block whenever the index value updates. Within useEffect, we have a conditional statement. This line checks the value of the direction state. If direction is true, it means the user clicked to navigate left, so we call left click handler function. Otherwise, if direction is false, we call right click handler. These functions are responsible for animating the current and previous slides in the appropriate direction. By including this conditional logic, we ensure that the slides animate in sync with the navigation buttons, providing a smooth transition effect. The next line is crucial. Prev index.current equal to index. This line updates the prev index reference to keep track of the previous slide's index. This step is important because when the user navigates through the carousel, we need to know which slide was active before the current one. By storing the previous index, we can properly animate the scaling and rotation of the previous slide, enhancing the overall carousel animation. Finally, the dependency array tells the useEffect to run whenever the index changes. This ensures that every time the user clicks the navigation buttons, our useEffect is triggered, controlling the animations accordingly. So this entire setup allows the carousel to animate dynamically based on user interactions, keeping the transitions smooth, and in sync. Finally, let's go ahead and add the functionality to arrow buttons, allowing us to navigate through the reviews. So I'm going to insert here on-click event handler. Then we need a callback function. And I'm going to insert here the following code. We need set directions. Actually, set direction, not set directions, with the value true. And then I'm going to insert here set index, index -1. Now let's break down what's happening here in detail. So this on-click event handler is triggered whenever we click the left arrow button. Inside this function, we are performing two key actions. First, we call set direction and make it true. This line updates the direction state to true. Remember, we set up the direction state to control which animation should run when navigating through the slides. By setting direction to true, we are indicating that the user is moving left or backward in the carousel. This piece of information will be used later in the useEffect hook to decide which animation to trigger, the left click handler or the right click handler. Next, we have set index with the value index -1. This line is crucial as it updates the current index to the previous slide. Since index holds the number representing the currently active review, subtracting 1 from it moves us one step back in the reviews array. This change in index then triggers the useEffect we set up earlier, which will handle the animation to transition to the previous slide. So by combining these two actions, we ensure that when the left arrow is clicked, the direction is set appropriately and the index is updated to navigate to the previous review. The useEffect then listens to this change in index using the updated direction to perform the correct animation for this transition. This setup allows for a smooth and controlled slide animation every time the left button is clicked. Now, in the same way, we need on-click event handler for the right button. Actually, I'm going to grab this code and paste it here. So in case of right button, we need here opposite values. We need true. Actually, we need false. And then index +1. Let's go to the browser. So we don't see here the reviews. We might have some mistake. Let's check the code. So here everything seems to be, actually we need here scale, but I don't think that's the reason. So we have some typos here. We need scale, then rotates. Anyways, let's check the results. Now still we have the same problem. So in the useEffects, everything is correct. Let's go to the motion div. Yes, we have here a typo. We need camel case. Now I think it should work. And so what is that? Yes, everything works fine. Let's reload the page. Yes, everything works fine. All right. Now we're going to add some interactivity and functionality to our arrow buttons. Specifically, we are adding a hover effect that scales the arrows, as well as a mechanism to disable them when we are at the start or end of the reviews. This will improve the user experience by providing visual feedback and preventing unnecessary clicks. So let's dive into this step by step. First, we will work on disabling the left arrow button. We have to set up a ternary operator within the class name to check the current index. So let's go ahead and find the first arrow, the left arrow. So let's open class name. Then we need template literal, $, followed by curly braces. We need a condition index equal to 0. If this condition is true, then we need class name, opacity 30, and then pointer events none. And if it is false, then we need opacity 100. Actually, we need here quotes. And then pointer events auto. Now let's go to the browser. Click left arrow. As you can see, we reached to the first item and the arrow is disabled. Now we need the same thing for the second arrow, I mean the right arrow. But before that, let's add hover effect to the left arrow. I'm going to add here hover scale 150 and then transition all. Now if we hover over the arrow, we will get here nice and cool hover effect. Okay, now let's disable the right arrow as well. I'm going to grab this class name. Let's paste it here. So we need to apply a similar logic to the right arrow button. However, instead of checking if the index is 0, we check if it is equal to the last item in the reviews data array. If we are at the last review, the button will become semi-transparent and unclickable. Otherwise, it remains fully visible and interactive. So here, instead of this condition, I'm going to insert reviews data.length -1. If this condition is true, then we need those classes, and if it is false, then we need those classes here. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go to the browser. Now go to the last review item. As you can see, the arrow is disabled. And the hover effect works for both arrows. All right, that wraps up our work on the reviews section. In this part, we have taken the static reviews and transformed them into an interactive carousel. We replaced hard-coded data with dynamic values, created smooth animations using framer motion, and added functional navigation arrows with the hover effects. Now our review section looks polished, provides a great user experience, and adds that extra bit of flair to our portfolio. Now let's take a detailed look at what we are about to build. In the project section, we'll be adding a beautiful set of animated project cards. Each card will contain an image, title, and description of the project, which will reveal more details when you click on it. We will implement a filter system using buttons that will allow us to display projects based on their category. The filter buttons will have smooth animations, scaling up when selected and dimming when not. This not only makes the interaction feel responsive, but also provides clear visual feedback on the active filter. We will also add dynamic animations to the project cards. When you first scroll to the project section, each card will slide into view with a smooth spring-like motion. The cards will cascade in from different directions depending on their position in the list, creating a lively, flowing effect that catches the user's eye. We will even animate the overlay that appears when you click on a project, making it gracefully fade in to showcase more information. This subtle opacity transition will make the experience feel seamless and polished. By adding these animations, we will turn a static grid of projects into an interactive showcase that's not only visually stunning but also user-friendly. So let's get started. The first thing that we have to do is to create a new component in the components folder. I'm going to call the new component projects. Then inside this file, I'm going to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. Then instead of this line of code, I'm going to insert use client. Then we have to open page.js file and we have to import newly created component. Let's change the name. We need here projects. And also I'm going to nest this newly created component here. We need projects. All right, let's go back to the projects.jsx file, and I'm going to create here the content of the component. So I'm going to get rid of this text from here, and then I'm going to insert heading, which we have used for several times in the previous parts. I'm going to specify text, and it's going to be projects. Then we have to import this component here because, as you can see, we got an error here. So let's import heading from sub, and then I have to select heading. Now, if we go to the browser, we will find here projects. All right. After that, I'm going to add some more content here. After heading, I'm going to open div tag. Then inside the div tag, we need button. And as the content, I'm going to insert here all. Then after this div element, I'm going to open another div. And I'm going to insert here project. So now we're going to create a new subcomponent for individual project. Let's go to the subcomponent and create new file. It's going to be project.jsx. Then we have to create a new functional component using RAFCE. Then let's add here use client. After that, I'm going to import this file here. So we need projects from, again, sub folder, and then we need to select projects. And now, instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to nest the newly imported component. We need projects. Now, if we go to the browser, you'll find here the button all and also the project, which is imported from the newly created subcomponent. All right. Now I'm going to start to style those elements. Let's start with the first development, which is the wrapper of the content. So let's add class name. I'm going to define minimum height, which is going to be screen. 100 viewport height. Then I'm going to define padding vertically. So we need py equal to 20. And then we need horizontal padding, px equal to 80. So as you can see, the space on the left and right sides, also at the top and bottom, is created. After that, I'm going to customize div, which is placed after heading. So let's add here class name. I'm going to use flex layout, therefore we need here flex. Then I'm going to use flex wrap in order to place flex items on different lines. Next, I'm going to use item center to place the flex items vertically in the center. And then let's use justify between in order to create some space between the flex items. Horizontally. Now I'm going to create some gap on all four sides using gap 4. And finally, let's create padding vertically using py with the value 10. After that, let's customize the button. I'm going to add here class name. We need border. Then I'm going to define the color of the border. We need border yellow 500. After that, I'm going to make the button rounded using a rounded XL. Next, I'm going to create padding horizontally. So we need here px equal to 2. Also, we need a little vertical padding using py with the value 1. Then I'm going to make text small using text sm. Also, let's make the font light. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters using tracking wider. And finally, let's change the color of the text. Let's make it gray using text gray 400. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the button is customized. So before we take care of the projects, first I'm going to display all the filter buttons dynamically based on the data we have. This will allow us to easily add, remove, or modify the filter categories in the future without changing our code structure. To do this, we will use the data from our index.js file. Let's go ahead and open this file and then place it on the right side. So again, we will use the data from this file, specifically the array called projects button. I mean this array here. It contains the names of the technologies we want to display as filter buttons. First, let's take a quick look at the data we have in the index.js file for the project section. We have two main exports. The first one is projects data. As for the second one, we have here an array projects button. The first data is an array of project objects. Each object contains information about a project, such as its name, description, image URL, and the technologies used to build it. This data will be used later to display individual projects. Actually, we will take a closer look at this array once we move to the projects part. Right now, our focus is the second array, I mean projects button array. This array is a simple list of strings, each representing a technology category that we want to use for filtering projects. It is essentially a filter menu for our portfolio. Each item in the array is a string that corresponds to a technology or a category. The first item, all, is a catch-all category that, when selected, will show all the projects in the portfolio. Other items like Figma, HTML, CSS, React.js, and so on represent specific technologies. Selecting any of these buttons will filter the displayed projects to only show those that use the chosen technology. So by using an array, we avoid hard-coding buttons directly in the JSX. This makes our code more manageable and flexible. For example, if we want to add a new category, let's say Vue.js, we simply add Vue.js to this array in index.js file. The buttons in the UI will automatically update to include the new category without changing the component code. Now let's bring in the data we just described. I'm going to add here import statement, and then I'm going to import both arrays, I mean projects data and also projects button. We need to import them from assets. Next, let's replace the hard-coded button with a dynamic rendering using the map function. We will use the map method on the projects button array to iterate through each technology and create a button for it. Right now we have the hard-coded button with the text all. We will replace this by mapping through projects button and creating a button element for each item in the array. So here, inside the div elements, I'm going to open curly braces and then insert projects button, followed by the map method. We need here a callback function with two parameters, text and I. So here we are using the map function to loop through every item in the project button array. The text parameter represents the current item in the array, for example, all, Figma, React.js, and so on, and I is the index of the current item. This allows us to access each technology name one by one. Next, we have to insert the button inside the map function. So I'm going to cut this code and paste it here. As you remember from the previous part, whenever you create elements inside a loop, React requires a key prop to uniquely identify each element. We will be using the index I as the key. This helps React efficiently update and render elements without causing performance issues. So I'm going to add here key prop, and as the value, I'm going to insert I. Besides that, I'm going to replace this hard-coded text with the actual text. So this replaces our previously hard-coded all text with the actual values from the projects button array. As we loop through the array, the value of text changes and each button displays a different category name. Now, if we go to the browser, you will see here all the buttons with different technology names. Okay, so now that we have set up our buttons dynamically using the projects button array, we have made our code much more flexible. If you want to add more categories in the future, you just need to modify the projects button array in the index.js file without touching this components code. This is one of the many advantages of making our UI data-driven. Next, we have to take care of the projects. First of all, we need to style the wrapper developments, I mean this development here, And then we have to add content to our subcomponent project. So let's add here class name, and then we need flex layout, we need flex, then flex wrap to place the projects on different lines. Also, actually, we need here flex wrap, and then we need item center, then justify center, and finally, I'm going to create a gap equal to 5. Next, I'm going to add some content to the project subcomponent. So let's open this file here. And then instead of this hard-coded text, I'm going to insert an image. I mean the image components. Next, we need to import image components from next image. And actually, we need here quotes. And after that, as you remember, we have to add some attributes to the image component. The first one is source attribute. So in this case, I'm going to display one of the images from projects folder. Let's say the first one. So I'm going to insert here projects folder, and then we need image 1.jpg. Besides that, we need alt attribute. It's going to be project image. Then we need width and height properties. The width is going to be 400. As for the height, I'm going to make it 400 as well. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll find here the image of the project. All right, after that, I'm going to open developments after the image components. Then inside the development, we'll have two elements, h2 heading. Right now, I'm going to insert here some hard-coded data. Let's say sparkleglove.com. And then after h2 heading element, I'm going to open p tag with the text description. We will change this hard-coded data soon with the dynamic one. So we need here description. Actually, that's it about the content of the project. Now we have to customize those elements. So let's go ahead and start with the first development. I'm going to add here a class name. First of all, we need to define the width. It's going to be 350 pixels. We need an arbitrary value. As for the smaller breakpoint, I mean SM, we need width to be full, which is 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it max, max content. Then we need border. The color of the border is going to be, again, yellow, 400. Then we need rounded, LG, in order to make the element rounded. And finally, I'm going to change the cursor. Let's make it pointer. Okay, so as you can see, the element, the wrapper of the project is customized. Next, I'm going to add some styles to the image. So we need here class name. Let's make image rounded using rounded LG. And then I'm going to decrease slightly the opacity. Let's make it 70. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the development, which is placed after image. So we need here class name. First of all, I'm going to define the position of the element. Let's make it absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is this development here. So let's add here relative. Then I'm going to define top position, which is going to be 0. Then we need width and height, both of them, to be full, 100%. After that, I'm going to use flex layout. So we need flex. Then we have to change the flex direction. Let's make it column. We have to place the flex items vertically in a column. Then I'm going to add here items center and also justify center. Then let's create some gap vertically using gap y2. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's use BG white. And also I'm going to use opacity. I'm going to make the opacity of white color 95. So we need here slash and 95. Then let's use padding. equal to 6. And finally, let's make the element rounded LG. All right, so here we have div elements. Actually, this div element is going to be the backside of our image. Right now, I'm going to customize the heading and the paragraph, and then after that, we will hide this element temporarily. So let's go back to the VS Code and customize H2 heading element. I'm going to add here class name. So we need text LG. Then the font is going to be bold. Also, I'm going to create letter spacing between the letters. So we need tracking white. Actually, we need here dash. And finally, let's change the color of the text. Use text gray 500. So as you can see, the heading is customized. Next, we have paragraph. So let's add to the paragraph class name. I'm going to use text justify. Then we need text gray 500. And finally, I'm going to create little indentation using first letter. Then we need PL padding on the left side equal to 2. All right, so that's it about the backside of our project card. So I'm going to hide it for a while. Let's add here hidden. Actually, not here, but here. We need hidden. So as you can see, the backside is hidden. So once the project is customized, now we have to display all the projects on the page. For that, we have to map through the projects data array and then display every project on the page. Before we do that, I'm going to describe the data in the index.js file in detail. So the projects data array is holding all the data related to each project we want to showcase. Each item in the projects data array is an object representing a single project. Let's go ahead and break down the properties of each project object to understand how they will be used. We have name. This is a string that holds the name of the project. It serves as the project's title, which we will display in the UI. For example, sparklegraph.com or tagtracker.net. It gives viewers a quick idea of what the project is about. Next, we have description. This is a string that provides a brief description of the project. This property will be used to give users more context about what each project entails. For instance, it might describe the website's purpose or the type of content it offers. Next, we have URL. This is the URL path to the project's image. It is a string pointing to the location of an image file, which we use to visually represent the project in the UI. For example, projects/image1jpg. This will help us to dynamically load images using next.js image component. Next, we have tag, which is an array of strings that list the technologies used in the project. It might include items like HTML, CSS, React.js, Next.js, and so on. This property is essential for filtering projects based on selected technologies. The filtering mechanism will check the technology array to determine whether a project should be shown. Now it's time to display all our projects dynamically on the page. Up until now, we only had a placeholder for a single project in the project component, but of course we have multiple projects in our projects data array that we want to showcase. So let's move ahead and make those changes to display them all dynamically using the map method. First, we're going to modify our projects component to loop through each item in the projects data array and render a project component for each one. We'll use the map method for this. So let's go ahead and open projects.jsx file. And here I'm going to insert curly braces followed by projects data. Then we need map method. And I'm going to insert here a callback function with two parameters, data and I. Next, we need to insert here div element, which will wrap the project. So let's open div tag. And then inside the div tag, I'm going to insert projects. As you know, we need here key prop, and the value is going to be, let's open template literal, then we need ID, and I'm going to insert here I. As for the project, I'm going to add to it two props. The first one is going to be data, and it should be equal to data. And then we need second prop, index, with the value I. So here we are using the map method to loop through each item in the project's data array. For each item, it calls the callback function we have defined, passing the current project data as data and its index as I. Inside the map method, we create a new div for each project. We are using a key prop here to ensure that each div has a unique identifier. In this case, we use a template string to concatenate ID with the current index I. This is important because React uses the key prop to keep track of which items have changed, added, or removed, which helps optimize the rendering process. Inside each div, we render the project component. Here is the cool part. We are now passing the actual project data as props to the project component. We are passing data as a prop called data, which contains all the relevant information for each project, such as its name, description, and image URL. Additionally, we pass the index I to identify the position of the project in the list. This will be useful for animations or other dynamic behaviors. Now, if we go to the browser, you will see here projects, and all of them has the same image. But we will fix that issue in a minute. So now that we are passing data and index as props to the project component, we need to update the project component to use these props. So let's head over to project.jsx file and make here those changes. I'm going to extract data and index props in the project component. So we need here curly braces and then data and index. So here we are using the structuring to extract data and index directly from the props object. This makes it easy to use these values inside our component. Now that we have the data prop, we're going to replace the hard-coded values with the dynamic values passed from the project component. For the image component, we'll replace the src attribute with data.url. So instead of this hard-coded URL, we need data.url. So here, data.url contains the URL of the project's image. By using this dynamic value, the image will change based on the project's data passed through the props. For the project name, we need data.name. This line now dynamically displays the name of each project. It pulls the name property from the data object that was passed as a prop, allowing each project to showcase its specific title. Similarly, we will replace the description. So I'm going to add here data.description. This will now show the actual description of each project based on the desk property in the data object. So if we go to the browser, you will see that all projects have different images. Now, if we display those backsides, then you will see that each project card has different title and different description. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Let's get back here. So by making those modifications, we have essentially transformed our project display into a dynamic, data-driven system. Now, whenever we want to add a new project, we just need to update the project's data array in index.js file, and our UI will automatically reflect those changes without modifying any of the JSX in the components. This makes our project section highly flexible and easy to maintain. Let's move on and set up the foundation for our filter navigation. We want to make it so that clicking on the buttons in our project section filters the projects displayed. To achieve this, we're going to create a few state variables and also references. These variables and references will help us keep track of the selected filter, the currently active button, and manage the transitions when changing the filters. So let's dive into it. First, let's define our state variables. I'm going to insert here new state variable. It's going to be tag. Then we need an updater function set tag. It should be equal to useState. And then I'm going to insert here the default value all. Again, make sure that you import useState from React, otherwise you will get errors. So This line creates a state variable called tag and a function setTag to update its value. We initialize tag with the string all, which will be our default state. This tag state will be used to determine which projects to display based on the selected filter. The initial value all means that by default we want to display all projects. When a user clicks on a filter button, for example React.js, CSS, or any other categories, we will update this state with the selected technology. The projects will then be filtered according to the state, displaying only those that match the selected technology. So this state variable essentially controls the filtering logic of our projects. Next, I'm going to create another state variable, and it's going to be index. Then we need set index. It should be equal to useState. And as the default value, I'm going to insert here 0. So this line creates another state variable called index and a function setIndex to update its value. We initialize index with 0. This index state will keep track of which filter button is currently active. For example, when the user clicks on the React.js button, we will update this index state with the index of that button. This is particularly important because we will use this index to apply specific styles or animations to the active button, giving the user a visual indication of which filter is currently selected. It also allows us to smoothly transition between different buttons when the user clicks on a new filter. Next, we need to create a couple of references using the useRef hook. These references will help us manage the previous index and store references to the button elements in the DOM. So I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be prep index, which should be equal to useRef. And as the default value, I'm going to insert here 0. Then we need to import useRef from React. So here we are creating a reference called prep index and initializing it to 0. This reference will keep track of the index of the previously active button. Unlike state variables, references do not trigger a re-render when their values are changed. This is useful because we don't want the component to re-render every time we update this reference. We will use prep index to know which button was previously active so that we can remove or modify its styles when a new button is clicked. For example, if the current button index is 2 and the previous button index was 1, we can use prep index to find and animate the previous button, removing its highlight or animation. This helps us create a smooth and interactive filter navigation experience. After that, I'm going to create second reference. Let's create a new variable. It's going to be buttons ref, and I'm going to make it equal to useRef with the default value an empty array. So this line creates a reference called buttonsRef and initializes it to an empty array. ButtonsRef will store references to all the filter buttons in our navigation. We will use this array to access the actual button elements in the DOM so that we can apply animations or style changes to specific buttons directly. For instance, when a user clicks on a new filter, we will animate the newly selected button to give it a highlighted effect and remove the effect from the previously active button. By storing references to these buttons, we gain fine control over their styles and animations. This is crucial because some animations or transitions like scaling or changing opacity require direct access to the DOM elements, which isn't possible through state alone. So now that we have created the buttonsRef reference to hold an array of button elements, the next step is to populate this array with the actual button elements as they render. We are going to modify the button element in our mob function by adding the ref attribute. So here I'm going to add ref, which will be equal to a callback function. We need elements as the parameter, and then we have to return buttons ref dot current. Then we need push method with the argument element. So here we add a callback function that takes an argument element, which refers to the button element being rendered. This element represents the DOM element of each button. The callback function pushes this element into the buttons ref.current array. Essentially, it stores the reference to each button in our array. After all buttons are rendered, buttons ref.current will contain references to every button in the order they were mapped, giving us direct access to them for animation and styling purposes. This is important because later on, when we want to animate the buttons, we will need to directly access these button elements. So by storing these references in buttons ref, we can achieve that. Now that we have our state variables and references ready, it is time to make our filter navigation work. We'll be implementing a handle click function to animate the buttons, utilizing useEffect to trigger this animation when a new button is clicked, and filtering the displayed projects based on the selected technology. Additionally, we will ensure that the active filter is applied using the onClick event to set the technology and index states. Let's break this down step by step. Now, the first thing that we need to do is define the handle click function, which will handle animating the buttons whenever we click on them. So let's go ahead and create new function here. I'm going to call it handle click. We need here an arrow function. So we're creating the handle click function that will apply animations to the button elements using Framer Motion's animate function. The purpose of this function is to provide visual feedback to the user, indicating which button is currently active. It also reverts the previous button to its original style. So as I said, we need animate function. Then we have to import this function from Framer Motion. As remember, the animate function in Framer Motion is a powerful tool for creating animations and transitions for DOM elements. It allows you to dynamically change the properties of an element, such as its position, scale, rotation, and opacity, over a specified duration. The way it works is by taking in parameters that define the element to animate, the final state you want to achieve, and any additional options like delay, duration, and easing functions. So here inside animate, I'm going to insert buttons ref dot current. Then we need index number, prep index dot current. Then we need an object with opacity 0.5 and scale 1. So this line accesses the button stored at the previous index in the buttons ref array. It then animates this button to an opacity of 0.5 and scales it back to its original size, scale 1. Essentially, this line reverts the styling of the previously selected button. After that, we need again animate function, and inside the parentheses, I'm going to insert buttons ref dot current. Then we need index, and then opacity 1 and scale 1.2. So this line accesses the button at the current index in the buttons ref array. It animates this button to full opacity and scales it up slightly. This highlights the currently selected button, making it visually distinct. Next, we have to use the useEffect hook to automatically call handle click whenever the index state variable changes. This is necessary to animate the buttons when the user clicks on a different technology filter. So let's use here useEffect hook. I'm going to import it here. So inside the useEffect hook, we need a callback function. Then I'm going to call handle click. And besides that, I'm going to set prep index dot current to index. And finally, we need a dependency array in which I'm going to specify index. So here we are setting up a useEffect hook that runs whenever the index changes. When the user clicks a button, the index state variable changes, indicating a new selection. We use useEffect to trigger handle click, which updates the animations for both the previously selected button and the newly selected button. So we call the handle click function we defined earlier. This animates both the previous and current buttons, providing visual feedback to the user. The next line of code updates prev_index.current to store the current index. This is essential because the next time the user clicks a button, the function will know which button was previously selected. As for the dependency array, we ensure that the effect only runs when the index changes, making it an efficient way to manage the animation of the buttons. Next, we have to add an on-click event handler to the button. So I'm going to add here on-click event handler. Then we need a callback function in which we have to update index using setIndex function, and we have to insert here I. So the setIndex function updates the index state to the value of I, which is the index of the button being clicked. This is crucial because we use this index to track which button is currently selected. Also, we will use it to apply animations or styles specific to the selected button using framer motion and update the filter criteria for displaying the project. Next, we have to wrap the button tag with motion in order to apply the framer motion animations to the element. So first of all, I'm going to import motion. And then, as I said, we have to wrap button with motion tag. Besides that, I'm going to add here initial attribute, which should be equal to opacity I equal to 0. This is a conditional statement. We need a ternary operator. Then if this condition is true, we need here 1. And if it is false, we need 0.5. Next, we have scale property. Again, we need here a conditional statement. I equal to 0. If it is true, then we need 1.2. And if it is false, we need 1. So this is an object passed as the initial prop to a motion button element. It defines the initial styles or states for the button when it is first rendered. Here we set two initial styles, opacity and scale. Both of them use a conditional statement. In case of opacity, if I mean the button's index is 0, meaning it is the first button, it sets opacity to 1. It is fully visible. For all other buttons, it sets opacity to 0.5, partially visible. Similar to opacity, the condition in the scale property checks if the button's index is 0. If I is 0, it sets scale to 1.2, slightly larger. For all other buttons, it sets scale to 1, which is normal size. All right, let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. So as you can see, once we click the categories, those different buttons, they become active. Okay, so that's it regarding buttons. Now we have to move on to filtering the projects based on the technology selected by the user and displaying them on the page. We have to update the project's data map block in the JSX to include the filtering logic. So as you remember, we have here project's data with map method, and I'm going to insert here the filtering logic. So I'm going to add here filter method, in which I'm going to insert a callback function with project parameter. Then we need to return project.tag.sum, in which I'm going to pass another callback function with the parameter item, and we need here tag equal to all. If this is true, then we need true, and if it is false, then we need item equal to tag. All right, so let me explain what we are doing here. We are modifying the existing map method on project's data to include a filter that checks which projects should be displayed based on the currently selected technology, tag state. This is how we dynamically update the displayed projects to match the technology filter selected by the user. When a user clicks a technology button, the tag state changes and this filtering logic determines which projects to show. The filter method in JavaScript is used to create a new array containing elements that meet a specific condition. It loops through each element of the original array, applies the condition defined in a callback function, and includes only those elements for which the condition returns true. This method does not modify the original array, instead it generates a new filtered array. The filter method is especially useful when you want to isolate certain data, like filtering a list of items based on a selected category, allowing for more dynamic and interactive content display in applications. Here we are using it to go through each project in the projects data array and return only those projects that match the selected technology category. Essentially, this method lets us control which project should be displayed based on the currently selected technology. Inside the filter method, we then use the sum method on the project.tag array. Let's quickly discuss how the sum method works in JavaScript. This method checks if at least one element in an array satisfies the condition provided in the callback function. If it finds even a single match, it immediately returns true. In our context, this is useful because each project has multiple technologies in its tag array, and we want to check if at least one of those technologies matches the selected filter. Now, let's put this together in our code. The condition we use inside sum is a bit more complex. I mean the condition tag equal to all, and then we have true and item equal to tag. This is a ternary operation. If the currently selected technology, I mean tag, is all, we return true, which means all projects should be included in the new array. If tag is not all, we check if the current item in the project.tag array matches the selected technology. If it does, the sum method returns true, and the filter method includes this project in the array. So to sum up, the filter method creates a new array of projects that pass the condition we have defined. Within this condition, the sum method checks if any of the technologies for a project match the currently selected filter. If the filter is set to all, it includes every project. Otherwise, it filters the projects based on the selected technology. This logic ensures that the displayed projects dynamically change whenever a new filter is selected. Now, we have to add set tag in the onClick event handler. We need set tag, and here I'm going to insert text. So this line is essential because it updates our text state variable with the text of the button that was clicked. Remember, the text state holds the current category we want to filter by, whether it is all, React.js, CSS, or any other technology in our list. By using set tag text, we are telling React to update the text state with the category of the button the user clicks on. This update triggers a re-render of our component, which then allows our filter logic to kick in and display the projects that match the selected category. Without this line, the tag state would remain unchanged and our filter function would not be able to work as intended. In other words, adding set tag makes the filter navigation functional and responsive to the user selection, allowing us to display only the relevant projects on the page. Now, if we go to the browser and select different categories, then you will see that filter navigation works fine. On each click, we're getting here different projects. Now let's add some animations to our projects to make them more visually engaging. To do this, we will wrap the div element containing project component with motion div. So let's go down and wrap these div elements with motion. Next, we need to include the layout property in the motion div. So let's add here layout. The layout prop is a powerful feature of Framer Motion that allows our elements to smoothly transition between different layout states. Essentially, it listens for changes in the position or size of an element and automatically animates those changes, creating a smooth, fluid motion. For our projects, this is especially useful. When we filter the projects by technology, the arrangement of the project cards changes, and adding the layout prop helps animate these changes. Let's go to the browser and check the results. if we click the buttons, then we'll get these nice and cool animations. All right, so everything works perfectly. Now let's add some scroll triggered animations to our projects to make this section more interactive and appealing. We want these animations to play once we scroll down and the section comes into view. For this, we will use Framer Motion's properties to control how each project appears as it enters the viewport. So let's go to the project.jsx file. So here we will wrap the project's main div with motion. Actually, we need here motion. And then we have to add the following properties to control the animation. So the first one is initial. It's going to be equal to opacity, which will be 0. Then we need y. It should be equal to a conditional statement. We need index modulus 2 equal to 0. Then we need a ternary operator. So with this condition, we have to figure out if the element has an even or an odd index number. So if the condition is true, then we need 100. And if it is false, then we need minus 100. So we got an error here because we have to import motion from Framer Motion. So we no longer have here the error. So this property sets the starting state of the element before the animation begins. So in our case, we have opacity 0, which means that the project will be completely transparent initially. The y value sets the vertical starting position. If the project's index is even, it will slide in from 100 pixels below. If the index is odd, it will slide in from 100 pixels above. This creates a staggered alternating effect as the projects animate into view. Next, we need while in view property, actually attribute, which should be equal to opacity 1 and y 0. So this property defines the animation that should occur once the element comes into the viewport. We set it to opacity 1 and y 0, which means the element will become fully opaque and move to its natural vertical position. This creates a smooth transition from the initial state to the final position as we scroll. Besides that, I'm going to add here a viewport. Then we need here once equal to true. This property configures when the while in view animation should trigger. Here we use once true, which means the animation will only play once when the element first enters the viewport. This is useful for creating a one-time reveal effect as the user scrolls down. And finally, I'm going to add here transition. It should be equal to duration 1. Then we need type. It's going to be spring. And also I'm going to add here stiffness, which will be equal to 100. So this attribute controls how the animation progresses from the initial state to the final state. We set transition to duration 1, type spring, and stiffness 100. The duration 1 means the animation will take 1 second to complete. The type spring creates a spring-like motion, giving the animation a natural bouncy feel. The stiffness 100 parameter controls the stiffness of the spring, affecting how quickly the element comes to rest. A higher stiffness value makes the animation snappier, while a lower value creates a softer, more elastic effect. So let's go to the browser, reload the page, and scroll down. Once we reach the project section, then we will get this nice and cool effect. All right. So now it's time to take care of the backsides of the project cards, which at this moment are hidden. The first thing that we need to do is remove the hidden class from the backside of the cards. This change will make sure the backsides are not permanently hidden and can be toggled on and off using state. So next we need to create a state variable to manage the visibility of the card's backside. Let's do that with this line of code. I mean, we have to add here state variable show with the set show updated function. Then we need useState. And as the default value, I'm going to insert here false. Actually, we need here false. So here we are using the useState hook to create a state variable named show, initializing it to false. The show variable will determine whether the backside of the card is visible. The setShow function is used to update this variable's value. In this context, when show is true, it means the backside of the card is visible, and when it is false, it means the backside is hidden. Now, to handle toggling the backside's visibility, we add an onClick event handler to the card. So we will use the following code. I'm going to add here onClick event handler, and then we need a callback function in which we have to return setShow with another callback function with the parameter show, and then we have to return notShow. So this code will execute whenever the card is clicked. The setShow function here takes the current value of show and toggles it. The part inside the callback function uses an arrow function to flip the current value. If show is true, it changes to false, and vice versa. This makes the card's backside appear when clicked and disappear when clicked again. After that, we need to wrap the backside's div with the motion div to enable animations. So here, I'm going to add motion. This allows us to control the opacity of the backside when it is shown or hidden. We use two properties on motion div. The first one is initial. It should be equal to opacity 0. It sets the initial opacity of the backside to 0 when the card is first rendered, making it invisible. And then we need animate with the value opacity. Then we need show with a ternary operator. If the show is true, then we need 1. And if it is false, then we need 0. So the animate attribute controls the animation whenever the show state changes. If show is true, the opacity will animate to 1, making the backside fully visible. If show is false, it will animate to 0, making the backside invisible again. These changes give us a smooth and interactive way to toggle the backside of the project cards, making the user experience more dynamic and engaging. Now, if we go to the browser and click the projects, then we will get here backsides with nice and cool fade effect. So everything works fine. We can filter the projects by the categories. Also, we can display the backsides of the projects. And if we reload the page and scroll down, we will get this nice and cool animation. Alright, so we reached the end of this part. In this section, we tackled the projects component and added a whole new level of interactivity. We started by displaying all our project cards dynamically, filtering them based on technology with smooth animations. We also added a cool reveal effect for the backsides of the cards, allowing users to interact with each project and see its description in a stylish way. Alright, now let's dive into what we will be building today. First up is the pricing plans section. This section is crucial because it gives potential clients a clear view of what services we offer and the pricing details for each plan. We're going to create a set of beautifully designed pricing cards, each highlighting different tiers of services. For each card, we will display the plan's title, pricing information, a list of features that come with the plan, and a brief description of who would benefit the most from that plan. We're going to use a mix of layout techniques to make this grid of pricing cards visually appealing and easy to understand. To make this section stand out even more, we will use framer motion to add animations, so each card smoothly pops into view as the user scrolls. And to top it off, we will introduce a hover effect that will scale the card slightly, adding a touch of interactivity. This will make our pricing section not only functional but also visually engaging. Once we finish the pricing section, we'll move on to the contact section. This section is all about providing a seamless way for visitors to reach out to us. We'll start by placing a welcoming image on the left side of the form, creating a friendly and approachable vibe. Then we will build a clean and simple contact form where users can fill in their name, email, subject, and message. We'll give this form a neat and professional look by using rounded input fields and a text area for the message. To make the form even more inviting, we will add a send message button that changes on hover, adding an interactive feel to the experience. And just like we did with the pricing section, we will use framer motion to introduce smooth animations. The image and the form will slide into view as the user scrolls down, adding a polished and modern touch to our site. So, both sections are essential for a well-rounded website, allowing visitors to understand your services and providing them with an easy way to get in touch. So, with that overview in mind, let's get started and bring these sections to life. So, as usual, the first thing that we have to do is to create a new component in the components folder. It's going to be pricing plans.jsx. Then we need to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. I'm going to add here use client. Then I'm going to open page.js file. And here I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Let's change the name of the component. We need pricing plans. And also I'm going to insert here new component pricing plans. Let's go back to the pricing plans component. So here I'm going to add some content to the component. First of all, let's get rid of this text and insert here heading of the section. We need here text attribute, and the text is going to be pricing plans. We need to import these subcomponents. So we need here import heading from sub, and then we have to select heading. Now if we go to the browser, you'll find here the heading of the newly created section. Next, I'm going to add some content to the component. Right after heading, I'm going to open div tag. Then we need again div tag, in which I'm going to open h1 heading tag with the text basic. Then after h1 heading elements, I'm going to open span tag, in which I'm going to enter some pricing, let's say 500 and then 1000. After span elements, I'm going to open UL, in which we need div elements followed by the span. So inside that span element, we'll have check icons, but right now I'm going to insert just check. Then after span element, we need li, in which I'm going to insert feature. All right, so right after ul, I'm going to open p tag, in which we need span with the text ideal for. Then after span element, I'm going to insert small businesses, personal websites, and bloggers. All right, so that's it about the content of our component. Right now we have here some hard-coded data, and as usual, we will be replacing this hard-coded data with the dynamic one from the index.js file. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the elements, and now it's time to style them. Let's start with the first development. I'm going to add here class name. So we need to create some padding inside the div elements. I'm going to add py, I mean vertical padding, is going to be equal to 20. And then we need px equal to 96. If we go to the browser, then you will see that we have space on the left and right sides, and also at the top and bottom of the section. Next, I'm going to customize the div element, which is placed right after the heading. So let's add here class name, First of all, I'm going to define the height, which is going to be equal to full. It means 100%. Then we need flex layout. I'm going to define flex layout for LG breakpoint. So we need here flex column. Next, we need items center and justify between in order to create some space between the flex items. Finally, I'm going to create gap on all four sides. It's going to be equal to 8. All right. After that, I'm going to customize the next developments. Let's add here class name. So here we need width, which will be equal to 350 pixels. Actually, we need here an arbitrary value. Then I'm going to define width. Then I'm going to define width for XL breakpoint. So on the breakpoint, width is going to be equal to 300 pixels. Then we need SM breakpoint. The width is going to be 270 pixels. After that, I'm going to define background. We'll be using background sync 50. After that, let's define the flex layout. We need flex. Then we have to change the direction of the flex layout. I'm going to insert here flex call. Next, I'm going to define gap on vertical axis. We need actually not vertical, but horizontal, since we changed the direction of the flex layout. So we need here gap Y 6. Then we need here padding. It's going to be equal to 6. Next, we will have border. Then we need color of the border to be red 400. Let's make the element rounded. Use rounded XL. And also I'm going to change the text color. We need here text gray 600. All right, so as you can see, we have here the first pricing card. Next, I'm going to customize the elements inside the pricing card. So I'm going to start with the H1 heading element. Let's open here class name. I'm going to add here text with the size 3XL. Then we need LG breakpoint on which the text is going to be LG. Next, I'm going to define the font as light. Also, I'm going to create some space between the letters using tracking white. And finally, we need text center. Okay, so as you can see, the heading of the pricing card is customized. Next, we have to move on and customize the prices themselves. So we need to customize span elements. Let's add here text to XL. Then we need LG breakpoints, and the text is going to be XL. After that, I'm going to add here text center. Okay, so that's it about the prices. Next, I'm going to customize the UL elements. So let's go ahead and add here class name. We need flex layout, so I'm going to add here flex. Then we have to change the direction of the flex layout. Let's add flex column. And it should be followed by gap Y2. All right, after that, let's go ahead and customize the div elements, which wraps span and li. So let's add here class name. I'm going to add here flex, then item center, and then we need gap. Horizontally, it's going to be gap x3. All right, so as you can see, both elements are placed horizontally side by side. Next, I'm going to customize the span elements. I mean the check icon. Right now, we have here just the word check. We'll replace it soon. So let's add here class name. I'm going to define text size. It's going to be 2XL. And then we need the color of the text, which is going to be yellow 500. All right, after that, I'm going to style the li elements, which is going to be the feature. So I'm going to add here text, and the size is going to be 15 pixels. We need an arbitrary value. Next, I'm going to define font light. And finally, we need tracking y to create some space between the letters. All right, after that, let's customize the paragraph, which includes the span element. I'm going to add to the p element class name. So we need here text, sm, then font light, and also I'm going to add here text center. And finally, let's customize the span elements. We need here class name. The first one is going to be text sm. Actually, we don't need text sm because we already use text sm for the paragraph. So I'm going to add here font semi-bold. Okay, so now that we have finished creating the content of our pricing plans component and given it a nice styling, it is time to move on and make this section dynamic by replacing the hard-coded data with the real data. Right now, all of our pricing information, features, and details are hard-coded directly into the JSX, which isn't very flexible. By using dynamic data, we'll make this component much more scalable and easier to update in the future. So let's dive into the data we're going to use for this section. The data for the pricing plans is stored in our index.js file. I'm going to place it on the right side. So let's go ahead and find pricing plans. So here we have it. Let's break down this data and see what we're working with. We have an array called pricing plans that contains 3 different objects, each representing a pricing plan, basic, premium, and standard. Each object has a series of properties that describe the plan in detail. The first property is title. This is simply the name of the plan, like basic, standard, or premium. We will use this title to display the name at the top of each pricing card. Next, we have pricing, which contains the price range for each plan. For instance, our basic plan has a pricing value of 500 to 1000, while the premium plan ranges between 5,000 and 10,000. This information will be displayed prominently in the card to give the user a clear idea of the cost. Then we have an array called features. This is a list of the features included in each plan. For example, the basic plan includes things like up to 5 pages, responsive design, and basic SEO. The premium plan, on the other hand, includes more advanced features, and we'll be using this array to dynamically render each feature as a list item within the card. Lastly, we have a recommended property, which is a short description of who this plan is ideal for. For example, the basic plan is ideal for small businesses, personal websites, and bloggers. This information will be displayed at the bottom of the card to help visitors quickly identify which plan might suit their needs. Alongside our pricing plans data, we also have a check icon that we are importing from Remix Icon React. This icon is going to be used next to each feature in the list to give a nice visual indicator of what's included in the plan. We'll make use of this in the dynamic rendering part to keep our cards looking consistent and professional. Now that we have broken down the data and know what each piece represents, we are ready to move on to replacing our hard-coded information with this dynamic data. Let's go ahead and start by importing this data into our pricing plans component and map through it to display each plan in a more flexible way. We'll be bringing in both the pricing plans array and the check icon from the assets. So let's start by adding the import statement at the top of the file. We need pricing plans array, and then we need check icon. Next, we need to map through the pricing plans array to render each plan dynamically. To do this, we will use the map method directly in our JSX. This will let us loop through each item in the pricing plans array and generate a card for every plan. So I'm going to open curly braces right after this development and then use pricing plans dot map function with a callback function with 2 parameters. We will have here plan and then I. So we pass in 2 parameters, the plan object itself and an index I to keep track of each item. Next, we have to cut the development and paste it into the map function. So I'm going to grab this development from here. and paste it here. Now, since we are generating multiple elements in this loop, it's important to provide a unique key prop to the outermost element of each plan. In this case, that's our main div for each card. So I'm going to add here key prop with the value I. Again, this is necessary because React needs a way to uniquely identify each element to optimize the rendering process. After setting up the loop, we will start replacing the hard-coded data with our dynamic values. First, we will change the plan title by replacing the text with plan.title. This will now dynamically display the title of each plan, like basic, standard, or premium. Next, we have pricing. So instead of this text here, I'm going to insert plan.pricing. This change means that the pricing information for each card will now come directly from our pricing plans array. We're also going to replace the hard-coded check text with our imported check icon component. So instead of this text here, we need check icon. So this will allow us to use a real icon next to each feature, giving a more polished look to our design. We have then to move on to updating the ideal for section at the bottom of each card by inserting plan.recommended. This ensures that each plan dynamically displays its ideal audience, making the cards more informative. So now, if we go to the browser, we will get 3 different cards. Each of them has different content, I mean different titles, basic, premium, standard, also different pricing, and different ideal for section. Next, we need to dynamically generate the list of features for each plan. To do this, we have to use another map function, this time mapping over the features array inside each plan. So let's go back to the VS Code, and here, inside the UL elements, open curly braces, and insert here plan.features.map. We need a callback function with 2 parameters, feature and the index, let's say j. So we use here a similar structure as before, passing in feature and an index j as parameters. Next, we have to cut the development and paste it into the map function. So I'm going to cut this development from here and insert it here. We have to add a key prop to the div inside this map to give React a unique identifier for each feature. This is crucial because we are rendering multiple elements within this loop. So I'm going to add here key prop, and the value is going to be j. Now we simply replace the hard-coded feature text with the actual feature. By doing this, each card will now show its own unique list of features based on the data we've defined in our index.js file. If we go to the browser, then we will get here the list of features in each pricing card. All right, now we have to make one more modification to add some dynamic styles to our cards. Specifically, we want the premium plan to stand out a bit. So in order to do that, we have to change class to template string. So I'm going to cut this class name from here, then open curly braces, followed by the backticks, and then insert back the class name. So I'm going to get rid of width from here, I mean with the default value and the value for Excel breakpoint. I'm going to cut those 2 classes. Then here I'm going to insert $sign with curly braces, and then we need the condition I equal to 1 followed by a ternary operator. And now we have to insert here the classes that we cut. So here, instead of 350 pixels, we need 370 pixels. And then for Excel breakpoint, we need 320 pixels. Next, we need the second case, if the condition is false. Now I'm going to paste again the cut classes. So here we need 350 pixels and 300 pixels. Also, I'm going to add here background white. As for the second case, we need background zinc 50. And I'm going to get rid of default background zinc from here. So this code dynamically adjusts with a background color, giving the premium plan a unique look. So here we have condition I equals to 1, which means that those styles will be applied to the premium plan, which is the second member in the array. So if I is not 1, we apply the default styles. This way, the premium card gets a special treatment, visually highlighting it on the page. So if we go to the browser, then you'll find that second pricing card, I mean the premium one, is a bit different from the rest of the cards. In the same way, we need to modify the class for the span element inside the UL. Let's go back to the VS Code and find the span element. I mean this element here. Again, I'm going to cut those classes. Then we need curly braces with backticks. And I'm going to paste back the classes. Now we need here $sign with curly braces and the same condition I equal to 1. If this is true, then we need text red 300. And if it is false, then we need this default color. So I'm going to cut this color from here. And actually, we need here quotes, then another quotes, and we have to paste here the second class. All right, so let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the check icons for the premium card are now different. All right, so that's how we replace our static content with dynamic data and add some conditional styling to our pricing plan section. This makes the component much more flexible, clean, and easy to update in the future. Now that we have our pricing plans component dynamically displaying all the plans, it is time to add some animations to really make the section pop. We want the cards to slide up smoothly when they first appear on the screen, and we also want them to have a subtle hover effect to make them feel interactive. We're going to use framer motion to achieve this, which allows us to easily create and manage complex animations. Specifically, we will add an animation that causes the cards to move up from below with a slight fading effect as they come into view. Then we will add a hover effect to scale up the cards when we hover over them, adding a sense of interactivity. So let's go ahead and dive in and implement these animations. First, we need to import motion from framer motion. So we need here import statement, then motion from framer motion. By bringing in motion, we are setting the stage to easily animate the elements in our component. Next, we need to modify the main div inside our map function, which represents each pricing plan card. Right now, it is just a regular div, but to add animations, we need to turn it into a motion div. So I'm going to wrap this development with motion. By using motion div, we are telling framer motion that this is an element that we want to animate, and it gives us access to various animation properties we can use to bring our cards to life. Now let's add the animation attributes to this motion div. The first one is going to be initial, which should be include y equal to 200 and opacity 0. So this property defines the starting state of the element before the animation begins. We want each card to start slightly below its final position and to be invisible. So here y200 means the cards will start 200 pixels down from their final position, and opacity 0 makes them fully transparent. This setup creates a smooth sliding and fading in effect when the cards appear. Next, we have to add the while in view property. So we need here y0 and opacity 1. So this attribute defines how the element should animate when it scrolls into view. We want the cards to move to their final position and become fully visible. So here y0 means the cards will slide to their final position, while opacity 1 makes them fully visible. This creates a clean and smooth entry effect as the user scrolls down to the pricing section. We also have to include the viewport attribute to control when this animation should trigger. So I'm going to add here viewport, which will include property called once with the value true. So by setting once to true, we are telling Framer Motion that the animation should only happen the first time the element comes into view. This prevents the cards from continuously animating every time the user scrolls, making for a more refined user experience. Now, if we go to the browser, scroll up, reload the page, and scroll down, we will get this nice effect. Next, let's add an interactive hover effect to our card using while hover. We want the card to slightly scale up when the user hovers over them, giving a sense of interactivity. So in order to do that, I'm going to add here while hover, which will include scale with the value 1.05. So this line means that when the user hovers over a card, it will scale to 105% of its original size, creating a subtle zoom-in effect. This animation makes the component feel more engaging and responsive to user interactions. Finally, we need to set up the transition property. This controls the duration and delay of the animation, giving us fine-grained control over how it unfolds. So we need to add here transition, which will include duration, 0.4. Then we will have delay, which will be equal to I multiplied by 0.2. And then we need scale, duration, 0.15. So here, duration 0.4 specifies that the animation should take 0.4 seconds to complete. The delay, I multiplied by 0.2, adds a slight stagger effect to each card based on its index I, so the cards will animate in sequence rather than all at once. The stagger delay creates a cascading animation effect, which makes the entrance more dynamic and visually appealing. Finally, scale with duration 0.15 ensures that the hover effect will happen quickly, giving immediate feedback when the user hovers over a card. All right, let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have here nice and cool hover effect. Let's reload the page and scroll down. So everything works perfectly. All right, so now that we wrapped up the pricing plans component, we brought our plans to life with dynamic animations and smooth hover effects, making the section both informative and visually engaging. Each plan now elegantly slides into view, and the hover effect adds the interactive touch we were aiming for. Next, it's time to move on to our second part, building the contact component. This is where users will be able to get in touch, ask questions, or leave feedback. So let's dive right in and start creating an interactive and user-friendly contact form. First of all, we have to close these components. Then I'm going to create new component in the components folder. Let's call it contact.jsx. Then we need a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. I'm going to insert here use client. Then I'm going to go to the page.js file and duplicate this line of code. We need here contact. And then I'm going to insert here contact component. All right. So in case of contact component, we don't need index.js because we don't need to grab any data from this file. Now I'm going to add here heading with the text get in touch. Then we need to import heading from subcomponents. Let's go to the browser. So here we have new component contact with the heading get in touch. After that, I'm going to add some content to the component. So right after heading, I'm going to open div tag. Then again, we need div tag. Then inside the div tag, I'm going to insert image component. Let's import image component from next image. Now I'm going to insert here a couple of different attributes. The first one is source attribute. So here I'm going to use this GIF, contact.gif. Let's insert here contact.gif. Then we need alt attribute. I'm going to insert here contact image. And then we need width and height. The width is going to be 400. As for the height, I'm going to make it 400 as well. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here this nice and cool contact GIF. After that, I'm going to create form elements. So right after this closing div element, I'm going to open form. Let's get rid of action attribute. We don't need it. Inside the form, I'm going to open div elements, which will include two input elements. The first one will be input type text. As for the second one, it's going to be for email. Then after that, I'm going to open again input with type text. Next, we need text area. Then after text area, I'm going to open again input. And in this case, the type is going to be submit. All right, so I think that's it about the content of the contact component. So here we have the GIF, also the inputs. Next, we have to style those elements. So let's start with the first development. I'm going to add here class name. I'm going to define height, which is going to be equal to screen. 100 viewport height. Then we need py, padding vertically, 20, and then px, 96. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the development, which is placed after the heading. So let's add here class name. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be full. As for the height, it's going to be full as well. 100%. Actually, we need here dash. Next, I'm going to add here my auto in order to place the element in the center. Then we need the flex layout. For LG breakpoint, I'm going to change the flex direction. Let's make it column. Next, we need items center, and then justify between in order to create some space between the flex items. Then we need LG breakpoints on which justify is going to be center. Then create some gap vertically using gap x 20. Also, we need LG breakpoints on which gap x is going to be 0. And finally, we need gap y 20. All right. So right now, those inputs are not visible by default, but we'll fix that soon. Let's go back to the VS Code and customize image elements. I'm going to add here class name. So we need here width equal to 400 pixels. Then I'm going to make it rounded with rounded empty. And finally, let's decrease slightly the opacity. I'm going to make it 8. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize the form elements. So let's add here class name. Let's define width. It's going to be 600 pixels. Then I'm going to define LG breakpoint, and the width on LG breakpoint is going to be 400 pixels. After that, we need SM breakpoint on which the width is going to be 100%, full. After that, we need flexbox. Let's add here flex, followed by flex column, because we need vertical direction. And finally, we need gap on all four sides with the value 3. Next, we have to customize development. Let's add here class name. So first of all, we need to define the width. It's going to be full. Then we need flex. Then I'm going to define LG breakpoint, and I'm going to change the flex direction on LG breakpoint. We need flex column. Next, we need gap x3, and then LG breakpoint, where the gap y will be 3. All right, so now it's time to customize the input elements. Let's start with the first input. So let's add here class name. I'm going to define width, which is going to be full. Then we need border, and the color of the border is going to be yellow, 500. Then I'm going to make the input rounded using rounded MD. Also, I'm going to change the background. Let's use background sync 100. After that, I'm going to define padding horizontally. I mean px 4, and then we need py 2. Also, let's set text to SM. Then we need some space between the letters using tracking wider. Next, I'm going to define the color of the text. It's going to be text gray 500. And finally, let's add here outline, none. Besides that, I'm going to add here placeholder attribute with the value, your name. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the first input element looks pretty nice. Next, we have to customize the second input element, which is for email. Actually, I'm going to grab these attributes and add them here. We need here your email. As for the classes, I think we need the same classes. So let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the second input element is customized. Next, we have the third input, which is for subject. So I'm going to paste again two attributes, I mean class name and placeholder. Let's change the value of placeholder. We need here subject. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the third input element is customized. And now it's time to style the text area. So let's go ahead and add some classes to the text area. We need here class name. First of all, let's define here max height, which is going to be equal to 250 pixels. Then I'm going to define minimum height. It's going to be 150 pixels. Next, we need the same classes that we used for those inputs. So I'm going to grab from here all the class names and paste them here. Now let's add here placeholder, which is going to be write me. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool text area. Finally, we have to customize the submit button. So let's go to the VS Code and add here class name. Actually, let's grab those classes. We will make here slight changes. So in case of submit button, we need background to be yellow with 600. Next, I'm going to add here font light. And also we need to change the color of the text. Instead of gray, I'm going to add here white. And also we need to add here hover effect. So on hover, we need to change BG to yellow 500. And also we need transition colors. And finally, let's add here cursor pointer. Okay, so I think that's it about the classes. The only thing that we have to do here is to add value attribute. It's going to be send message. Let's go to the browser. All right, so now that we've completed the content and styling of our content component, we have a visually appealing section. We have added a form, styled the input fields, and incorporated a lovely content GIF. The layout is clean and the styling is consistent with the rest of our project. But as it stands, the section still feels a bit static. To make it come to life, we're going to add some animations using Framer Motion. These animations will make our content section more dynamic. Specifically, we want to animate the image and the form so that they slide into view as the user scrolls down. This will give the page a smoother, more interactive feel. For the image, we will use a sliding up animation, while for the form, we'll have it slide in from the right. Adding these subtle yet effective animations will enhance the user experience and make our section look more polished. First, we need to import the motion component from Framer Motion. So let's add here import statements. We need motion from Framer Motion. Now we're going to wrap the elements we want to animate with motion div. The two elements we will focus on are the div containing the image and the form itself. So I'm going to add to the image motion. And also we need motion for the form elements as well. So let's add here motion. Actually, we need here form. Motion. Okay, now we have to add a few attributes to control the animation. We're going to set the initial state to make the element invisible and positioned lower down the page. I mean the div element, the wrapper of the image. So let's add here initial. I'm going to add here opacity 0, and then we need y with value 150. So the opacity 0 means that when the element first renders, it will be fully transparent. The Y150 will push the image down by 150 pixels, creating a starting point for the animation. Next, we have to use while in view attribute to define what happens when the element comes into view on the screen. So let's add here while in view. It should be equal to opacity 1 and Y0. Here we set opacity to 1 to make it fully visible and Y0 to bring it back to its original position, making the image slide up smoothly. For the transition, we need duration equal to 0.4. We set the duration to 0.4 seconds, which determines how long the animation takes. And finally, we need viewport with once with the value true. So here we ensure that the animation only plays the first time the element enters the viewport, avoiding repetitive animations as the user scrolls. All right, so actually, I think we have some errors here. So as you can see, we have to correct the closing motion font tag. Now, I think everything is correct. Let's go to the browser. I'm going to reload the page. All right, so as you can see, the image has nice and cool animation. It comes from the bottom side. Now we have to do the same thing for the form element. So let's go back to the VS Code. This time we will apply a sliding in effect from the right. Similar to the image, we start by setting initial properties. So we need here initial, which should be equal to opacity 0 and x 150. So here opacity 0 makes the form invisible initially, and x 150 moves it 150 pixels to the right, creating a starting point off screen. Then we need while in view, in which we will have opacity 1 and x 0. Here we define the final state when the form comes into view. Setting opacity 1 makes it fully visible, and x0 slides it into its original position on the screen. Next, I'm going to add here transition with duration 0.4. So we define how the animation will play out. Again, we set the duration to 0.4 seconds to control the speed of the animation. And similar to the image container, we have to use viewport with once true. We ensure that the animation only occurs the first time the form scrolls into view. Okay, so I think that's it. We can test the result. I'm going to reload the page. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool animations. All right, so we've now successfully completed both the pricing and contact sections. In the pricing section, we created an engaging layout for our pricing plans, added dynamic data, and even brought in some cool animations using Framer Motion to give it that polished and interactive look. Moving on to the contact section, we built a responsive form, styled it to match our website's overall theme. Alright, let's get started with an overview of what we are going to build. The questions section is designed to present information in an organized and engaging way. We will start with a clear and inviting heading, questions and answers, that sets the tone for the section. Beneath the heading, we have a series of questions arranged in a column layout. Each question will be contained in a clickable box that toggles the visibility of the answer when clicked. This way, users can interactively browse through the questions and answers, getting the information they need without being overwhelmed. But that's not all. To really elevate this section, we will implement subtle yet effective animations using Framer Motion. When a user clicks on a question, it will reveal the answer with a smooth expanding effect. We will also have an arrow icon next to each question, which will rotate to indicate whether the answer is open or closed. This small detail might seem minor, but it adds a lot of interactivity and visual feedback, making the user experience much more intuitive and enjoyable. We're going to structure the questions using a flexible column layout, ensuring that they stack neatly on top of each other with enough spacing in between to keep things clean and organized. As the user scrolls through the section, each question will come into view with a smooth animation, making the section feel lively and dynamic. These animations will give our QA section a polished, professional look that really grabs the user's attention. So let's go ahead and dive right into the code. The first thing that we have to do is to create a new component. It's going to be questions.jsx. Then I'm going to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. Let's add here use client. Then I'm going to open page.js file, and here I'm going to import newly created component. We need questions, and then we have to nest a component inside here. We need again questions. Okay, let's go back to the questions.jsx file. Now I'm going to add here heading, and then we need text attribute with the content, questions, and answers. Then I'm going to import heading from subcomponent. Let's select heading. Okay, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here the heading, questions, and answers. Now I'm going to add the content to our component. So right after heading, I'm going to open div tab, in which we will have UL. So inside the UL element, we will have an li element, which will represent the question. But instead of inserting here li element, I'm going to create new subcomponents inside the subfolder. Let's call it question.jsx. Then I'm going to create here a new functional component. We need again use client. Now, instead of development, I'm going to add here li. And then I'm going to import that newly created subcomponent question inside the questions component. So we need here subfolder. And then we have to select question. And now I'm going to insert inside the UL element the newly imported subcomponent question. Okay, now if we go to the browser, you will find here the li element question. Now I'm going to go to the question.jsx file and add here some content. Inside the li element, we have to create heading, h1 heading element, which will include the span elements. In this span element, we will include the arrow icon, but right now I'm going to insert just the word arrow. We'll replace this hard-coded text with the actual icon soon. Next, we need another span element, which will include the question, the text of the question. So at the end of the day, we will import the data from our index.js file. Before we describe the data here, I'm going to copy this question and add it inside here. Next, I'm going to create paragraph. And inside here, we need an answer. So I'm going to grab answer from here. Let's paste it here. Okay, so actually that's it about the content of the question subcomponent and actually the questions component. Now we have to style those elements. Let's go to the questions.jsx file and style the first development. The wrapper. So we need here class name. Actually, we need here double S's. I'm going to define padding vertically using py20, and then we need padding horizontally using px96. So as you can see, the space is created inside the section. Next, I'm going to customize the UL elements. Let's add here class name. So in case of UL, we need the flex layout. I'm going to add here flex. Then we need to change the direction of the flex layout. We need flex column. And also I'm going to create gap y with the value 3. Okay, so that's it about the questions component. Next, we have to go to the question.jsx file, which is a subcomponent, and we have to style those elements. Let's start with the li element, add here class name. So in case of li elements, we need border, then we need border yellow, 500. Next, I'm going to create padding with the value 1. And also, I'm going to add here rounded LG. Now, if we go to the browser, you'll find here a li element with nice border. Next, I'm going to customize the heading. So I'm going to add here class name. We need flex followed by item center. Next, I'm going to add border at the bottom. For that, we need border B. Then I'm going to customize the text. Let's define the size of the text. It's going to be XL. Next, we need font to be extra light. Then we need text yellow, 600. Also, I'm going to create space between the letters using tracking white. And finally, we need cursor pointer. Okay, so as you can see, the heading is customized. The question part. Next, I'm going to customize the answer, which is a paragraph. So let's add to the paragraph class name. We need here padding on the left side, 8. Then text is going to be LG. Also, I'm going to set font to extra light. Then we need tracking white to create the space between the letters. The color of the text is going to be gray, so we need text gray 900. And then I'm going to create a little indentation on the left side using first letter. Then we need PL with the value 3. Okay, so that's it about the styling part. Now that we've created the content and styled the question section, it's time to replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic data stored in our index.js file. I'm going to place this file here on the right side. Let's add here comment QA. So before we dive into the coding, let's first take a closer look at the data we'll be working with. In our index.js file, we have an array called questions. Each object in this array represents a question and its corresponding answer, which will be dynamically rendered in the questions section. The questions array is structured to include a question property, which holds the question itself, and an answer property, which contains the corresponding answer. This is a clean and efficient way to store all of our QA content, making it easy to map through the array and render each question answer pair dynamically. For example, one of the objects looks like this. It contains a question about how much we charge for a website, followed by a detailed answer explaining our pricing range. Every question in the array follows the same structure, so we can map through them in our component and display them on the page. In addition to the questions and answers, we also have an imported icon, the questions arrow, which we will use as a visual indicator next to each question. The icon will rotate when a question is clicked, signaling to the user whether the answer is expanded or collapsed. This will enhance the overall interactivity and user experience. With this dynamic structure in place, updating the content or changing the order of questions becomes super easy. So let's go ahead and replace the hard-coded data with the dynamic one. The first thing that we have to do is to import the data we set up in the index.js file. We're going to import the questions array from assets so that we can access all the QA content we've prepared. I'm going to go to the questions.jsx file and insert here import statement. I'm going to insert here questions array, and then we need from assets. Once we have the data available, the next step is to map through the array and display each question individually. We'll use the map method to loop through the questions array and render the question component for each question object. So here, inside the UL element, I'm going to open curly braces, and then we need questions array, followed by the map function. We need here a callback function with two parameters. The first one is going to be question. As for the second one, we need here I. So in the map method, we pass in two key things: the data for each question, which includes both the question and the answer, and the index to help us keep track of the specific item in the array. Next, we have to insert the question component into the map function to display all the questions. So I'm going to cut this subcomponent from here and paste it inside the map function. As you already know, we have to pass here a key prop with the value I. So by adding a key property tied to the index, React can efficiently manage and render each unique question on the page. In the question component, we have to pass two props. The first one is going to be data, which will be equal to question. As for the second prop, it's going to be index, and I'm going to pass here I. So the data prop contains the specific content for each question and answer. This includes the question text, the corresponding answer, and any other data that we may have for that particular question. By passing this prop, we can access and display the unique question and answer for each item in the array. The index prop, on the other hand, provides the position of the question in the questions array. This is useful for managing things like animations or dynamic styles based on the question's position in the list. Both data and index help ensure that each question component renders the correct information and behaves uniquely depending on its position within this section. So once this is done, all the questions will be displayed on the page. So if we go to the browser, then you will see that all the questions are displayed on the page. But as you can see, they still have the same content, as we haven't yet told React to use the individual data for each question. To fix this, we need to move into the question.jsx file and make a few key changes. So let's open question.jsx file. First, we need to import the question arrow icon from the assets file. So I'm going to add here import statement. Then we need question arrow from assets. The icon is going to be placed next to each question and will rotate when a question is expanded or collapsed. Once it is imported, we can add this arrow icon into the JSX of the question. Once it is imported, we can add this arrow icon into the JSX of the question component to visually enhance each question. So here, instead of this word, I'm going to open curly braces and insert question arrow. So if we go to the browser, then we won't get here any arrows. Let's check the code. We're going to check the name of the variable. It is question arrow with capital Q. Actually, I'm going to make it lowercase. Now let's go to the browser. So as you can see, now in front of each question, we have an arrow. So everything works fine. And next we need to extract the props being passed into the question component. So here I'm going to add data and index. The data prop will contain the specific question and answer for each item in the array, and the index prop will give us the position of the question in the array. We extract these props by defining them as parameters in our question component. Once extracted, we can then replace the hard-coded question and answer with the dynamic content from the data prop. For the question itself, we will replace the placeholder content with data.question. This will dynamically display the individual question from the questions array, and similarly, we will replace the placeholder for the answer with data.answer, ensuring that each question is paired with its specific answer. Now, if we go to the browser, we will get all the questions with their individual questions and answers. So by making these modifications, we ensure that each question in the QA section is displayed with its own unique content, and everything is being pulled from the data stored in our index.js file. This approach keeps our components flexible and maintainable, making it easy to update the questions in the future without hard-coding new content. Alright, now we're going to manage the interactivity of our questions section by making the answers collapse and expand when we click the questions. Additionally, we will rotate the arrow icon next to each question to visually indicate whether the answer is open or closed. To begin, we need to manage the state that controls whether a question's answer is displayed or not. For this, we will create a state variable that will hold this information. So here I'm going to create new state variable. It's going to be show with the updater function setShow. We need here useState, and by default, I'm going to insert here false. So this line initializes a state variable show with an initial value of false. This variable is essential for controlling the visibility of the answer in the QA section. When show is false, the answer is hidden, and when show is true, the answer is displayed. The setShow function allows us to update the value of show when a user clicks on a question, toggling the visibility of the answer. This way, we can dynamically manage the collapsing and expanding of the answers based on user interaction. We also need to import the useState hook from React. So we need here import useState from React. Now, in order to rotate the arrow icon when the question is clicked, we will use Framer Motion's animate functionality. First, we need to import motion from the Framer Motion library. So we need here import motion from Framer Motion. Next, we will wrap the span element containing the arrow icon with the motion span. So here we need to add motion. This allows us to apply animations to the span using framer motion. To control the rotation of the arrow, we will add the animate attribute to the motion span element. The value of the animate attribute will depend on the show state. So here I'm going to add animate, which will be equal to rotate. Then we need show, followed by a ternary operator. If show is true, we need the rotation with the value 180 degrees. And if it is false, then we need 0. So again, if show is true, meaning the answer is visible, the arrow will rotate to 180 degrees. Otherwise, it will remain at its default 0 degrees. To make this rotation interactive, we need to add a way for the state to change when the user clicks on the question. We will do this by adding an onClick event handler to the h1 heading element, which is the clickable question text. When the user clicks on the question, we will toggle the show state by calling setShow and passing the opposite of its current value. So I'm going to add here onClick event handler, in which we need a callback function, and then we have to update the state variable show using setShow method. And as the parameter, the argument, we need not show. So this will allow the answer to either collapse or expand, and at the same time the arrow will rotate based on the updated state. In order to check the result, let's go to the browser. Now if we click the headings, then the arrow will rotate. Okay, so everything works fine. And now we're going to dynamically change the styles of the heading element to make it more interactive and visually responsive based on user actions. The goal is to highlight the question and add a border beneath it when the user clicks on it, indicating that the answer is currently being displayed. To achieve this, we'll make a few modifications to the existing class name on the h1 heading element. Currently, the h1 heading has fixed styles like border bottom and text yellow 600, which are always applied regardless of whether the answer is visible or hidden. We want to make these styles more dynamic, so they change depending on whether the answer is shown or collapsed. Here is how we will do it. First, we will replace the static class name with a template string. So I'm going to cut the classes. Then I'm going to open curly braces with backticks, and I'm going to paste back the class names. So this allows us to inject dynamic values into the class based on the state of the show variable. Using this approach, we can conditionally apply styles only when the answer is being displayed. Next, we will use the show state variable to determine when the question is clicked and dynamically apply the styles. So here I'm going to add $sign with curly braces, and then we need show with AND operator. Then we need border B and text yellow 600. So if show is true, meaning the user has clicked the question and the answer is visible, we will add both a bottom border and change the text color to yellow. This helps visually indicate that the answer is expanded. We have to get rid of these classes as the default classes. So I'm going to get rid of border B, and then we need to get rid of text yellow 600. If show is false, meaning the question has not been clicked or the user has collapsed the answer, we will add the heading the following styles. We need text gray 800, and then I'm going to add here hover effect. We need text yellow 600. This change not only makes the component more interactive, but also provides a clean user experience by clearly showing which question is currently open. By applying styles conditionally, the UI becomes more responsive and intuitive. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, by default, all the questions are gray. Now, if we hover over the questions, they will change the color. And also, if we click the headings, then they will change their styles. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Now we're going to manage the collapsing functionality of the questions by making the answers visible when a question is clicked and then hiding them on the next click. This functionality is essential for making the QA section interactive, clean, and user-friendly. We will achieve this by using framer motion to smoothly animate the collapsing and expanding of the answers. To start, we need to wrap the P element, which contains the answer, with a motion P component from framer motion. So here I'm going to insert motion. The next step is to manage the visibility of the answers based on the show state variable that we defined earlier. When a user clicks on a question, the show state will toggle between true and false, and the answer's visibility will be adjusted accordingly. Now let's break down the attributes we will add to the motion P element. The first one is going to be initial, which should be equal to scale y with the value 0, then we need height with 0, and opacity with again 0. So this defines the starting state of the answer before any interaction happens. Here we set scale y to 0, height to 0, and opacity to 0. This means that initially the answer will be collapsed, making it invisible. Next, I'm going to add another attribute, which is animate. It should be equal to scale y with the value show, then ternary operator. If show is true, we need here 1. Otherwise, the value will be 0. Next, we need height. Let's use again show with a ternary operator. So if show is true, we need auto. And if it is false, then we need 0. And finally, we need here opacity. Again, I'm going to insert here show. If it is true, we need here 1. And if it is false, we need here 0. So again, this defines what happens when the show state changes. If show is true, we want the answer to be fully visible. So we set scale y to 1, height to auto, meaning it will adjust to the content size, and opacity to 1. These values make the answer expand and fade in. When show is false, the values reverse. Scale y goes back to 0, height becomes 0 again, and opacity returns to 0, collapsing the answer and making it invisible. By using framer motion's animation properties, the transition between the collapsed and expanded states will be smooth, giving a polished user experience. Let's go to the browser and click the questions. So, as you can see, once we click the questions, the answers become visible, and once we click them again, they hide. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Now we're going to take our question section to the next level by adding smooth animations that will make the appearance of each question more engaging and interactive. These animations will allow the questions to fade in and slide into view as the user scrolls down the page. By implementing these animations, we can make the questions come to life in a way that feels more responsive and visually appealing. The animations we're about to create will adjust both the opacity and horizontal position of each question as it comes into the user's viewport. This will ensure the questions don't simply appear on the screen, but rather animate into place, creating a more engaging user experience. Framer motion will make this process simple, yet it allows us to add a touch of sophistication to how our content is presented. So let's go ahead and walk through the modifications in detail. First, we need to define how the animations will behave. To achieve this, we will create a variance object. This object will determine two key states for each question's list item: a hidden state when the question is off screen or invisible, and a visible state as the question animates into view. So let's go ahead and create new variable. I'm going to call it variance. As I said, it's going to be an object. So we need to create here two states, visible, in which we'll have a callback function. I'm going to add here I index. Actually, we need here parentheses. So inside here, I'm going to add opacity with the value 1. Then we need x 0, and also we need transition, in which I'm going to insert delay with the value I multiplied by 0.07. So that's all about visible state. Next, we need hidden state. And I'm going to add here opacity 0, and then we need x with the value -30. So in the visible state, we set the opacity to 1, making the question fully visible. Additionally, we set the x position to 0, ensuring the question sits in its final, centered position on the page. To add a bit of visual flair, we introduce a delay in the transition, which will stagger the animation of each question. By multiplying the index of the question by 0.07, we can create this delayed cascading effect where each question appears in sequence rather than all at once. In the hidden state, we set the opacity to 0, which makes the question invisible initially, and position the x value to -30. This will slide the question slightly to the left when it is hidden, creating a more dramatic effect as it enters the viewport and slides into its final position. Next, we need to apply these animations to our questions. To do this, we will wrap the li element, which represents a question, with motion li. Wrapping these elements in motion li is what allows us to connect the defined animations from the variance object to the actual question components. So as I said, we have to wrap li with motion. Once we've done that, we need to add several important attributes to our motion li element. These attributes will control exactly when and how the animations take place. First, we will use the custom prop to pass the index of each question. So I'm going to add here custom with value index. This custom prop allows us to control the delay for each question's appearance, ensuring that they animate in sequence with a brief pause between each one. Next, we need the initial attribute, and the value is going to be hidden. So this initial attribute will define the starting state of the animation, which in this case is hidden. This ensures that when the page loads, the questions are invisible and slightly offset to the left, waiting to be animated into view. Next, I'm going to add here while in view attribute, which will be equal to visible. So the while in view attribute tells Framer Motion to animate the question into its visible state as soon as it enters the user's viewport. This makes sure that questions only animate when they are actually seen by the user, which not only creates a great user experience, but also optimizes the performance of our page by not animating elements that are not yet in view. Next, we have to add the viewport attribute. So I'm going to add here viewports, which will be equal to an object with two properties. The first one is going to be margin equal to 50 pixels. And then we need once with the value true. So this allows us to specify how close the question should be to the viewport before the animation is triggered. In this case, we set the margin to 50 pixels, meaning the question will start to animate when it's 50 pixels from entering the viewport. Additionally, we set once to true, which ensures that the question only animates the first time it enters the viewport and does not animate again if the user scrolls back up and down the page. Finally, we have to apply the variance attribute, which connects the hidden and visible states we defined earlier to the actual question element. So I'm going to add here variance with the value variance. This tells Framer Motion how to transition between the hidden and visible states for each question. So by adding these modifications, we're creating a much more dynamic and visually engaging experience for the user. Each question will no longer just appear on the page, but will instead smoothly fade in and slide into view as the user scrolls. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. If we scroll down, then we'll get this nice and cool effect. Let's reload again. and scroll down. So as you can see, the questions are appearing in a cool and nice way. All right, so let's open the questions. Actually, it looks like that we forgot to add a smooth animation to the answers of the questions, but don't worry, we're going to fix that now. To enhance the overall user experience, we will be adding a spring animation effect to the paragraphs, so when the answers collapse or expand, they will do so in a much more fluid and visually pleasing way. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to add transition property to the motion P, in which I'm going to insert duration with the value 0.1. Then I'm going to add here type spring. Next, we will have here stiffness. And I'm going to insert here conditional statement. We need show, followed by a ternary operator. Then we need 250 or 50. And finally, I'm going to add here opacity. We need here delay with again show state variable. If it is true, we need here 0.2. And if it is false, we need 0. So let me explain what's going on here. The duration attribute is set to 0.1, which controls how long the transition takes. We want the effect to be quick but noticeable, so 0.1 seconds strikes the right balance. Next, we use type spring, which adds the natural bounce or spring effect to the animation, making it feel more lively rather than a simple linear movement. To control how firm or loose the spring is, we set the stiffness value. When the answer is visible, we use a higher stiffness of 250 to give it a snappier feel, while when it's hidden, the stiffness drops to 50 to make the collapse softer and more gradual. Finally, we use the opacity attribute to add a subtle fade-in effect. The delay is set conditionally based on whether the answer is being revealed or hidden. If the answer is being shown, there is a small delay of 0.2 seconds before the opacity change happens, allowing the user to feel the progression of the animation rather than it happening instantly. With these adjustments, our answers will now animate with a much smoother and more dynamic feel, adding to the overall quality and polish of the section. So let's go to the browser and reload the page. At first, I'm going to scroll down and then open the answers. So as you can see, we have here this nice and cool animation. All right, so now that we've completed the question section, let's quickly recap what we have accomplished. We took static questions and transformed them into an interactive animated QA section. We started by replacing the hard-coded content with dynamic data, making it easy to manage and scale. Then we added animations using framer motion, allowing the questions to slide into view smoothly and adding a great rotating effect to the arrow icons. We also made the answers collapse and expand, ensuring a clean and intuitive user experience. Altogether, this has made the QA section not just functional but also visually engaging. So what exactly are we going to do with the navbar? Let's break it down. This navbar will be minimal, stylish, and always fixed on the left side of the screen. We'll display a series of icons representing the various sections of the website. Each icon will have a corresponding label that will reveal itself with a smooth animation when you hover over it. This makes the navigation not only functional, but also intuitive and visually appealing. As the user hovers over each icon, it will subtly enlarge, giving a dynamic feel to the navigation. The hover effect will make it clear which section the user is about to navigate to. Once you click on any of the links in the navbar, the page will smoothly scroll to the corresponding section, making navigation feel seamless and intuitive. Each link is tied to a specific section of the website, and when clicked, it directs you there in a smooth, animated motion. As you interact with the navbar, the current section you're viewing will be highlighted, ensuring that you always know exactly where you are on the page. This not only enhances the user experience, but also provides a clean, elegant way to navigate through the sections. The navbar remains fixed on the left, making it easy to access at any point, no matter how far down you scroll. This allows users to fluidly explore the site without losing track of where they've been or what they are looking for. The logo in our navbar is a simple yet effective design element that adds a personal touch to the site. It consists of a bold red N followed by a small brown that's rotated vertically, giving it a sleek and modern appearance. The logo also serves as a navigation link. Clicking it will take you back to the top of the homepage, providing a quick and easy way for users to return to the beginning of the site. And to finish things off in style, at the bottom of the navbar we've added a copyright label. This updates dynamically to reflect the current year. It is these small details that really elevate the overall feel of the website and give it a polished professional look. This navbar will be an essential part of the site, ensuring that users can easily navigate while enjoying a modern animated design. With that said, let's dive into building it and bring this navigation bar to life. Before we start to work on the navbar, I would like to do one thing. In the keyway section, there is a small issue, we need to fix it. I'm going to open question.jsx file. In the previous part, I forgot to add two important classes, box border and origin top, to the paragraph element. Without these classes, the collapsing and expanding effect of the answers doesn't work as smoothly as it could. So if we check the results, and then if we add the mentioned classes to the paragraph, as I said, we need box border and origin top. Now if we go back to the browser, then reload the page and check again the results, you will notice that we have much better effects when we expand and close the questions. Alright, so now, as I said, it's time to start to work on the navbar. Let's close these components. And in the components folder, I'm going to create a new component. It's going to be navbar.jsx. Then I'm going to create a new functional component using RAFCE. Then as usual, I'm going to add here use client. Next, we have to go to the page.js file. So in this case, I'm going to wrap the entire content with React fragments. Let's cut this content and place it inside the React fragments. And then above the development, which is the wrapper of those sections, I'm going to insert, actually, first of all, we need to import navbar. So let's change the name of the component. We need here navbar. And then we have to nest it here above the development. So let's insert here navbar. Actually, we got an error here. We need this closing fragment to be inside the parenthesis. So now we no longer have here the errors and everything works fine. So as you can see, we have here navbar. Let's go back to the navbar components and add here the content. So inside here, I'm going to add link elements, which is going to be the logo. So I'm going to add here two span elements. The first one is going to be span with the content N, I mean the letter N. And after this closing span element, I'm going to insert here dots. After that, we need second span element, in which I'm going to insert the last name, Brown. After the link elements, I'm going to open div tag, in which we need another link. So this link element will include, again, two span elements. So let's open span tag. And inside here, I'm going to insert icon. We will replace this text with an actual icon. Next, we need second span element, in which I'm going to insert the name. So here we will have icons of the sections and also the names of the sections. All right. After that, after this closing div tag, I'm going to open paragraph, which will be the paragraph for the copyright text. So we need here span element. And right now, I'm going to insert C. We will replace this with a copyright sign. And then we need dates, let's say 2019. 2024. So actually that's it about the content of the navbar. We will replace this hard-coded data with the dynamic one from the index.js file where we have the data of our sections. Now I'm going to style those elements. First of all, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the elements that we have created. Now I'm going to start to customize those elements. Let's start with the first div element. Let's add here a class name. So I'm going to define width, which is going to be 70 pixels. We need an arbitrary value. Next, I'm going to define the height, which is going to be full. I mean 100%. Then we need to define the position, and the position of the navbar will be fixed. Then we need left position, which is going to be 0, and also we need top position, which will be 0 as well. After that, I'm going to use flexbox. So we need flex followed by flex column. We need to align flex items vertically in a column. Next, I'm going to create some space between the flex items using justify between. After that, I'm going to define border on the right side. So we need border right. And then let's set the color of the border to gray 200. Also, we need some padding inside the navbar. Let's use px with the value 4, and then we need py with the value 10. Okay, let's check the results. So as you can see, we have here navbar with the border on the right side. Next, I'm going to customize the span elements. I mean the first span element of the logo. Let's add here class name. So first of all, we need to define the size of the text. Let's set text to 3XL. Then we need font to be semi-bold. And also I'm going to define the color of the text. Let's use text red 400 and check the results. So as you can see, the letter N looks pretty nice. Next we have the second span element. Let's add here class name. So in case of second span element, we need display block. Then I'm going to define width, which is going to be minimum content. Next we need to rotate the element by 90 degrees. And also we need to rotate it from the bottom side. So the rotation, the origin of the rotation should be from the bottom side. So I'm going to define origin bottom. Then we need text equal to 12 pixels. Also, let's define fonts and make it semi-bold. Actually, we need this class outside of the square brackets. Alright, so that's it about the logo. Next, I'm going to customize the div element, which wraps the links. So let's add here class name. I'm going to define the flex layout. We need flex. Then let's change the direction of the flex layout. We need flex column. Also, I'm going to define some gap. It's going to be 3. And then we need gap for smaller screen sizes. For SM breakpoint. The gap y property is going to be equal to 2. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, right now we have the same result because now we have just one link element here. Once we add other links for other sections, they will be placed here vertically in a column. Alright, so now it's time to customize this link element here. Let's add class name. Now I'm going to use one of the Tailwind CSS classes called group. We need this class to apply some hover effect to the children of the link element, the span elements. The group class in Tailwind CSS allows us to apply styles to child elements when a parent element is hovered or interacted with. In our case, we're using it to ensure that when the user hovers over one of the navbar links, not only does the link icon change visually, but other elements, like the text below the icon, also respond to the hover interaction. Essentially, group acts as a trigger, enabling us to target and modify the appearance of multiple child elements at the same time. So when we apply hover styles to the group class on the parent A tag, the associated styles will apply to all child elements. So let's add here group. Then we need flex layout. I'm going to change the direction. Let's set it to column. Then we need item center. And finally, I'm going to create some gap. On y-axis, the value will be 2. Okay, so now as you can see, the elements are placed vertically in a column. Next, I'm going to customize the first span element. Let's add here class name. So I'm going to define the size of the text as 2XL. Then we need text yellow 600. And now I'm going to use the class group, which we assign to the link element. So we need here group, then hover. And on hover, I'm going to increase the scale of the elements. It's going to be 125. And also we need transition all. Now, if we hover over the icon, its size will become larger. All right. After that, I'm going to customize the second span elements. So let's add here class name. I'm going to define the size of the text. And in this case, I'm going to use an arbitrary value, 10 pixels. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters using tracking wide. Now I'm going to move the element horizontally using translate x class. And in this case, we need here a negative value. So I'm going to add here minus translate x 2. And also I'm going to hide the element using opacity 0. Once we hover over the element, it should move from the left side to right. Next, we need again hover using class group. So on hover, I'm going to place the elements to its default position. So we need translate x with the value 0. And then we need group hover. In this case, I'm going to set opacity to 100. Actually, here dash. Besides that, I'm going to use transition to make the smoother effect. And besides that, I'm going to use duration with the value 300. Finally, let's add here text center. So as you can see, by default, the text, I mean the name of the section is hidden. Now if we hover over the icon, then it will appear and move from the left side to right. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Next, we have to customize the copyright text. So I'm going to add some styles to the paragraph. First of all, let's define the flex layout. We need flex, then items center. Next, I'm going to add justify center. We have to center the content both vertically and horizontally. Then let's define the size of the text. It's going to be an arbitrary value, 13 pixels. Then I'm going to change the color of the text. Let's use text gray, 500. And also create some space at the top using margin top with the value 6. All right, after that, I'm going to customize the span elements. So let's add here class name. Actually, we need here class name. I'm going to define the position of the span element, and it's going to be absolute. Then we need left position with the value 50%, I mean 1/2. Then we need width to be max, which means max content. Also, I'm going to add here flex layout. We need flex, followed by item center. And then I'm going to rotate the elements, but with the negative value, we need minus rotate 90 degrees. And we have to rotate the elements. Actually, let's check the results. So that's the way how the copyright text looks right now. Now I'm going to change the origin of its transformation, I mean the rotation. Right now it is rotated from the center, and we have to change the origin and make it bottom left, and then it will be placed in the correct way. So I'm going to add here origin, bottom left, and if we check the results, you'll see that now it's placed in the correct way. All right, finally, I'm going to add here tracking wide, actually tracking wider, to create some space between the letters of the text. Alright, so now that we've created the content of the navbar and styled it, it's time to move on to making our code more dynamic by replacing the hard-coded data with the data from our index.js file. Let's open it and place it on the right side. I'm going to find data for navbar. So here we have it. So as you can see, the data for the navbar is already set up in our index.js file, and it includes all the links and icons we need for the various sections of our site. This data will allow us to dynamically generate each navbar link, making the component more scalable, especially if we decide to add or change sections later on. In the index.js file, the navbar data array holds the essential information that powers the links in our dynamic navbar. Each item in this array represents a section of the site with three key properties: an ID, name, and icon. The ID is a unique identifier for each section, typically matching the section's ID in the HTML structure so that clicking the navbar link scrolls the page to the correct section. The name property holds the display name of the section, which will appear as the text next to the icon when the user hovers over the link. And finally, the icon is an imported React component, visually representing each section in the navbar, helping users quickly identify sections through both text and also the symbols. These icons are also imported from a separate set of assets, which keeps the code modular and easy to maintain. The array allows us to loop through each entry dynamically, rendering the necessary links without manually coding them into the navbar.js component. This approach ensures that as we update or expand the site, we can easily modify the navigation by adjusting the data in one place within the navbar data array, making it both efficient and scalable for future changes. The next step is to bring this data into our navbar component. We will import it so that the component can access the array, which will then allow us to dynamically create the links based on the data inside navbar data array. So I'm going to import navbar data from assets. And now we have to replace the hard-coded links with the dynamic ones. First, we will loop through the navbar data array using the map method. So inside here, I'm going to open curly braces, and then we need navbar data.map with a callback function, which will have two parameters, item and the index I. Now I'm going to cut the link and paste it inside the parentheses. So here we iterate over each item in the array and create a new link for every section of the site. Inside the map function, we will use each object in the array containing the section ID, icon, and name to build out each individual link. Again, by dynamically creating these elements, we no longer need to manually code each navigation link. So now, as you remember, we have to add here key prop with the value I. So here I represents the current item in the navbar data array. And as you already know, this key prop is important because it gives React a way to uniquely identify each link when rendering the list. After that, I'm going to replace the hard-coded icon with the dynamic value from the navbar data array. So instead of this text here, I'm going to insert item.icon. And in the same way, I'm going to replace the name. So we need here item.name. Now, if we go to the browser, you will see here all the icons of different sections. And on hover, we see the names of the sections. Okay, so everything works perfectly. Now we're going to dynamically display the copyright part at the bottom of the navbar. This includes showing the copyright icon and the range of years starting from 2019 up to the current year. So let's go back to the VS Code. The first thing that we have to do is to import copyright icon from assets. I mean this icon. So we need to add here copyright icon. And then instead of this letter, I'm going to insert copyright icon. Next, we have to dynamically generate the current year. So instead of 2024, which is now a hard-coded data, I'm going to insert curly braces with new data object. And we have to add here a method called get full year. So what this code does is call JavaScript's built-in data object, which gives us the current date and time. We then extract just the year from this date by chaining the getFullYear method, which returns the current year as a 4-digit number. This ensures that the copyright notice will always display the current year without needing to be manually updated. So when we put it all together, we are essentially displaying the copyright icon, followed by the range of years from 2019 to the current year. This is particularly useful for websites that are maintained over time, as it ensures the copyright information is always up to date automatically. So now if we go to the browser, we will see here the copyright sign, followed by the range of years from 2019 to the current year, which in this case is 2024. Now we're going to make our navbar fully functional, and to do that we need to assign unique IDs to each section of our page, allowing the navbar link to navigate to the corresponding section when clicked. Alright, so now we're going to make our navbar fully functional. But before we do that, I think that navbar is wider than it should be. Let's check the finished version. So as you can see, it is wider. Let's check the code. So we have here width. Actually, we're missing here pixels. That's why the navbar is wider. Now, as you can see, everything works fine. Okay, so as I said, we're going to make our navbar fully functional. To do that, we need to assign unique IDs to each section of our page, allowing the navbar link to navigate to the corresponding section when clicked. This will let the user easily scroll between different sections by clicking on the navbar icons. We will start by adding an ID to each component so that the navbar can link to them. These IDs will correspond to the sections of the site that we're navigating. So I'm going to close index.js file, we no longer need it. And then I'm going to open each component and add ID to the wrapper developments. So I'm going to start with the hero section. We need ID, which is going to be home. And actually we need ID home for logo as well. So I'm going to add here /home. Then let's close hero. I'm going to open about.jsx file, and I'm going to add here ID. It's going to be about. Next we have experience. The ID is going to be experience. Next I'm going to open skills section. Let's add here ID skills. Then we need to open reviews section. Let's add here ID reviews. Then I'm going to open projects. After that, we need pricing and contact. So let's add here ID. It's going to be pricing. Actually, we need space. So let's add here pricing. And then I'm going to open contact. Let's add here ID, contact. And finally, I'm going to open question section. Let's add here ID with the value questions. All right. So next we have to update the href attribute of each link element inside the navbar to match these IDs. So I'm going to close this component, and inside here, let's find link element. I mean this link element here. So I'm going to change the value of href attribute. Instead of quotes, we need here template strings, and then I'm going to insert /# Then we need $sign followed by the curly braces, and I'm going to insert here item.id. So it will now point to the relevant section on the page. Once we do this, clicking on any Navbar link will scroll to the corresponding section. Let's go to the browser and click the links. So, as you can see, now we are navigating to different sections, and actually everything works fine. So we are not done yet. To make the scrolling between sections smoother, we will need to set up a small CSS tweak. We will add the following to the globals.css file. Let's open it and select HTML. I'm going to add here scroll behavior with the value smooth. And also we need to add here important. So we use important here to ensure that this CSS property takes precedence over any other conflicting styles that may be applied to the HTML element elsewhere in your code or via external libraries. The important here guarantees that smooth scrolling will always be enforced when navigating through the page, preventing other styles from accidentally overriding it. So I'm going to go to the browser. Now if we click the links, then we will get this nice and cool scrolling effect. All right, let's click other links as well. So after some clicks, as you can see, we have a small problem here. The Navbar stops responding and the navigation functionality becomes unresponsive. This happens because the Navbar is ending up behind some sections, and to fix that, we simply need to apply the z-index property, ensuring the Navbar stays on top of all elements and remains clickable regardless of how far the user scrolls down the page. So let's go back to the VS Code and add to the div element z-index property with the value, let's say 10. Now, if we scroll, then everything will work perfectly and we no longer will have the same problems. Okay, so everything works fine, and now in addition to this, we need to set up an intersection observer to improve the navigation experience. The reason for setting up the observer is to keep track of which section is currently in view as the user scrolls through the page. This way we can dynamically update the active state of the Navbar links, ensuring the highlighted link always corresponds to the section currently in view. By doing this, we create a smooth, responsive navigation experience where the user can easily see which section they are in and switch between sections effortlessly. Let's go back to the VS Code and open page.js file. So the observer works by watching each section of the page, detecting when it enters or leaves the viewport. Once a section comes into view, the observer triggers an update, telling the Navbar to activate the corresponding link. This ensures that the navigation experience is dynamic and always tracks the user's scrolling behavior, no matter how many times the links are clicked. So let's go ahead and set up the intersection observer. First, we need to create a piece of state that will store the ID of the section currently in view. This ID will help us determine which link in the Navbar should be highlighted as the user scrolls through different sections. So here I'm going to create new state variable. It's going to be ID. Then we need the updater function set ID. It should be equal to useStateHook. And the default value is going to be 0. We need to import useState from React. So here the ID variable holds the value of the currently active section, and setID is the function we will use to update this value. We initialize it with 0, which means no section is active by default. As we scroll through the page, the ID will update to match the section in view. Now, we need to set up a reference to the wrapper element that contains all of our sections. This will allow us to observe these sections individually and detect when each one comes into view. So I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be components, reference, ref. It should be equal to useRef, and the default value is going to be null. We have to import useRef hook from React as well. So here, by using useRef hook, we are creating a reference object which will be assigned to the container that wraps all our sections. This reference will help us target the children of that container for observation. Now that we've created the state variable and the reference, the next step is to attach them to the Navbar component and the wrapper div that holds all the sections of the page. By doing this now, we are setting the stage for the intersection observer to track which section of the page is currently in view and update the Navbar accordingly. So to attach the state variable, we need to pass id as a prop to the Navbar component, and the value is going to be id. So this will allow the Navbar to dynamically adjust its behavior based on the current section in view. This ensures that every time the ID updates when a section intersects with the viewport, the Navbar gets the new value and highlights the corresponding link. Next, we will attach the reference, compsRef, to the wrapper div that contains all the sections. So here we need ref, which will be equal to compsRef. This allows the intersection observer to track all the child elements inside this wrapper, meaning it will monitor when each section enters or exits the viewport. By setting this up right now, we are preparing the components for the observer logic that we'll implement shortly. This way, the sections and the Navbar will be fully connected and ready to respond dynamically to user scrolling. Next, we need to set up the useEffect hook to manage the behavior of the intersection observer, which is responsible for detecting which section of the page is currently in view. Since we want the intersection observer to be created and run when the component is mounted, it is essential to place this logic inside useEffect hook. This hook runs the observer setup only once when the component is first rendered, ensuring that our observer can begin monitoring the sections right from the start. So I'm going to add here useEffect hook. We need to import it from React. Then, as you know, we need to insert here a callback function, which is the first parameter. And also we need the second parameter, a dependency array. Next, within this useEffect hook, I'm going to initialize a new intersection observer. So we need to create new variable. It's going to be observer, and it should be equal to new intersection observer. So this is a browser API that tracks the visibility of elements on the screen. It can detect when elements enter or leave the viewport, making it perfect for scenarios where we want to dynamically update the UI based on which part of the page is visible. The intersection observer constructor will take two arguments, a callback function and an options object. So first, let's go ahead and set up the callback function. We need here parameter entries. And inside here, I'm going to write the code and then I will explain everything. I'm going to insert entries followed by the for each method. Then we need a callback function with a parameter entry. Then inside here, I'm going to create a new variable, which is going to be intersecting. And it should be equal to entry dot is intersecting. Then after that, we need if statements where we have to check if intersecting is true or false. We need intersecting. And I'm going to insert here setID function, which is an updater function in our state variable. I'm going to add here entry dot target dot ID. So here the entries parameter is an array of objects where each object contains information about one of the elements being observed by the intersection observer. This array gives us real-time data about each section, such as whether it is currently intersecting, visible in the viewport, and other metrics about its position. Inside the callback function, we'll loop through each entry in the entries array. Each entry represents a section of the page that the observer is watching. We extract the isIntersecting property from each entry. This property is a boolean that tells us whether the section is currently visible in the viewport. If isIntersecting is true, It means that at least part of the section is visible to the user. If the section is visible, we use setID to update the state of the ID variable with the ID of the section that is currently in view. This dynamically keeps track of which section is visible on the page, and we use this information to update the corresponding link in the Navbar, so it can be highlighted. The second argument we pass to the intersection observer is the options object. So here I'm going to insert an object with the property called threshold, and the value is going to be 0.3. So here the threshold property specifies how much of a section needs to be visible for it to be considered in view. We set it to 0.3, meaning that 30% of the section must be visible in the viewport before we trigger the callback. This value ensures that sections will be considered in view once a decent portion of them is visible, preventing the observer from triggering too early or too late. Now that we've set up the intersection observer itself, the next step is to ensure that it starts observing the correct elements on the page. These are the sections that correspond to each link in our navbar. To do that, we need to identify these sections and instruct the observer to start tracking their visibility. We accomplish this by converting the sections into an array, looping through each of them, and telling the observer to monitor their appearance in the viewport. So let's go ahead and walk through this process in detail. First, we have to use the compsRef reference, which we previously attached to the parent container of all the components in our app. Now we need to convert the children of this reference into an array that we can loop through. So here, I'm going to create new variable. It's going to be components array. It should be equal to array.from, and we have to insert here compsRef.current.children. We use an array.from to convert the children HTML collection into a proper array. By doing this, we can easily loop through it and apply the observer to each child. The result is compsArray, which is an array where each element corresponds to a section on the page. Next, we need to loop through this array and tell the observer to start monitoring each section. So, after this line of code, we need compsArray.forEach. Next, we need a callback function with the parameter component. And inside the callback function, we need observer.observe, and we have to pass here comp. So here we use forEach to loop through each component in the comps array. For each section, we call observer.observe, which registers that section with the intersection observer. Now the observer will start tracking the visibility of each section as the user scrolls through the page. The observe method essentially tells the observer to watch each individual section for when it enters or exits the viewport. Thanks to the observer we set up just now, as soon as a section becomes visible, the callback function will be triggered, updating our ID state to the correct section's ID. So to recap, this block of code converts the child components of our reference container into an array and then tells the observer to observe each section individually. This ensures that all the sections are monitored, and our navbar can dynamically highlight the correct link based on which section the user is currently viewing. Now that we've set up our observer, we need to make our navbar dynamic by linking the navigation highlights to the section that is currently visible. We'll begin by passing down the ID prop to the navbar component. So let's go to the navbar.jsx file. This ID will help us identify which section is currently in view, and based on that we can change the styles of the links dynamically. So let's go ahead and extract ID from the components so we can start using it to conditionally apply styles. Now the ID prop will hold the current section's ID, allowing us to compare it to each link's ID and highlight the active one accordingly. Next, we need to modify the styles of the navbar links. Specifically, we want to apply a conditional style change to the icons. By default, the icon should be yellow, but if it's the active section, the icon should be red. slightly larger and scaled. So let's go ahead and replace the static styling we have for the icon with a dynamic class. So I'm going to cut all the classes from here. Then let's get rid of those quotes and open curly braces with template strings. Then paste back the classes. So here I'm going to add $sign with curly braces, in which we need a condition item.id equals to ID. If it is true, then we need to add here text red 500 and also scale 110. If it is false, then we need text yellow 600 and also scale 100. Besides that, we have to get rid of text yellow from here. So with this change, we are comparing the ID prop of the current section to the item.id for each Navbar link. If they match, we apply the styles for an active link, making the icon red and slightly larger. If not, we use the default styles, keeping the icon yellow and at its normal size. The hover effect is still present, scaling the icon when the user hovers over it. Alright, so let's go to the browser. Actually, we have an error here. Comps array for each is not a function. We have a typo. We need camel case. So let's fix that problem. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the home icon is already red. Let's click other links. So as you can see, once we click the links, they change their color. I mean, the icons change their color. And if we just scroll down, the icons will change their color. So once the section comes into view, the icon is changing its color. All right, so now we have to take care of the names of the sections. Let's go back to the navbar.jsx file. So we have to update the text styles for the label that appears next to each icon. This label is hidden by default, but on hover it slides in. We want to ensure that the label corresponding to the active section is always visible and aligned properly, so without waiting for hover. I'm going to update this class name. Let's cut those classes, then change those quotes into template strings, paste back the classes. Again, we need here conditional statements, so I'm going to add $sign with curly braces. So we have to add here I modulus 2 equal to 0. We are checking if the element is even or odd. So if this is true, then we need translate x2. And if it is false, then we need minus translate x2. Besides that, we need here again $sign with curly braces. And I'm going to insert here item.id equals to ID. Then we need AND operator and the classes minus translate x0. And also we need opacity 100. From the default styles, we can get rid of this class name. So the first conditional expression is checking the index of the current link in the Navbar data array, which is represented by I. The logic here is simple. If the index I is even, we apply a class that translates the element to the right by 2 units, which is represented by translate x2 class. If the index is odd, we apply the opposite translation minus translate x2, which moves the element to the left by 2 units. This adds a subtle alternating animation effect, creating a dynamic and visually interesting movement as users hover over the links. The second conditional is tied to the functionality of highlighting the currently active section in the Navbar. We check if the item.id of the current link matches the ID of the section currently in view. If this condition is true, we dynamically add 2 classes minus translate x0 and opacity 100. The minus translate x0 class ensures that the link text is fully visible, resetting any translation effects caused by hovering or alternating styles. The opacity 100 class makes the text fully opaque, indicating that this is the active link, helping users easily identify which section they are currently viewing. So let's go to the browser and test if it works. So as you can see, now the names of these sections are visible. Let's scroll up. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. We have here nice and cool effects, and the navbar is fully functional. Alright, so to wrap things up, we've successfully built and styled the navbar, making it fully functional with smooth navigation between sections. We explored how to set up the intersection observer to keep the navbar in sync as we scroll through the page. We also added conditional styling to highlight the active sections to ensure a smooth, interactive user experience. The result is a polished and responsive navbar that will serve as an essential part of our project's user interface. We have finally reached the last part of our project series, and I just want to say a big thank you for following along this entire journey. It's been an exciting process, and I hope you've enjoyed every step as much as we have. In the previous part, we focused on creating the navbar, ensuring it operates smoothly and enhances navigation throughout the website. The navbar serves as a fixed menu that remains in place as the users scroll, allowing them to jump to different sections. Additionally, we added hover effects and active state styling, which visually indicate which section is currently in view. Now, in this final part, we're going to take the project to the next level by adding 3 essential features: dark mode, a custom loader, and finally, deploying the website so it's live and accessible. These final touches will not only enhance the overall user experience, but also ensure your website feels more polished and modern. With dark mode, your users will have the option to personalize their browsing experience, and the loader will add a smooth, professional feel while your content loads. Once everything is set up, we will deploy the website, bringing our project to life and making it accessible online. Let's go ahead and describe the features we're going to add to our project. I'm going to start with the dark mode. Dark mode is something that's becoming more and more popular across the web. It allows users to switch between light and dark themes, giving them control over how they experience the website. Some people prefer the darker style because it is easier on the eyes, especially in low light environments, while others might stick with the traditional light theme. The great thing about what we will build is that once users pick a theme, the website will remember their choice, so the next time they visit, it will automatically load the theme they prefer. We will add this feature with a browser local storage. This small feature really enhances user comfort and flexibility, offering them a more tailored experience. Next up, we're going to add a custom loader. Loaders are an essential part of any website, especially when you want to keep users engaged while the content is loading in the background. By adding a smooth animated loader, we will let users know that the website is working and their content is on its way. We'll create a slick transition where the loader appears when the site begins loading, and then it gradually disappears, revealing the content underneath. So, combining dark mode and the loader gives your website an extra edge. Dark mode improves accessibility and comfort, while the custom loader ensures users are not left waiting without feedback. Together, these two features make the site not only more beautiful, but also more functional. So, let's get started. First of all, we have to create new subcomponents in the subfolder. I'm going to call this subcomponent toggle.jsx. Then, as usual, I'm going to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. Let's add here use client. Then I'm going to open page.js file. I'm going to import newly created subcomponent. We need here toggle. Then we need subcomponent and then toggle. After that, we have to wrap the entire content with this newly created subcomponent. We need to add here toggle. As you can see, the closing toggle tag is generated automatically. I'm going to cut it and paste it down below. All right, so once we wrap the entire content with toggle component, I'm going to go back to the toggle.jsx file, and I'm going to create here a content. Let's delete this text from here, and then I'm going to add here main instead of div. I mean the main tag. Then inside the main tag, I'm going to open div tag. Then we need again div tag. And inside the div tag, I'm going to insert button, which will include two icons. These icons will be used to switch between light and dark themes. So I'm going to insert span. At first, let's insert here text moon icon. Let's duplicate this line of code and change the contents. We need here sun icon. Now let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we got an error here. It says cannot read properties of null, reading children. So this error occurs because the reference compsref is being accessed before it has been properly populated with elements. Essentially, when the component first renders, compsref.current is initially null, so trying to access its children at this stage leads to the error. To fix this issue, we can make use of the children prop in React, which allows us to wrap multiple components inside a parent component and then pass them through. In this case, we are wrapping all the components inside the toggle component. However, because we haven't passed down the children from the toggle component to its actual content, the components that should have been inside the toggle are not being rendered. So in order to fix that issue, I'm going to extract children prop, and then I'm going to insert it after button. By extracting the children prop in the toggle components, we allow the wrapped components to be passed down and rendered inside the toggle. So once we include children in the appropriate place in the JSX, those components will be properly rendered, and the compsref reference will have valid content when the intersection observer tries to access it. So if we go to the browser, then we will no longer have here the error. And as you can see, we have the contents of the toggle component. So again, this change allows us to pass the wrapped components from the parents into the toggle component and render them within it. The children prop is automatically provided by React whenever a component wraps other components or elements. The components we wrap inside toggle in the home component are passed into the toggle component through this children prop. So by placing children within the toggle component's JSX structure, we ensure that all of the wrapped components get rendered correctly inside the toggle. Now, when the intersection observer tries to access the compsref current.children, it will successfully find and read the actual children, fixing the error. Now, once the problem is fixed, we have to style the elements in the toggle component. Before we do that, I'm going to replace the text content of the span elements with the actual icons. As usual, we have the icons in the index.js file. As you can see, we have here the toggle section, and we have two different icons, the sun icon and the moon icon. So let's go ahead and import those icons inside here. So we need import, then moon icon, and also we need here sun icon. Then I'm going to insert here moon icon, and down below we need sun icon. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here two different icons. Now it's time to start to style those elements. I'm going to start with the div element. Let's add here class name. I'm going to change the background. Let's set it to BG sync. 50. Then I'm going to customize the second development. So let's add here class name. First of all, I'm going to define max width, and it's going to be an arbitrary value. Let's insert here 1200 pixels. Next, I'm going to define Excel breakpoints on which width is going to be full. I mean 100%. Then we need to censor the content of the element, and for that I'm going to use MX Auto. Also, we need the flex layout. Let's insert here justify center. Then we need Excel breakpoint on which I'm going to define the horizontal padding, I mean px, equal to 90 pixels. Then I'm going to define SM breakpoints on which we need PL, padding left, equal to 80 pixels. And finally, we need SM breakpoints on which we have to define padding right, equal to 5. Now let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have here a scroll bar and we have to get rid of it. For that, I'm going to add here overflow hidden. Now let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we no longer have here the scroll bar. Let's go ahead and check all the sections. So as you can see, the part of project section is hidden due to this development. As you know, we are wrapping all the components with toggle component. And as you remember, while we were building all those sections, we were adding padding to the wrapper developments. So once we have now this development, we have to get rid of paddings from all the components. So let's go ahead and do that quickly. I'm going to start with the about section. As you can see, we have here px96. I'm going to get rid of, we no longer need this padding. Then I'm going to open contact, get rid of px96. Next we have experience. Then I'm going to get rid of padding from pricing section. Also, we need to do the same for the project section. Then we have questions, reviews, and finally skills. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, project section looks good. Let's check other sections as well. So we have to change the position of this image in the experience section. As for other sections, everything looks good. Okay, so let's go to the experience components. I'm going to change the position of the image. So here is the image. Right now we have right position with 96, and I'm going to get rid of this value. So in this case, we need right 0. Now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. After that, I'm going to add class name to the wrapper development in the page.js file. I'm going to add here class name, and I'm going to define width as min, which means that the width will be minimum constant. All right, so let's go ahead and close those components. We no longer need them. And then go back to the toggle.jsx file. So here I'm going to customize those 3 elements. I mean the button and span elements. Let's start with the button. I'm going to add here class name. So first of all, we need to define the position of the button. It should be placed at the top right corner of the page. So we need position to be fixed. Then right position is going to be 14. Then we need SM breakpoints on which right position is going to be 10. Next we have top position, it's going to be 10. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's use text yellow, 600. Then we need hover effects, and on hover I'm going to make color of the text yellow, 500. Let's check the results. So here we have the icons and the hover effect. Next, I'm going to customize these panel elements. Let's start with the first one. We need here position absolute. Then the element should be block. Also, we need rounded full. Next, we need background. It's going to be sync 50. Then we need padding 1. And also, I'm going to set text to 3XL. Let's check the results. So, as you can see, right now only the moon icon is visible. If we comment this out, then we will have here sun icon. I'm going to get back here the moon icon. Then I'm going to copy the classes and paste it for the sun icon as well. Actually, I'm going to increase slightly the size of the moon icon, so I'm going to make text equal to 4XL. Let's comment sun icon out. Okay, so I think we have better results. Now we're going to implement a simple dark mode toggle functionality into our project. This will allow us to switch between light and dark themes with just a click. The toggling will initially be very straightforward. When we click the button, we will change the background color of our project from light to dark and vice versa. After we get this basic functionality up and running, we'll take it a step further. We'll extend the dark mode feature by integrating local storage so that our theme preference is saved even when we leave the site or refresh the page. On top of that, we will add support for system theme detection, meaning the site will automatically match the user's device theme. But first, let's start with the simple toggling functionality to see the basics in action. We need to create a state variable and a reference that will play a crucial role in how we manage the dark theme functionality and how we target specific elements in the component to toggle between light and dark modes. So first, we will define a state variable. I'm going to insert here dark theme. Then we need an updater function, set dark theme. Next, we need useState hook. And I'm going to make the default value equal to false. Next, we need to import useState hook from React. So we need here useState from React. So we created a state variable named dark theme and initialized it with a value of false. This means that when the application first loads, the light theme will be applied by default. The state will change dynamically as users interact with the toggle button, switching between light and dark themes. Whenever the state is updated to true, the dark theme will be activated. This is important because it helps us manage the theme efficiently, ensuring that the UI updates in real time whenever the user interacts with the toggle button. The second part of this is the setDarkTheme function. It will allow us to update the state by switching between true and false, depending on whether the user is enabling or disabling the dark theme. So this setup is essential for controlling the theme across our entire application. In addition to the state, we also need to create a reference using useRefHook. The reference we're going to create will be called mainRef. So let's create new variable, mainRef, and then make it equal to useRef with the default value null. We need to import useRefHook from React as well. So this variable will allow us to directly access the main element of our application. This main element wraps all the content on the page, and we need to manipulate it to add or remove the dark class, which will be responsible for toggling between light and dark modes. I'm going to add here ref attribute, and it's going to be equal to mainRef. So again, this reference allows us to apply or remove the dark class when the user clicks the toggle button, ensuring that the theme changes are applied instantly to the entire page. This approach of using a reference is also beneficial because it keeps our component structure cleaner and avoids unnecessary re-renders or complex DOM manipulations. Now that we've set up the state variable to track the theme and the reference to target the main element, the next step is to create two essential functions, one to add the dark theme and another to remove it. These two functions will be responsible for applying and removing the dark class to our main element and for updating the state accordingly. This will enable us to toggle between the light and dark modes effectively whenever the user interacts with the theme toggle button. So first, let's create the function that adds the dark theme. So I'm going to create new function. Let's call it add dark theme. We need here an arrow function. The purpose of this function is to apply the dark theme by adding the dark class to our main ref element and updating the state to reflect the dark theme is active. Inside the function, the first thing that we have to do is the following. We need main reference dot current dot class list followed by the add method, and we have to pass here class dark. So this is where our useRef comes into play, allowing us to directly manipulate the class of the main element in our layout. By adding the dark class to this element, we ensure that the styles associated with the dark theme are applied throughout the page. The classList.add method is essential here because it allows us to dynamically attach the dark class to the element at a runtime without modifying the actual HTML or requiring a page reload. After we've added the dark class, the next step is to update the state to indicate that the dark theme is now active. We do this by calling set dark theme function, and we have to pass here true. So this line of code changes the value of our dark theme state variable from false to true, which signals that the dark mode is enabled. Updating the state is important because it keeps the rest of our application aware of which theme is currently active, ensuring that we can properly toggle back and forth between the light and dark themes. Next, we'll create the opposite function, remove dark theme. As the name suggests, this function will be responsible for removing the dark theme and reverting the page back to its light mode. The logic here is very similar to the add dark theme function, but with one key difference. Instead of adding the dark class, we'll remove it. So I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the name. So we need here camel case. I'm going to change the name of the function. In this case, we need to remove dark theme. So here, instead of add method, we need remove. And then we have to change the value of set dark theme function. Instead of true, we need here false. So here, the first line removes class dark from the main element, which will immediately disable the dark theme and return the page to its default light theme styles. Then, once the dark class is removed, we need to update the state to reflect that the dark theme is no longer active. So this is done by set dark theme with the value false. Now that we've created the functions to add and remove the dark theme, we need to make sure they execute at the right time, specifically when a user clicks the icons on the page. This is where the click event comes into play. We will attach the functionality to the button that toggles the theme, so every time the button is clicked, the theme will switch between light and dark modes depending on the current state. So I'm going to add onClick event handler to the button. Then I'm going to insert here a callback function in which we're going to insert if statement. I'm going to insert here a condition, not dark theme. If this condition is true, then we need to add dark theme function. We have to call this function. And then we need else statement in which we need to remove dark theme. So what this does is straightforward but essential for the dark mode toggle. When the user clicks the icon, the onClick event triggers, and it first checks the current value of the dark theme state. If dark theme is false, meaning the dark theme is not currently applied, the add dark theme function is called. This function applies the dark class to the main container and sets dark theme to true, which activates the dark mode. On the other hand, if dark theme is true, meaning the dark theme is already active, the remove dark theme function is executed. This removes the dark class from the main container and sets dark theme back to false, which switches the site back to light mode. So in this way, every time the user clicks the toggle button, the code checks the current theme, applies the appropriate function, and ensures that the theme switches seamlessly between light and dark modes. Now that we have the basic functionality in place for toggling between light and dark themes, the next step is to update the icons dynamically based on the theme the user selects. We want the icons to change visually to reflect the current theme, showing the moon icon when the light theme is active and the sun icon when the dark theme is enabled. This will give users a clear visual indication of which theme they are currently using, making the UI more intuitive and user-friendly. To achieve this, we will use a simple conditional expression in our code. So as you know, right now we have here two span elements. I'm going to comment one of them out. Then here, instead of moon icon, I'm going to insert dark theme, followed by a ternary operator. So if dark theme is true, then we need sun icon. And if it is false, then we need moon icon. So again, if dark theme is true, meaning dark mode is enabled, we want to display the sun icon. This makes sense because the sun represents light, so the icon prompts the user to switch back to light mode. On the other hand, if dark theme is false, meaning light mode is active, we display the moon icon, which indicates that the user can switch to dark mode by clicking it. So if we go to the browser and click the icon, then you will see that it will change on each click. All right. After that, we need to make a small but crucial adjustment to our Tailwind CSS configuration file. To ensure our dark mode toggle works correctly, we have to let Tailwind know how to manage the dark theme in our project. This requires modifying the Tailwind config file. So let's go ahead and open this file. And down below, add dark mode with the value class. Now, why do we need this change? By default, Tailwind CSS looks for dark mode based on the user's system preference. However, since we're manually toggling between light and dark themes through our code and applying the dark class directly to the elements, we need to tell Tailwind to use the class method for handling dark mode. This way, whenever the dark class is added to our main element, Tailwind knows to apply all the dark theme styles. So once we add dark mode with the value class to the Tailwind config file, what happens behind the scenes is that Tailwind will now look for the dark class on our elements and apply any corresponding styles whenever that class is present. This gives us full control over when and where the dark theme is activated. Alright, so now it's time to test how it works. I'm going to add dark class to the div element, and I'm going to change background to sync 800. Now if we go to the browser, then you'll see here the dark background for the entire page. Now if we click the icon, then the theme will be switched to the light. Alright, so now that we've successfully implemented the toggling functionality between light and dark themes, it's time to take the next step and apply the appropriate styles to all our components. This will ensure that the entire project looks great regardless of the theme the user selects. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Adding styles for dark mode to every single component at this point might seem a bit repetitive or tedious, but I saved this part for the end. While we could have been adding the dark theme styles as we built each component earlier, I wanted to keep things focused on functionality and layout first. Now that everything is in place, it feels more relevant and efficient to apply the dark mode styles all at once. This way, we can use the entire site come together and ensure everything transitions smoothly between the two themes. So don't worry, it's going to be straightforward and I'll walk you through each adjustment. So here in the toggle component, I'm going to add to the span element dark, and I'm going to change the background. It's going to be zinc 800. Next, I'm going to open hero component, and I'm going to start adding styles for different elements. Let's start with the H1 heading element. I'm going to add here dark, and we have to change text to white. Then I'm going to change the style for paragraph. So let's add here dark and change the color of the text. It's going to be gray 200. And also I'm going to add here transition colors. Let's add transition colors to the heading element as well. Now let's go to the browser, change the theme. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool switching from light to dark theme. Okay, after that, I'm going to customize the about section. I'm in the component. So here I'm going to find div elements after image, and I'm going to add here dark. Let's change background to zinc 700. Also add here transition colors. Then I'm going to find span elements and add here dark text zinc 700. Then we need transition colors. And finally, let's add dark to the paragraph. Here we need text white. All right, so I think that's it about the JSX file. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, everything looks great, except of those textual elements. So as you know, we have achievements subcomponent, which is nested into the about component. So here I'm going to add class dark to the span elements, and I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be white, and then we need transition colors. Let's go to the browser. Actually, that's not the span element we wanted, so I'm going to cut those classes. We need styles for this span element here. Let's go to the browser. Now everything looks great. As you can see, the heading of the section is dark, so we have to change it. And as you remember, we have subcomponent heading, so I'm going to add here dark. Let's change color of the text. It's going to be white, and we need also transition colors. So as you can see, the heading is changed for every section. Okay, so with the about section, we are done. Next, we have experience section. So I'm going to close those components and open experience. So here we have to search for motion div. I mean this div element. Let's add here dark. I'm going to change the background. It's going to be zinc 700, and we need transition colors. After that, I'm going to change the classes for H1 heading element. Let's add here dark. So I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be white. Then we need paragraph. Let's add here dark. So in case of paragraph, I'm going to set the color of the text to gray 100. And then we need div elements, which is placed before the span element. So I'm going to add here dark. We need text gray 200, and then transition colors. Okay, so I think that's it. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the experience section looks fine. Next we have skill section, and we don't have to change here anything. Then we have review section. So let's go ahead and open reviews.jsx file. So here I'm going to find motion div, which is placed before the image element. So let's add here dark. We need PG zinc 700 with transition colors. Then I'm going to find paragraph, which is placed after H1 heading element. Let's add here dark and change color of the text. We need white with, again, transition colors. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the review section looks great. Next we have projects, and we have to change the backsides of the project cards. So let's go back to the VS Code and open projects. Actually, we don't need projects, but projects. So I'm going to find here motion div, which is placed after image. Let's add here dark. We need to change background. Let's set it to zinc 700. And also I'm going to define the opacity. It's going to be 95. Let's add here transition colors. I'm going to add dark class to the H2 heading element as well. So here we need text white with transition colors. And then I'm going to customize the paragraph. So let's add here dark. In case of paragraph, we need text gray 100 with, again, transition colors. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the back sides of the project cards look pretty nice. And actually with the project section, we are done. Next we have pricing plan section. So let's go ahead and open this component. So in case of pricing plans components, we need to customize these developments. I mean motion div. So I'm going to add here dark. Let's change the background. We need zinc 700, followed by the transition colors. Next we have H1 heading element. So let's add here dark. Let's change color of the text. We need text white with transition colors. Then we have span elements. Let's add here text white with, again, transition colors. Then we have li elements. Let's add dark. Then text white, transition colors. And finally, I'm going to customize the paragraph. So let's add here dark with text gray 200, and then add transition colors. Okay, so that's it about the pricing plans components. As you can see, it looks pretty nice. Next we have contact section, and I think we don't need to change here anything. And finally, we have to customize questions and answers section. So let's go ahead and open questions section. So here we're not going to do anything. Let's close questions.jsx file and open question, which is a subcomponent. So here I'm going to customize H1 heading element. So let's add here dark, change color of the text, make it white. Then we need dark hover. So we need to change background on hover. It's going to be zinc 700. Then again, we need dark with hover. And on hover, I'm going to change the color of the text. It's going to be yellow 600. Then I'm going to customize paragraph. So I'm going to add here dark, text gray 200. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, everything looks good. Okay, so with the sections, we are done. The only thing that we have to do is to customize the navbar. So let's go back to the VS Code and open navbar. So here I'm going to customize the second span element. Let's add here dark, text white. Then I'm going to customize this span element here. So let's add dark, again text white. And finally, I'm going to customize the copyright text. So let's add here dark with text gray 200 and with transition colors. Actually, let's correct this class. We need text gray 200. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, Navbar looks pretty nice on dark mode. Alright, so now that we've successfully implemented the theme toggle and added the styles for dark theme to all our components, the next step is to make sure the user's theme preference is remembered when they revisit the site. For that, we will use browser local storage. We also want to check the system's color scheme so that if the user hasn't chosen a theme yet, this site will automatically apply the system's preferred theme. This will make the experience much more seamless for users and allow them to continue browsing in their preferred mode, whether it is light or dark. To do this, we will be using React Local Storage instead of the standard Local Storage API. React Local Storage is a helpful library that simplifies the process of interacting with local storage in React, unlike the standard API, which requires us to manually handle tasks like stringifying and parsing data. React Local Storage streamlines these operations, providing a more React-friendly interface. This makes our code more readable and easier to maintain, especially when dealing with stateful logic like theme management across multiple user sessions. So the first thing that we have to do is to install React.js local storage, and to install this library, we have to open new terminal, and we have to run the following command: npm install React.js dash local storage. So the library is added to our project, and now we need to import it. So in toggle.jsx file, I'm going to import React.js local storage from React.js local storage. Now that we have installed and imported React local storage, the next step is to store the user's theme preference in local storage. This ensures that when they reload the page, their preferred theme will remain active. To achieve this, we use the React local storage.set method, which is a more convenient way of interacting with local storage in React. So down below, where we have onClick event handler with if statement, I'm going to add here React local storage.set, and here I'm going to pass dark theme with the value true. So what we're doing here is setting a key value pair in local storage, where the key is dark theme and the value is true. This tells the system that the user has selected the dark theme. By storing this information, we make sure that the next time the user visits the site or reloads the page, we can retrieve this value and apply the dark theme automatically. On the other hand, when the user switches to the light theme, we need to grab this line of code, add it here, and change true into false. So this line sets the same key, dark theme, but now the value is false, indicating that the light theme is active. Just like the dark theme, we store this value so that even after a page reload or new session, the user's preference for the light theme is remembered. So by using those two lines, we ensure that we store and update the user's theme choice in local storage, allowing the site to persist their theme preference across different sessions. Let's go to the browser and inspect the page. Then we have to go to the application tab, where you can find local storage. So as you can see, we have here key value pairs. The key is dark theme As for the value, it is true. If we change the theme to light, then we'll get here dark theme false. So now our theme preference is stored in local storage. All right, so now that we have successfully set the user's theme preference into local storage, we need to retrieve this information when the page loads, ensuring that the user's chosen theme is applied immediately. For this, we will use the useEffect hook. The useEffect hook is perfect for handling side effects like fetching data from local storage and applying the theme as soon as the component mounts, or when it renders for the first time. So, in our case, we will be using useEffect to check if the user's theme preference is already stored in local storage, and if it is, we will apply the relevant theme based on this value. So, I'm going to add here useEffect hook. We need to pass here a callback function, and then we need dependency array. Also, I'm going to import useEffect hook from React. So now we're going to retrieve the user's preference from local storage to see if they have already chosen a dark or light theme during a previous visit. This is crucial because we want to ensure that the website reflects the user's last preference immediately when the page loads, rather than forcing them to toggle the theme every time they visit. So inside here, I'm going to create new variable, and it's going to be dark theme. It should be equal to React local storage dot get, and we have to pass here dark theme. So this line is responsible for the retrieval process. What this line does is access local storage using the get method, specifically asking for the value associated with the key dark theme. In this case, we are using dark theme as the key, which we previously set when the user clicked to toggle between light and dark modes. This line will retrieve the value stored in local storage under this key, which will either be a string representing true or false, or it might return undefined if this is the user's first visit or no preference has been saved yet. Next, we're going to handle the value that we just retrieved from local storage and make sure it is in the correct format for our application. So I'm going to create another variable, and it's going to be dark theme parse. It should be equal to dark theme. Then we need not equals to undefined, and then we need an operator followed by JSON.parse, and we have to pass here dark theme. Let's break this down. First, we're checking whether the value of dark theme is undefined. If it is undefined, that means either the user has not set a theme preference yet, or for some other reason the dark theme key doesn't exist in local storage. This ensures we are only attempting to process the value if it exists. The second part, JSON.parse, converts the stored value, which is retrieved as a string from local storage, back into a JavaScript boolean. Local storage can only store data as strings, so when we saved the value, it was saved as a string like true or false. Now with JSON.parse, we are converting that string back into its boolean form to be able to use it logically in our application. In simpler terms, this line ensures that if there is a theme preference stored, we are safely converting it to a usable boolean. Otherwise, it remains undefined, allowing us to proceed with the next logic. This step ensures that we can accurately apply the user's theme preference based on the value in local storage. Alright, so now that we have successfully retrieved the stored theme preference from local storage, we're going to apply it by using an if-else statement. This will ensure that the correct theme, whether light or dark, is applied when the user opens the site. So, I'm going to add here if-else statement. The condition is going to be dark theme parsed. If it is true, then we need to add dark theme. And if the condition is false, we need else statement where we have to call remove dark theme. Besides that, I'm going to run to the console dark theme, and also dark theme parse. So let's go to the browser, reload the page. As you can see, we have here dark theme, false. Let's change the theme. Now we have dark theme, true. If we go to the console, reload the page. So we have here again dark theme, and the values are true in both cases. So as you can see, once we set the theme to dark and then reload the page, the theme remains dark. If we set it to light and then reload, it will remain light, and also we'll get here false in both cases. Okay, let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to explain what happens with this if-else statement. First, we check if the value stored in dark theme parsed is true. This variable holds the result of checking whether a valid dark theme preference exists in local storage. If the preference is found and is set to true, it means the user had selected the dark theme before, and we need to apply it again by calling the addDarkTheme function. This function, as you know, adds the dark class to the root element and sets the state variable dark theme to true, ensuring the dark mode is applied. However, if the dark theme parsed value is false, it means the user has either not selected the dark theme or prefers the light theme. In this case, we trigger the removeDarkTheme function. This removes the dark class from the root element and sets the dark theme state to false, ensuring the light theme remains active. Now that we have handled saving and retrieving the user's theme preference from local storage, the next step is to introduce functionality that aligns with the system's default theme. This means that if the user hasn't explicitly chosen a theme, our app will default to the system's current theme, whether that's light or dark. To achieve this, we're going to use the window.matchMedia method, which allows us to check what theme the user's system is currently set to. So here, I'm going to create new variable, which is going to be system theme. It should be equal to type of window not equals to undefined. Then we need AND operator followed by window.matchMedia, and inside the parentheses we need to open quotes. Then we need prefers color scheme dark, and then let's close the parenthesis, and then we need here matches. So this line checks if the system's theme is set to dark mode. We begin by ensuring that the window object exists because in environments like server-side rendering, window might be undefined. By including the condition type of window not equals to undefined, we make sure that the following code only runs in a browser where the window object is available. This is important because accessing window outside of the browser could lead to errors. Next, we use window.matchMedia to evaluate the system's color scheme. The matchMedia function accepts a media query, in this case, prefers color scheme dark. This query checks whether the system is set to dark mode. If the system's theme is set to dark, then it will return true. Otherwise, it returns false, indicating the system is in light mode. So this logic helps us determine what theme the system prefers, and based on that, we can decide whether to apply the dark theme or leave the light theme as the default. By including the system theme preference, we're enhancing the user experience by respecting the user's theme settings. So once we have retrieved the system theme preference, we can seamlessly integrate it with our theme toggling functionality to provide a more dynamic and responsive user experience. Before that, I'm going to check how this function works in console. Let's copy this code, then insert it here. So if we run this code, then we will get true. Because right now my theme in settings is dark. If I check my settings, you will see that I have chosen dark. If I change it to light and then run the code again, we will get false. So that's the way how this code works. I'm going to get back here, dark mode. So now that we have successfully detected the system theme, the next step is to incorporate the system preference into our existing logic for applying dark or light themes. Currently, we are checking whether the user has explicitly chosen a theme and saved it in local storage. However, when a user has not set a theme manually, we want to respect the system's theme settings by default. This means that if no user preference is stored, the application should automatically adopt the system's theme, whether that's light or dark. To achieve this, we need to modify the existing if statement to include both the system theme and the user's preference. So let's go ahead and modify if-else statement. So here, instead of this condition, I'm going to pass dark theme equals to undefined. If this is true, then we need here system theme followed by a ternary operator. We need here add dark theme function, and then if the condition is false, then we need remove dark theme. In the else statement, we need to check if dark theme parsed is true or false. If it is true, then we need add dark theme, and then we need remove dark theme. So here we first check if the user has set a theme preference by evaluating dark theme equals undefined. If dark theme is undefined, that means the user hasn't set a preference, and we move on to checking the system theme. If the user hasn't set a theme, we defer to the system's theme using the system theme variable. This variable tells us whether the system itself is using dark mode. If the system theme is dark, system theme will be true, and we apply the dark theme using add dark theme function. If the system theme is light, we call remove dark theme to ensure the light theme is applied. Then, if the user has set a theme preference, meaning dark theme is not undefined, we respect that preference by evaluating dark theme parsed. This variable holds the user's saved theme preference from local storage. If dark theme parsed is true, we apply the dark theme with add dark theme function, and if it is false, the user prefers the light theme. So we call remove dark theme to ensure that the light theme is active. This approach ensures that we provide flexibility for users who want to set their own theme preference while also respecting the system theme for those who haven't set a preference. All right, so let's add here system theme and check if everything works fine. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. So now, as you can see, we have false twice because the theme is set to light, but as the third value, as the value of system theme, we have true because, as you remember, I have set system theme to dark. Now, if we change the theme and reload the page, then it will remain dark. Okay, so we have now successfully finished setting up the functionality for switching between light and dark themes, making sure the page adapts smoothly to the selected mode. With that complete, it's time to move on to refining the buttons. Our next focus will be adding animations to the toggle button to enhance the user experience and make the theme switching feel more dynamic and polished. Let's go back to the VS Code. So right now we have a simple span element that dynamically switches between the moon icon and the sun icon based on the current theme. This works, but we want to enhance this button by adding smooth transitions and animations to improve the visual experience for our users. Specifically, we will use framer motion to animate the icons so they seamlessly scale when toggling between dark and light themes. To do this, we will replace the basic span elements with the motion components from framer motion. So before proceeding, let's first import the motion component from framer motion. We need here import motion from framer motion. Then I'm going to get back here the second icon. Let's add motion for both span elements. Next, I'm going to change the content of the span elements. So we need here moon icon. As for the second span element, we need sun icon. So as I said, we're going to add some smooth animations to the icons. We can achieve this by applying the animate property to each motion span element. For the moon icon, we'll set it to scale down when the dark theme is active. And for the sun icon, we'll scale it up when the light theme is active. This ensures that only one icon is visible at a time and they transition smoothly as the user switches between the themes. So I'm going to add for both span elements animate property, and we need here scale, dark theme. It should be followed by a ternary operator. Then for the moon icon, we need here 0 if the dark theme is true, and then we need 1 if it is false. As for the sun icon, we need opposite. We need here 1 and 0. Now let's go to the browser and check if this works fine. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool animations. Actually, we have to change the background of the sun icon. So for that, I'm going to add here dark BG zinc 800. So now everything works perfectly. Alright, so we have now wrapped up the dark mode functionality, allowing users to seamlessly switch between light and dark themes, with their preferences being saved and applied automatically, even after a page refresh. We also made sure the system theme is detected, adding an extra layer of customization to the user experience. With that in place, we're ready to move on to the next part of this process, setting up the loader, which will give our page a sleek and professional transition effect when loading. So let's jump right into it. We have to create a new subcomponent, and it's going to be load.jsx. Then inside here, I'm going to create a new functional component using RAFCE shortcut. As usual, I'm going to add here use client. Then I'm going to go to the page.js file, and here above the toggle component, I'm going to add load. Actually, we need to import it at first. So let's duplicate this line of code and change the name of the subcomponent. It's going to be load. So again, it should be placed here above the toggle outside of the toggle component. Let's go back to the load.jsx file. I'm going to close this component. So here I'm going to add image. And in the source attribute, I'm going to specify spinner.gif. I mean this GIF here. As the alt attribute, I'm going to insert here spinner GIF. Let's go to the browser. So here we have the spinner GIF. Next, I'm going to style those elements. So let's start with the div element. We need here class name. Let's set width to full. Also, we need height to be full. Then I'm going to change the position of the div element. It's going to be fixed. Then we need left to be 0. Top is going to be 0. Then I'm going to use flex layout in order to center the GIF on the page. So we need here item center. And then justify center. Next, we need to change the background. And in this case, I'm going to use linear gradient effect. First of all, we have to define the direction of the color transition. We need BG gradient to top. And then we need colors. The first one is going to be yellow, 50. And then we need red, 50. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the background is changed. Also, the spinner is placed in the center, but we have to hide the content of the page. Therefore, I'm going to add here the index property with the value, let's say 50. So now only the spinner is displayed on the page. All right, now we're going to make the loader functional and bring it to life with smooth transitions. First, we need to create a state variable that will track whether the loader should be active or not. So let's go back to the VS Code and create new state variable. We need here load. Then the updater function is going to be setLoad. It should be equal to useState. And as the default value, I'm going to insert here false. We need to import useState from React. So this state variable will be essential because it will allow us to control when the loader is visible and when it should disappear. By toggling this state between true and false, we can determine if the loader is currently loading or if it's finished and needs to be hidden. The state will work like this. Initially, the loader is hidden, but as soon as the component mounts, we will trigger the loader and let it display. Once the page content is fully loaded, this state will switch and we will hide the loader. Next, we need to use the useEffect hook to control the timing of this process. We will use useEffect because it runs after the component has mounted, making it the perfect place to trigger our loader. So here I'm going to use the useEffect. We need a callback function with a dependency array. Then we have to import useState hook. Actually, not useState, but useEffect. Now inside the useEffect hook, we have to update the state variable using setLoad function, and we have to make it true. So this ensures that the loader will become active as soon as the component mounts and will stay active until we instruct it to disappear. Without the useEffect hook, we wouldn't have a reliable way to trigger the loader at the exact right time. So this hook is crucial for managing the loader's behavior. After setting up the useEffect, we are going to add some animations to the loader to make it visually appealing. We'll be using the Framer Motion library to achieve this. First, we will need to import motion from Framer Motion, and then we will wrap the div element containing loader with motion div. By doing this, we can apply animations directly to the loader's container. So as I said, we have to import motion from Framer Motion, and then we have to wrap div element with motion div. Now, for the animations, we're going to define three key attributes: initial, animate, and transition. Let's start with the initial. So here I'm going to insert top property with the value 0. The initial attribute will define the starting position of the loader, in this case from the top of the screen. This means when the page first loads, the loader will be positioned at the very top. Next, we need animate attribute, and here I'm going to insert top. As the value, I'm going to insert here a conditional statement. We need load followed by a ternary operator. So if it is true, then we need minus 100%, and if it is false, then we need 0. So the animate attribute will determine the behavior of the loader once the state changes. Here we will check if the load state is true. If it is, we will animate the loader so that it moves off the screen by setting its top position to minus 100%. Otherwise, the loader will remain in its original position. And finally, we need here transition. I'm going to insert here duration, and it's going to be 0.5. So the transition attribute will define how long the animation should take. We'll set the duration to 0.5 seconds, ensuring that the loader disappears smoothly and quickly once the page has loaded. This creates a polished, seamless transition for the user, making the loader fade away smoothly instead of disappearing directly. Let's go to the browser and reload the page. So as you can see, we have here loader, which disappears once the content is loaded. Alright, so as you can see, we have a fully functional and animated loader that engages the user while the page is loading and smoothly fades away once everything is ready. Next, we need to enhance the project with one more feature. Currently, when the loader disappears, the hero section comes into view immediately without any transition. So to create a smoother experience, I'm going to add an animation to the hero section. Once the loader disappears, I'll make the elements slide down and slide left, creating a more fluid and engaging transition. So let's go to the hero.jsx file. Here, I'm going to find this development. I'm in the third development in the content. So here I'm going to add motion. And then I'm going to define initial property, actually the attribute. Let's add here opacity 0, and then we need y with value minus 100. So we start by setting the initial state of the development with opacity 0 and y minus 100. This means the element will start fully transparent and position 100 pixels above its final position. Next we need an animate attribute, and inside here I'm going to insert opacity with the value 1, and then we need y equal to 0. So here we define that the element is fully visible and moves down to its original position. And finally, we need transition. I'm going to insert here delay 0.5. This attribute ensures that the animation starts after half a second, allowing the loader to fully disappear before the element slides into view. This creates a smooth and visually appealing effect. Let's go to the browser. Actually, I'm going to switch to the light theme. Let's reload the page. So once the loader disappears, then the content comes from top to bottom. And we have here a nice and cool effect. Okay, next we need to animate the social media links. Let's go back to the VS Code and find the social media icons. We have here hero icons. So I'm going to add here motion. Then we need initial attribute. And I'm going to insert here opacity 0, then y 100. Next we need animate, and inside here I'm going to insert opacity with the value 1. Then we need y equal to 0. We are using the same attributes and the same properties that we used in case of the development. And now we need transition. Let's insert here delay 0.5. Let's go to the browser, reload the page. So as you can see, the social media icons are appearing from the bottom. Next, we need to add animation to the button. I mean this button here. So actually, let's grab those attributes and find the link elements. So I mean this link element. Let's add here motion. Then I'm going to insert here the attributes. So in case of initial, we need opacity 0 and then x minus 30. Then we need animate with opacity 1 and x 0. So in this case, button will move horizontally. That's why we use here x. As for the delay, we need here 0.7. All right, let's go to the browser, reload the page. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool effects. The button is moving from the left to right. All right, so now that we have completed the loader, we have a fully functional loading screen that smoothly transitions to the hero section, enhancing the user experience right from the start. Next, we are going to ensure that our project looks perfect on all screen sizes and devices. Throughout the development process, we've been adding responsive classes, but now it's time to thoroughly test and fine-tune the design for different screen sizes and devices. We will make any necessary adjustments to ensure that the project is fully responsive and looks great whether it is viewed on a mobile, tablet, or desktop screen. So let's go ahead and inspect the page, switch to the responsive mode. So I have prepared a set of commonly used screen sizes for desktops, tablets, and mobiles to test our layout thoroughly. Specifically, we'll be checking our project on 6 different desktop screen sizes, 2 tablet sizes, and 3 mobile sizes. This process will help us guarantee that the responsiveness we built into our design holds up and that the user experience remains seamless no matter what device or screen size the project is viewed on. So let's go ahead and check the project. I'm going to switch to different desktop screen sizes. So I think everything looks great. We have desktop 3. So everything looks good. Then let's check desktop 4. So on desktop 4, the content of the project looks good, but as you can see, we have to customize the navbar because the layout is a little bit messed up. So let's go ahead and open navbar. I'm going to find the first development, which is the wrapper. So here I'm going to find padding y, which is equal to 10 by default. So here I'm going to add Excel breakpoint, and I'm going to make py equal to 6. Let's go to the browser. So now we have better results. Next, I'm going to find development, which is placed after link. So here I'm going to add Excel breakpoint, and we need gap y equal to 1. Okay, so now we have much better results. The only thing that I'm going to do is to change the size of the icon slightly. So let's find the A elements. And here I'm going to add Excel breakpoint with group hover. Then we need scale to be 1:15. Also, I'm going to add here Excel. Scale is going to be 100. As for the second case, we need here Excel scale equal to 90. Let's go to the browser. So I think now Navbar looks pretty nice. And actually the entire project is responsive and looks great. Okay, so that's it about desktop 4. Next, let's check project on desktop 5. So on desktop 5, I think everything looks good. And finally, we have desktop 6, on which I think we have to make some changes. So as you can see, in the experience section, we have a problem. We have to place this timeline behind those boxes. So let's go ahead and open experience.js file. I'm going to find development, which is placed before h1. I mean this development. And here I'm going to add the index property with value 20. So now the problem is fixed. The timeline is placed behind the boxes. And the only thing that we have to do is to hide those arrows. We no longer need them. So let's find span, which is the icon. I mean this element here. So I'm going to add LG breakpoint. And on this breakpoint, we need hidden. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the arrows are hidden. But actually, we have here a tiny issue. This timeline shouldn't be placed like so. Let's check the code. So here, as I guessed, we are missing here position relative. Let's go and check. So now the problem is fixed. Okay, so I think that's it about the experience section. Next we have skill section. It looks good. The review section looks good as well. Also the project section, pricing, and now we have here contact section. I think we have to make here some changes. Let's go to the contact.jsx file. So I'm going to add here LG breakpoint, and on LG breakpoint we need height to be auto. As for the padding Y, we need LG breakpoint, and padding Y is going to be 40. Let's check the result. So now we have much better result. Actually, we're missing here the space. Let's check the inputs. So here we might have a mistake. Actually, we need here gap Y. Now the problem should be fixed. All right. So that's it with the contact section, and actually with the project on the breakpoint, we are done. Everything looks great. Next we have tablets, and on tablets, I think that everything looks good. Let's check tablet 2. So as you can see, everything looks good again. Now let's go ahead and check the project on mobile screen sizes. We have mobile 1. So on mobile 1 screen size, I think everything looks good and we don't need to change anything. Next we have mobile 2. On mobile 2, again, everything. Actually, as you can see, the icon ends up behind the elements. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to go to the toggle.jsx file. Let's find button. So here I'm going to add a z-index property. Actually, we need z equal to, let's say, I don't know, 40. So now as you can see, the problem is fixed. Okay. Let's check other sections. So everything works perfectly and looks good. So finally, we have mobile 3, the smallest screen size for mobile phones. So as you can see, we have to make here some changes. Actually, I'm going to create a custom breakpoint for that screen size. And in order to create a custom breakpoint, we have to go to the tailwind.config.js file. Here, as you remember, we have 4 different breakpoints, and I'm going to add here one more breakpoint for extra small screen size. We need XS, and I'm going to add here max equal to, let's check again, browser. So mobile 2 was 393 pixels, so I'm going to select this size, 393 pixels. Now on extra small screen size, we have to customize the navbar. Let's go ahead and add here XS. Then we need gap Y equal to 0. After that, I'm going to customize the icons. So let's add here some styles for extra small screen size. So we need XS. Actually, let's add it here. We need group hover followed by scale, and it should be 100. Next, I'm going to change scales here as well. So let's add access followed by scale equal to, let's say, 80. And then let's copy this code, add it here, and change the scale to 70. And also, we have to customize the copyright text. Let's add here access, make text equal to 11 pixels. Actually, let's grab this code and paste it here next to the default code. Okay, let's go to the browser. So, as you can see, Navbar looks great. Let's check other sections. So everything looks good. Let's go down to the contact section. So here I think that we have large space. So let's make it smaller. I'm going to go to the contact.js file. So here we need to find the first development. Let's add here access breakpoint and make padding bottom equal to 20. All right, now we have much better result. All right, so that's it. We finished making our project fully responsive across all commonly used screen sizes, from desktops and tablets to mobile devices. We checked how the layout adapts, made necessary adjustments, and ensured that everything looks great and functions perfectly, no matter the screen size. This is a critical step because as web developers, we need to ensure that users across different devices enjoy a seamless and visually appealing experience. Now we have reached the final stage of this project, deploying the website on Vercel. Once it is deployed, our project will be live, allowing everyone to access it online. Vercel makes the deployment process smooth and straightforward, and I'll guide you step by step through the entire process. So let's dive into it and get our project live. I'm going to close the responsive mode. So in order to make our project live, first of all, we need to open our GitHub account. I hope you already have your GitHub account. If you don't have it, then go ahead and create GitHub account. Once you create your GitHub account or open your GitHub account, next we have to create a new repository by clicking this new button here. After that, we have to specify the name of our repository. In this case, I'm going to name our project as personal portfolio. And we have to click create repository. Once we do that, then GitHub will generate all those commands which we have to run in our project directory. So in order to run those commands, I'm going to use git bash, which I have already installed. So if I click here, you will see PowerShell and then git bash. So I'm going to use this terminal. And if you don't have git bash, then you can go ahead and visit this website, git-scm.com, and download git bash for your operating system and then install it. It is a very simple and straightforward process. So as I said, we have to run those commands in our project directory. I'm going to start with git init. Next, we need git add dots in order to add all the files that we have here in our project directory. After that, let's check the commands. So after that, we need git commit. I'm going to copy this command and paste it here. I'm going to leave here first commit. You can change it if you want. So let's run this command as well. Next, we have git branch -m main. Let's run this command as well. After that, we have git remote at origin. And finally, I'm going to run the last command, which is git push. So let's run this command here. Once it is done, you can check your repository on your GitHub account. Let's reload the page. So as you can see, we have here our project, personal portfolio, and all the files and folders are placed here. All right, so after that, I'm going to open Vercel website. So the first thing that you have to do on Vercel is to create an account, which is a very simple process. So if you don't have an account on Vercel, let's go ahead and create an account. Once you create the account, you have to click Dashboard, where you can click Import Projects. And you will find here the repository from your GitHub account. As you can see, we have here personal portfolio, which we have created a minute ago. Now all we need to do is to click Import. So we have here project name, then framework, next.js. Next we have build and output settings. We don't have to change here anything. Next we have environment variables. In our project, we don't have any environment variables. So I'm going to close it. And now we have to click deploy. So as you can see, deployment started. We have here build logs. This process will take some time. And once this process is done, so congratulations, now our project is live. If we click here, then you will see that our project is live in the browser. Actually, let's close this toolbar. We don't need it. All right, so the project is live. Actually, we have here some strange domain, URL. I'm going to change it. So in order to change the URL, you can click here at domain, then edit, and here you can change the URL, the domain. So let's get rid of those words. Actually, let's try this name. Click save. We cannot add personal portfolio. It is already taken. So I'm going to add here, I don't know, let's say developer. Well, it is free. So now if I refresh the page, the old domain will no longer work. Now if we click here, then the project will be open in the browser with new domain name. All right, so we have officially completed the entire project, from building and styling the components, adding dark mode functionality and ensuring responsiveness, to finally deploying it live on Vercel. It's been an incredible journey and we have covered so much ground, creating a fully functional, responsive, and visually stunning portfolio website. I hope you enjoyed following along and learned a lot throughout this process. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up if you found it helpful, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any future updates. I'd love to hear your thoughts or any questions in the comments below. Thanks for being a part of this journey, and I'll see you in the next tutorial.